actually fairly simple. And so maybe there are microbes going around in the clouds which are producing. At the moment, this is fascinating. It's got a lot of us invigorated about the prospects of going back to Venus and doing another mission there. In fact, there's now a NASA mission, Veritas, going back and for 2030. And then we have a European mission, I think, that's slated on even the Chinese mission might be well. So we might have multiple missions long been overlooked. I mean, apart from there really is very little in exploration. That's Mars enjoyed most of the rovers. Mars is a fascinating signature of methane before.
Methane.
Again,
Butane. We all sane. For methane.
the nice thing about Venus is the giant stationary airport flight that collects samples. Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, they under find this station. Right, literally. Right. And then, yeah, maybe then you can imagine floating through the atmosphere or a drone or something that have the capability of flying. The thing at the surface is maybe small-ish, especially with something like Starship, huge, bigger than the surface. But something like Europa, really unclear about how thick the ice layer is, how you melt through that huge layer to get to the ocean, and then potentially also questions about contamination. The problem with looking for life in the solar system is different from looking for life in the exoplanets. Is it always run the risk, especially of introducing itself? Very difficult to determine every single microbe and spore on the surface of your rover or the lander, and so there's always a risk of introducing something. I mean, to some extent, there is exchange with people naturally. On top of that as well, and we're accelerating that process. And so if you dig into the surface, probably very important to have such a outside world, but ocean are for the first time introducing bacteria spores in that environment, or may introduce various things to the life before. And so it's almost an ethical question how to proceed looking for life on this surface ocean. And I don't resolution ethical. Maybe ethical concern for the like preserving life elsewhere, not to murder it. Yes. We always had a virus, right? Air or that the other direction. Yeah. I mean, that whatever survives in such harsh conditions, be pretty surviving all conditions. Might ride on us. Possibly. I mean, I think hopefully have some an order percent with send them back to the planet. And so I don't think necessary that especially for a case like that where you might have contamination have to bring samples back. Although that European sushi, it would sell for quite a bit. Sushi, yeah. I would love for money all the lines, but ours see how they actually hearing of that probably not like splitting it with our own micro. And that's again an interesting engineering challenge. For rovers and so forth, and then mobility aspect of it, and robotics, perceptions, when it's defining, there's probably but they actually set up the microscopic sample collection. Basically, you have to first clean your vehicle, having Earth-like things on it, and then put it in kind of thing that's perfectly honest, bring it back or analyze it, bring anything else. I don't know. That'd be an interesting thing. Yeah, I mean, first eating these little pods on the surface quite recently. Photos you can find online, and they kind of look like a lightsaber. So, um, I think like this weapon is life. Like, don't be us because something files everywhere. And yeah, it is shooting at these things, and the intention is that in the future there will be a sample. The mission will kind of pick things up. But I mean, the engineering behind those things is so impressive. The thing that blows me away the most has been the landings. Especially I'm training to be a pilot at the moment, so that's just watching landings has been like my pet hobby at the moment. How not to do it, how to do it with different levels of conditions. But with with landing on Mars, just the light travel time effect means that there's no possibility of controlling that. Put all of your faith trust in the computer code or the AI, whatever it is, make the correct descent. So where you're basically waiting for travel to know whether you're able to during that period you crane actually gets down surface, crane fly away. Uh, Anything go wrong, the whole mission go right. The fact that any is as back the office and Starship, incredible we use the rocket take off control and then quickly when it's kind of the same Starship which is incredible here, but Starship all the Starship kind of and might enable this thing brings the launch cost itself, which is perfect per kilogram dramatically reducing the sort of that even if it's higher than what you're priced, a revolution for the cost of things could launch large telescopes which be basically like JWST but hold them up. JWST had this whole issue in that 6.5 meters across, and so you have large which was that large at the time before it was large to hold it up, complicated origami, and so a large part of the cost was figuring out how to hold it up, testing and hold it correctly, repeated testing, there's like 130 fail points or something during a symphotic mechanism, and so all of this will progress through the process. But if you have the ability to arbitrarily massive values compared to the and very large space, more or less purpose ground-based mirrors. Surface-based telescope mirror and mirrors are designed to be extremely lightweight, and that increased the cost significantly. They have this honeycomb design on the back to try and minimize the weight. If you don't really care about weight because it's so cheap, then you could grab many of the existing ground-based mirrors across telescopes across the world, mirrors pretty much chassis and have your own space-based telescope. I think the Breakthrough Foundation geologists, star formation, astronomers, those of us looking at exoplanets, those of us wanting to study ultra fields and the origin of the first galaxy, the expansion rate of the universe. Everyone has to share this resource, but we could potentially each have one GWS, maybe just studying a handful of the brightest exoplanet stars and their atmosphere. One, because you talked about the planet Trappist earlier, that planet, due to these vital probiotics, by which I mean oxygen, nitrous oxide, it would take it of order of 100 transits to get even a very marginal, what we call sequence detection of those, which basically with that. And 100 transits, say, so you put sort of 4 years of staring at the same star with one telescope. Some breaks would be hard to switch something else. You have to transit noise. And never going to do that. Or technically, but technically, transit is just about to by a signature. And Earth-like planet around the star. Progressively, we have to, we simply cannot delegate all of the traffic. Larger the light universe, which is friend astronomy, very accurate battle, scientific battle, time. There must be a fascinating process of all scientists trying to collaborate, figure out what the problems are, and there's an interesting network of hearing scientific experiments. It's a difficult process. I don't envy the fact that are going to have to make the time allocation committee that makes and I've served on these before, and it's very difficult. Typically for Hubble, we're seeing at least 10, sometimes 20 times the number of proposals for telescope time versus available telescopes. The WSC, there has been one call already that has gone out with cycle 1, and that was oversubscribed by, I think, sometimes 6 to 1, 7 to 1, and the cycle 2, which is just been announced fairly recently, and the deadline is actually for this month. They might totally laser focus on running out proposals right now. That is much more competitive, very more complicated. And so it's hard. What's the better cycle? That's already more also better than the first cycle. So I said the first cycle was about 1, probably more like 20. I would expect. These are all proposals besides so on. It's not like schedule at any time. For transit times, but you have a time critical element for development, and they're predicting in non like different the duration is probably computational, different sensors, direction pointing, all that. It's hard. Certain programs like doing study where you more or less point the telescope, and that's pretty open. I mean, we're just photons. Point at that patch of the sky whenever the telescope's not doing gets to go, let's say, once your goal in the lifetime. So that's the schedule. Harder, especially for us, well, as I said, planets transit very so we have to wait. But only one option. Transit lasts for about 12 hours. So if they get that time hard, that's it. It can with another proposal that wants to do the time critical. Mostly the planets like the hot planets with planets both 100 of them 100 we're on this scenario we're proposing planet that we one side of the cherry. So our sales these are extreme pressure more own telescope I'm doing a couple series. The first one, there is a new window universe. Oh, they're all over IO, early side, and the size of the Earth, and others find them. So very excited about the wrong instruction. One of our common goals, we the way architecture that emerges naturally, or there's something special about what happens. It's super rare. You have to like I love as my background. Really, I was and obviously first actually cool. This is all that happens rarely. First, yeah, I will. I'll advocate after we're done with this. Part of me, the OC, part of me, the computational aspect I love. Computing device, because you have that kind of scheduling on supercomputers. That scheduling problem is fascinating. How do you prioritize computation? How do you prioritize data collection, sample collection, all that kind of stuff? It's actually kind of fascinating. Data, ways you expect it, don't expect, unlock a lot of fascinating mysteries. Collecting the data, doing so in a way that maximizes the possibility of discovery, like from a computational perspective. I agree. Real satisfaction extracting science. That's the tax job. But TAC are not machines. They're not a they will make that selection based on human judgment. And a lot of the telescopes within the field of exoplanets, those will show me, but within the field of exoplanets, I think a good expectation is that most of the telescopes that will go towards atmospheric retrieval, which is really like testing molecule. Not biosignatures, because it's really not designed to do that, especially in vigorous probably too hard to expect it to do that. Like, for example, in carbon dioxide rich atmosphere on TRAPPIST-1A, that's not a biosignature, but you could like a Mars, like those have carbon dioxide rich atmospheres. Just prove the existence of life either way, but it is our first characterization of the nature of those atmospheres, of the pressure levels, the temperature of the atmosphere. That's very exciting. But we are competing. I think that science is really fantastic. Objective. Even the handful, of course, I think it's an exciting goal. But that has to make a human judgment, essentially, about which science are they most excited by. One has the highest promise, most highest. So that's how we look at the atmosphere. Most atmosphere already. So it's almost a guarantee that it's going to learn something about the atmosphere. Whereas in that case, it's harder to sell. We are looking for something we do not know for sure. We are pushing the telescope to do something inherently more risky. Yeah, but less than about what other means other stars such as, for example, variety as they have an eye on Europa and so on. Like there's a lot of possibility for icy planets, water planets. That's exciting. And I mean, everywhere through our galaxy, beyond, there's innumerable possibilities for creatures. I agree. I mean, yeah, NASA has been on this quest a long time. That's what deep Earth. It's of Earth like its planet. How common are elements around Earth in terms of we like to know everything about this planet, the amount of water they have, how much now it's kind of focused and how often you get that that was kept as primary measure, and it kind of blurs the answer quite get through. But I always say, look, if we're looking, if that's our primary goal, to look for Earth-like, I would say, world, then that's that. Because Earth-like, Earth-like planets, stars is not inevitable. 1 to 10% happen. It's not inevitable that happens. But we often see about half of all sunlight stars either in Neptune, Jupiter, representing those stars. That's a very, very common occurrence. You have no idea how often a moon around that. I mean, very 1 in 5 of them. Earth like, and there will be more essentially work with progress and a number of habitable worlds out there at our current estimate. That's the one way to increase confidence in the value of that parameter. There's no way to look. I mean, we would like to know where should we put technically, where should we put the bias. And not only that, but what role does the planet? We talked about these really image telescopes earlier. Measuring that wants to take a photo, quote Carl Sagan, of every dot of our planet, every dot of an exoplanet. And that's the truth. Capture that impressive resolution that we are planning and inspiring to design those telescopes to achieve that. Those telescopes not have a result in the moon. It'll be pale pixels, but the grayness. It's one of the ways I play with the molecules that they not bring and just react to the molecules. However, what if that moon got that had oxygen because of then you have almost what we would say is one. So I would say, really the whole quest of looking at life by that's how it of the prevalence, role, even affect the habitability of the range too large. And mass ratio is the largest source of 1%. Look at the very moon stabilized the planet, rise the tides, especially early on when those tides would become high concentrated. And those rock gas across the plateau of life that may have fraction of the which without a tectonic but a stagnant just too much on the planet. And so there are decades of reasons that intriguing why a large not just but question of having a for life. So habitable in their own right, but also placing influence on the habitability of the planet's orbit, and further will surely deal with our attempt remotely. Taking a tangent, you heard about binary planets. They're surprisingly common. What they might be. the thing that's interesting about binary objects is they're very common for stars, but the majority of stars in binary systems. Um, when we look at the outer edges of the solar system, binary objects all the time count one another. Down is kind of an example of that. It's 10% mass ratio system. It's almost, by many definitions, a binary planet. But it's going to be like our sun. So things are related are it's not a universe, but it is more common. Cancer about half of the planet star system are binary systems, the half are binaries of two or three stars, then like four stars. And or more prize to really but yeah, yeah, I've met those folks also. So it's something interesting to learn about the habitability, how that habitability habitable world. They kind of couple up like that, you know. Talking about the stars and planets, stars couple up, that has a big influence on the habitability. Of course, very famous Star Wars, Star Wars binary star system, look at the sunset, and incredibly crazy time, and the planet star system seems like it's an environment for a relative from yeah, one of the astounding discoveries from Kepler was that these seem to be quite common, but as we just as common. The only caveat to that is that you don't get as close they have like a clearance where planets maybe form there, but they don't last. They're dynamically unstable in that zone. But once you get out to about the distance of the Earth orbits the Sun, or even a little bit closer in, you start to find emerging. So that's the right distance for liquid water, so life on those planets. So there will be plenty of habitable planets around binary stars. Binary planets is a little bit different. Binary planets, I don't think we have any serious connection of planet binarity to habitability. Only when we investigated it, that wasn't derived. This is somehow the solution to life in the universe, right? That was really like all good science question. As they orbit, so the formation mechanism proposed could be pretty different to prototypes. They're generally merged with it. That's why you plants. But you could have something like Jupiter and Saturn form a separate different. They dynamically gather towards one another. Not quite collide, but have a very close harmony together. Now, because tidal forces increase dramatically as the distance decreases, tides can actually take the kinetic energy and bring them bound to one another. So that seems, when we first hear that, that seems fairly contrived. Have the conditions just right, get these tides together. But numerical simulations have shown that about 10% of encounters shown binary planet, which is a startling prediction. And so that seems at odds with naively the accepted catalogue for which we know so far no binary planets. And we suppose one of the resolutions to this might be that binary planets are incredibly difficult to detect, which is also remember how they form the tidal mechanism. They form extremely close to each other, so that the higher is just a few they're almost tightly locked, facing each other. Can't really resolve time. So one next temporal resolution data distinguish that. And so you one transit, in fact it's very close together thing as one. And So yeah, we wrote a paper recently where we developed some techniques to try and get around this problem and hopefully provide a tool where we could finally look at the problem detection of the aftermath. That was our focus. How do you get around this version problem? So whether they're out there or not, we don't know. We're planning to research for them, but it remains an open question. I think just one of those astronomical curiosity questions whether binary because then binary Earth, binary Neptune, all sorts of wild stuff that would manipulate my imagination. I wonder what the physics of binary planet feels like. Maybe trivial. Think about that. I wonder if the conditioning dynamics that give multiple or gravity different parts of the surface of the sphere on another large sphere. Yeah, I would think that the force fairly simple because the shape of the object is formed to a uniform geometry, but it would be a distorted shape to objects. I think it would become elliptical facing the. It would be wild when you go like Earth or over you fly from space and you have a ball-shaped Earth. Yeah. Finally, but I wonder how crowds together because they're no, it might be kind of easy. Yeah, I mean that's so close to that whole, and I think the most critical factor would be how massive. That's always, I mean, one of the challenges is escaping planets. There's a some paper one of my colleagues wrote that suggested that super Earth planets may be inescapable. If you were a civilization born on super Earth, the surface gravity is so high, chemical potential energy of hydrogen or methane, whatever you're using, simply is at odds with the gravity of the planet itself. So it's our current rockets, I'm not sure the fraction, but maybe like 90% rockets things like that. Like the size of the Giza pyramids of tiny on the top in order to escape that atmosphere. And so it has been argued that if you want to super Earth, maybe there forever, that's space elevator. Then how do you keep them out in the absence of successful rocket program? And so the more and more we look at our Earth and think about we're facing, about the Earth, which make it ideal in many regards. It's almost right that we don't only live on a planet with such right conditions. Life, intelligent life, saying strangers happen to the ground. We have fossil fuels to get our industrial revolution going. But also the chemical energy contained within those fossil fuels and hydrogen is that we have the ability to do that gravity program. We happen to have a celestial body reach which doesn't also were the not there, what effect would that have on aspirations?
This motherfucker blasting Project Surfo podcast all fucking night. He spams me in order to talk with me in his Discord and he's not even awake. Alright.
Not so bad as like but so it is technically it's a it is like that on nuclear weapons, AI and natural or artificial things. That's not and we can argue about its merits, but there is no doubt that we live in a world that has serious challenges that pushing intellects now will of whether we really ready to progress next stage of our development. Thank you for taking the tangent more. Can we step back to Kepler 25b? about this kind of journey
I don't know who it is though.
excellent.
That's hilarious. You know who it is.
Crazy. After years of not finding anything, I was like, as a cocktail party side. I was like, yeah, but how do you? You're not interested. I want to do something that I feel potentially pushes me to the edge, and there's maybe a contribution that not no one else could do, but maybe it's not necessarily the thing that anybody could do. I don't want to just be the first thing for the sake of being the first. I want to do something that feels like intellectual contribution to our society. And so, yeah, this academic has been haunted for years. As I said, dark as a five light, and that planet is almost like but that was already people realize that black planets are quite rare. Certainly, Neptunes are extremely common. There's only about 10% of like stars around them as far as we can tell. When you say Jupiter, which aspect of Jupiter? In terms of its mass and its interaction. So anything beyond about half an AU, so half of the Earth and the Sun, and a order of a tenth of Jupiter's mass, less than the mass of Saturn, up to say 10 Jupiter masses, which is basically where you start to get brown dwarfs. Those types of objects appear to be somewhat unusual. They do not have Jupiter, which is interesting because Jupiter again likes the moon in a character story development of our solar system, perhaps especially has a large influence in the development of the late heavy bombardment, rate of asteroid impact, things like this. Anyway, to come back to 25, this planet had a hit of something in it. What I mean by that is when you look at the transit, you've got the familiar increase in star, but we saw something extra just on the edges, extra dips around the outside. It was right at the hairy edge of detectability. We didn't believe it because I think one of the challenges of looking for something for 10 years is that you become your own greatest skeptic. And no matter what you're shown, you're always thinking, I've been like falling in love so many times and it's not working out. You convince yourself it's never going to happen for me. This is going to happen. And so I saw that and I really believe it. I didn't dare let myself believe it. But being a good scientist, we had an obligation to publish it and put up and try and resolve. We asked for help with space telescope time, which was good in that case. We were one of the lucky 20. And we studied it for about 40 hours continuously. And for some context, the bits that we saw in the cabinet correspond to Neptune 2, which we are skeptical of. That we don't have that as strange. And then when we got the Hubble data, it confirmed exactly that. There was really striking evidence in the data that suggested the moon was there. I know there was a fairly clear dip in light, which clearly resolved by Hubble, but a 5 signal detection. And on top of that, the planet didn't transit as it should have done. It actually transited earlier than we expected, by about 20 minutes or so. And so that's a hallmark of a gravitational interaction. The moon expected that. You can also expect that if the moon transits after the planet, then the planet should come in earlier than expected because the Bowery center of mass is between the two of them, kind of like on a balancing arm between them. And so we saw that as well. So the phase signature matched up. The mass of the moon was measured to Neptune mass, and the size of the moon was measured gee, for anything interesting, going through the kitchen sink at it and say, you must be tricked by something. And so we tried looking at the central motion telescope, but the different wavelength channels of the pixel level information. And no matter what we did, it get rid of it. And so we committed to science. And I think at the time, Science, which is one of the top journals, said to us, would you mind doing an exomoon? And I had to push back, and we said, no, we don't want that. I don't, even despite everything, I'm not calling it a discovery, I'm calling it evidence for an exomoon. Because for me, I would want to see this repeat 3 times. I would bet my hat. This is good. I mean, and I do worry, as I said, perhaps that's my own skepticism. But I think it was the right decision. As that data came out, there has been interest in the subject. Another team independently analysed that star and recovered actually pretty much exactly the same dip, the same wobble of the planet. And a third team looked at it and actually got something different. They saw the dip diminished compared to what we saw. They saw a little hint of the dip, but not as pronounced as what we saw. And they saw the wobble as well. So there's been a little bit of tension about analysing the production of the Hubble data. And so the only way, in my mind, to resolve this is just, like again, we actually did propose to Hubble straight after that. And we said, look, if our model is right, if the moon is there, it came in late last time, it transited after the planet. Because of the orbit, we can calculate that it should transit before the planet next time. If it's not there, if it doesn't transit before, and even if we see a dip afterwards, we know that's not our moon, it's probably some instrumental effect from the data. We had a causal prediction as to where the moon should be. And so I'm really excited about that, but we didn't get the telescope time. And unfortunately, if you go further into the future, you no longer have the predictive capability because it's like the weather. You might be able to predict the weather next week with some level of accuracy, but predicting the weather next year becomes incredibly hard. The uncertainty just grow and future more and more. But how were you able to know where position you're able to tell the orbiting geometry and frequency? Yeah, so basically from the wobble itself, that tells us the orbital motion of the reflex motion. But it's in the planet. Where, like, I'm concerned about you making a prediction here because, like, if you don't get the moon where the moon leaves the next time around, if you did get that means something else. Didn't see that. Like, because you said it's instrumental. I feel the strong urge to prove your which is a really good narrative. It's a good design. Such a no signal, right? Or blurry, low resolution. Yeah, I mean it's 5 sigma signals. That's at the uncomfortable edge. I mean, that's the 20 for a first phenomenon. You really want like a 20, 25 sigma detection. Then there's no doubt that what you're seeing is real. This was at that edge. I mean, I guess it's comparable to the Higgs boson, but the Higgs boson is slightly different. There was so much theoretical steps to expect a signal at that precise location. A Neptune-sized moon was not predicted by anyone. There's no paper trying to expect Neptune-sized moon to Jupiter-sized planets. I think we were inherently skeptical about its reality for that reason. But this is science in action, and when we fit the wobbles, we fit the dips, and we have this 3D motion of the bit, and projecting that forward, we were found that about 80% of our projections led to the moon. So it's not 100%. There was maybe 20% of the cases over here, but that was a hard enough projection that we felt confident that we could refute the exit. Because what I really want, I want a refutable basis of science, a falsifiable hypothesis. How can you make progress in science if you don't have a falsifiable hypothesis? That was the case. So there's a numerical correlation with the moon that fits the data that we observe. Now make predictions based on this. Yeah. That's so cool. Okay, it's fun. These are like little solar systems that we can simulate on the computer and imagine their motion. But we are pushing things to the very limits of what's possible, and that's double-edged sword. It's both incredibly exciting intellectually, but you're always risking, to some degree, the pushing too far. So I'd like to ask you about the maybe you call there an exoservious 70 cool giant exoplanets, and then you can pick Kepler said no. I would say I'd say there's like 3 or 4 candidates at this point, of which we have published 2 of them. And to me, are quite compelling and deserve consideration. And so there are, to get a confirmed detection, at least in that case, we would need to repeat for sure. One of the problems with the other methods that have been proposed is to get that repeatability. So, for instance, an example of a technique that would lack that would be gravitational microlensing. So it's possible that a new telescope coming in the future, called the Roman Space Telescope, which is basically a purpose battle that's the size of the Hubble mirror in space. It will stare at millions of stars and it will look to see instead of whether any of those stars get dimmer for a short amount of time, which will be a transit, it will look at the opposite, it will look to see if anything is brighter. And that brightness increase is caused by another planetary system passing in front, and then gravitationally lends light around it with the brightening. And so this is a method of covering an entire solar system, but only for a glimpse. Just get a short glimpse of it passing. It's a ship sailing through the night, just that one photo of it. Now the problem with that is that it's very difficult. The physics of gravitational lensing are not surprisingly quite complicated, and so there's many solutions. You might have a solution. This could be a red dwarf star with a Jupiter-like planet around it. That's one solution. But another solution is that it's a floating planet, a rogue planet like Jupiter, with an Earth-like moving around it. And those solutions are almost indistinguishable. Now, ideally, we would be able to repeat the observation. We'd be able to go back and see, well, if the moon really is there, then we can predict its mass, motion, expect it to be over here next time or something. Microlensing is a snapshot event. And so, for me, it's intriguing as a way of revealing something about the extraterrestrial population, but I always come back to transit because it's the only method we really have that's absolutely repeatable, that will be able to come back and prove for everyone that, look, on the 17th of October, the moon will be over here, and the moon will look like this, actually capture that image. And that's what we do next. We want to get to that same conversation. But, yeah, it's been a try and push the field in that direction. That's some distance in transit. Not just transit, I say that by far the most popular method. But yeah, as I alluded to, except topic and that's largely because there are I think are waiting for those subjects. And like as I made in 1995, Shamayo and Didiko, I think it's true at the time that they were seen as mavericks. That the idea of considered science. And I'm sure many colleagues thought that why don't you more safe, like the eclipsing started. So those exist. So why are you wasting the planet? You're going to get this daily moniker or something. You'll be seen as a fringe maverick scientist. And so I think it was quite difficult for the planet to get legitimacy to be taken seriously. And so very few people risked their careers to do it, except for those that were either emboldened to try or had maybe the career, maybe like a tenure or something, so they didn't have to necessarily worry about the implications of failure. So once that happened, once they made the first discoveries, overnight, everyone and their dog was getting into exoplanets. All of a sudden, the whole making a shift in huge people that were time studying binaries, changed, becoming exoplanet scientists. And so that was the first wave of exoplanet scientists. We're now in a kind of a second wave or third wave where people, I think, to some degree, kind of grew up with the idea of exoplanets normal. I was 11 years old, I guess, when first exoplanet discovered. It was a fairly normal idea to grow up with. And so we've been trained terms of probably technosignature, astrobiology, any of the topics which are seen at the fringes of what's possible, they will all open up and become mainstream one day. But there's a lot of people who are just waiting for that assuredness that there is a career now ahead of them before they can. Yeah, it's that wider or for the first time the door to alien more serious academically studying. So I think it's pretty frank to talk about aliens. They're not like at bars and you kind of like, it'll be nice. Imagine the first time this over a living organism. That's gonna change. Then everyone looks like an idiot if they're not focusing everything on the possibility of the things. It's possible it might be boring. It might be very boring bacteria. Nice elsewhere. That changes everything. That means life is everywhere. You knew now that in 5 years, 10 years, that life will be discovered elsewhere. You need that in. It would surely affect the way you approach your entire career, especially someone who's surely be like, well, this is the direction I have to dedicate my classes, training, and my education towards that direction. All the right. And I think there's a lot of value to hedging the kind of discovery, and it feels like one of the verge of a lot of data and having better and better tools to process quantity increase discovery so open but a slam dunk it's hard to come by. Yeah, I think a lot of us are anticipating already seeing it to some degree with Venus the phosphine incident. I think before with Bill Clinton from the White House from Mars and there are inevitably going to be various claims, or at least claims which are ambiguous to some degree. There will be, for sure, a high-profile journal like Nature or Science that will one day publish a paper saying biosignature just or something like that, trapped on some other planet, and then there will be years of back and forth in the literature, and that might seem frustrating, but that's how science works. It's that's the mechanism to play of scrutinizing the intense skepticism. It's like a crucible. Burn away all relevance of whatever and so product, which is okay to believe or don't there. So there's inevitably going to be controversy and debate about it. I think you have to basically have a thick skin to some degree academically to get to that world. And you're seeing that with phosphine. It's been comfortable to watch from the outside the kind of dialogue that some scientists have about that because they get all of and you can understand why because jealousy. I don't know. As me saying that you talking. I'm sure there's some envy and jealousy involved on the behalf of those who are not original discoveries. But there's also, in any case, just involved in Venus alone, in any case of making a claim of that, especially life, because life is one of the biggest discoveries of all time, imagine scientifically. And I'm so conscious of myself when I get close to, as I said, the much smaller goals next to the everything. And so, as a scientist, we have to be guarded against our own ego. The lights in your eyes of the Nobel Prize, or the fame, fortune, and being remembered in the history books, and we all grew up in our training learning about Newton and Einstein, giants in the field, Find, Maxwell, and get the idea of individual contribution, get immortalized all time. That's seductive. It's why many of us feel that to go into maybe banking instead decide actually something about the idea of being immortalized, contributing to society in a permanent way that is more attractive than the financial reward of my skills elsewhere. To some degree, that ego can be a benefit because it brings in into our field who might otherwise be tempted by money elsewhere. But on the other hand, the closer you get, or when you start flirting with that Nobel Prize in your eyes, or you think you're on the verge of subject, very famous example is Barnard Star, the planet claimed there by trying to, and that would have been the first ever claimed. And he felt assured that it was a star method. It turned out that this planet was not there. Subsequent analyses by both analysts, theorists, and those looking at the instrumental data established fairly that there was no way this planet was there, but kind of listed it there despite overwhelming evidence that was accruing against him. And even the day he died, which was in the early 90s, I was there, even starting to make the first things. And even at that point, I think Hubble had even looked at that star and totally ruled out any possibility of what he was talking about. And so that's the problem. How do you get to a point as a scientist where you can't accept anything that comes otherwise? Because it starts out with the dream of faith, and then it ends in a stubborn refusal to ever back down.
Of course, the flip side of that, sometimes that you have the strength to carry it against the entire scientific community that resists your belief. So, was sword.
That can happen, but I guess the distinction here is evidence. In this case, the evidence was so overwhelming, it wasn't really a matter of interpretation. There was you observed this star with the same star, but with maybe 10, even 100 times greater precision, but for a much longer period of time, and there was just no doubt it was a mirage. And so that's why you have to be very careful. I always say, don't ever name my wise title, but name the planet after that you discover. I'm like, I can't ever name a planet after you because I won't be objective anymore. How could I ever turn around to you and say that planet was that I named it?
Here's somebody who talks about clearing your eyes away. They love discovery. Something, a new observation, a new idea. But I guess the point is, have that great feeling. Like, start like testing with this infection, real, different interpretations that could make this a lot less grand. First, imagine, both have the wonder and the skepticism all right.
Yeah, I think generally the more I want something to be true, the more I inherently doubt. And I think that just comes from, I grew up with a and degree like many children are that, okay, this is normal in God and the way that God created the earth. And then as I became more well read, sort of what's happening in the world scientifically, I started to doubt. And it really just struck me the hardest thing to let go of when you decide not to be religious anymore. Not really like a light bulb moment, but it's going to happen over sort of 11 to 13, I think, for me it was happening. But it's that sadness of letting go for dream, which you had in your mind of a life, for being yourself on earth, you would have this beautiful heaven to go to forever. And that's very attractive. And for me personally, that was one of the things that against them. This could be true, and it's very convenient that this could be so, and I have no evidence directly in terms of scientific sense for this hypothesis, and it just became really difficult to reconcile my growth as a scientist. And I know some people find reconciliation. I have not. Maybe I will one day. But as a general guiding principle, which I think I obtained from my experience, was that I have to be extremely guarded about what I want to be true, because it's going to sway me to say things which are not true if I'm not careful. And that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to
felt from a religion there was a little bit of a gravitational field in your opinion, like affecting how you could be implemented. Like as a I think absolutely.
yeah, I think I think that's true. That whenever there's something you want to be true, it's the ultimate seduction intellectually. I worry about that a lot with UFOs, and it's true already with things like being phosphine and astrological signal. We have to guard against it all the way through, from however we're looking for life, however we're looking for whatever the big question is. There is a part of us, I think, I would love that life in the universe. I hope there is life in the universe, but I'm somewhat been on record several times as being fairly firm about trying to remain agnostic about that question. I don't want to make up my mind about what the answer is before I've collected evidence to inform that. That's how science should work. If I already know what the answer is, what am I doing? That's not a scientific experiment anymore. You've already decided, so what's the point of doing the experiment if you already know what the answer is? There's no point.
It's so complicated. So if I'm being honest with myself, when I imagine the universe, so first thing I imagine about our world, that we certainly one know very. My first assumption is I know almost nothing about how anything works. That actually applies for things that humans like quantum mechanics, all the things that an expertise that is just like not that thing. Take all of knowledge, we know almost nothing. That's kind of an assumption I have because it's covering mystery. Like history, human history, defined by moments that okay, we pretty much figured it all out, and but later, when you said that, you didn't figure out anything. Okay, so that's like the starting. Second thing I have, I feel like the entirety of the universe is statistically, there's the important thing that enables that belief that they don't have to be human life. They can be, and it's just the fact that life exists, the way life is on Earth, that way finds a way, so many different complicated environments, finds a way. Whatever that force is, that thing has to find a way elsewhere also. But then if I'm also being honest, I don't know how many hours in a day I spend seriously considering the possibility of the world. I don't know when my heart is mind is filled with wonder, I think about all the different life that's out there. Really imagine that we're alone. Like really imagine all the vastness out there we're alone. That's not even bacteria.
I would say you don't have to believe we are alone, but you have to admit it's a possibility of our ignorance of the universe. You can have a belief about something in absence of evidence. Carl Sagan famously described that as the definition of faith. If you believe something when there's no evidence, you have faith that there's life in the universe. You can't demonstrate, you can't prove it mathematically, the evidence of that.
But is there some mathematically not one thing? Is there some value to that?
Well, I think we're always you can make a very good argument. I think you can't just the fact that surely that's further down hard to order of 10 to 22 one of those 10 to 23 you're saying why is it a different process? Why, and I would say why shouldn't it be a different process? Which isn't really a good debate. Let's just say that we have knowledge about natural selection. We think we understand that process. There's no information about the earliest stages of how life emerged on our planet. It may be you're right, and it is a part of a continuum. It may be it is a distinct, improbable set of circumstances that led to the emergence. As a scientist, I'm trying to be open-minded with those possibilities. If I assert that life is everywhere, me, when the risk of experimental bias, if you think you know what the answer is, look at an Earth-like planet and you a precondition to think that 90% chance of life on this planet, it's going to, at some level, affect your interpretation.
Blowing up gang signs like the pins that they are. West Side. That is shit. My people. That's really cool.
Yeah, but I wonder sort of, and that's here, inspiring here. I wonder first truth develop, and then we'll eventually explain as actually
Look at this athleticism.
a step number. Saying it's kind of first fortune. Again, like it shows.
It's the number one champion now. It's the other guy to you're the hottest in the world. Oh, dog. Dog.
More broader, and it's exploration of chemical networks. And what we call this one particular chemistry, this favorite chemistry line. But it is just one manifestation of all the trillions of possible permutations of chemical reactions can occur. And we search special because that's what we are. And so this is also intelligence is the same thing as we're looking for intelligent life. Where do you define intelligence? Where's that continuum of something that's like us? Then maybe out there.
And I gotta take a dump. Oh, dog. Dog. Dog, I gotta take such a shit. Dog. Oh. Taking forward. I don't have a good one. Oh, I gotta dump. I gotta take a shit. I gotta take a shit. Perhaps it's still some common shit. Look at this athleticism.
I'm open to ideas.
I just this process giving us just like that. Go. I gotta take a shit. I gotta take a shit, no matter what. That money on my mind and we're getting enough. Everybody's bodies go up. And they stay there. And they stay there. And they stay up, down, up, down, up, down. Because all I do is shit.
That's why bacteria. I try as fun as it is to get into speculation about the life and what life does and gross network of possibilities. Honestly, for me, the strongest argument for remaining agnostic we've seen it. I mean, first of all, I talked about my channel, maybe last year or 2 years ago. You know, he was a very famous astronomer who, in the 19th century, was claiming the evidence of canals on Mars. And from his perspective, and even at the time, culturally, it was widely accepted that Mars would, of course, have life. I mean, I think it's worse, but it was kind of we found that that, well, of course, there must be life in the universe. How could it be? Yes, it seemed obvious that when you looked at Mars with its polar caps, atmosphere, it seemed obvious to them that that place where life not only was present but had emerged with civilization, which was fairly comparable to their own. It was the canal system. Of course, the canal system are technically to us, but it was a product of their time. Then that was emerging technology. It should be a warning shot, actually, a little bit for us that solar panels or building Starlink or whatever, space mining, like an inevitable step in the future, that may be laughably antiquated compared to what other civilizations far more advanced than us may be doing. And anyway, first of all, he, I think, was a product of his time that he thought life was there. Inevitably, he wrote about it extensively. And so when he saw these lines, these layer on the surface of Mars, to him it was just obvious that we were canals. And that was experimental science playing out. He was told, for one, that he had basically the greatest eyesight out of any of his peers, an ophthalmologist who ran that in Boston, that his eyesight was, you know, absolutely spectacular. So he was convinced everything he saw was real. And secondly, he was convinced there was life there, and so to him it just added up. And then that kind of wasted, you know, decades of research of the idea of Mars being inhabited by this canal civilization. But on the other hand, it's maybe not always because it is a lesson in history of how we should be always on guard against our own perceptions and biases about whether life is out there, and furthermore, what types of things life might do if it is there.
If I were running simulation, we also talk about but if I were running a simulation, I would definitely go with an alien and just be mentally freak out for hours at a time. You for sure would have thought you will convince you lost your mind. Yeah, but no, not that. But I mean, like, discover life, discover new physical phenomena. I think the right approach is definitely to be very, very careful about things true. That's
yeah.
really
I would say I'm not like some extreme nihilist of evidence. If there was compelling evidence that life on another planet, I would be the first one to be celebrating that and taking hands to the alien on the White House lawn. That would be, you know, I grew up with Star Trek, and that was my fantasy, was to, you know, be Captain Kirk and fly across the stars in the civilization. So there's nothing more I'd want to be true, as I said, but we just have to guard against it when we're assessing data. But I have to say I'm very skeptical that we will ever have that Star Trek moment. even if there are other civilizations out there, they're never going to be at the point which is in technological lockstep with us, this level of development, even intellectually, the idea that they could have a conversation with us, even through a translator. I mean, we can't communicate with humpback whales. We're talking to them in a way. We can put bark orders at them, but we can't have abstract conversations with them about things. And so the idea that we will ever have that fulfilling conversation, I'm skeptical. But I think a lot of us are drawn to that. It is maybe a replacement for God to some degree. That's one of the biggest civilization that might step in there of our ways and the wisdom of our civilization. But it could equally be a giant fungus that doesn't even understand the idea of socialization, because it's the only entity on this planet. It just hovers over the entire surface, and it's incredibly intelligent, because maybe each node communicates with each other and creates a giant neural net, but it has no sense of what communication is. So alien life is out there is surely extremely diverse. I'm pretty skeptical that we'll ever get that fantasy moment I always had as a kid, having a dialogue with a civilization.
Dialogue. Yes. What about noticing? So one thing we're talking about is getting signatures, techno signatures out of the planet. Maybe I feel extremely lucky in our lifetime to be able evidence of life on Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. What about the external smart? What would those?
That's a hard question to answer because we are essentially engaging in degree. What are the activities of another civilization? A lot of that is
What is the word xenopsychology and project?
And maybe I'm just fabricating the word really, but it's trying to guess at the machination, motivation of another was completely different from us.
It's like you said, external psychology.
Yeah, alien psychology, another way of making it more grounded. But we can't really guess at their motivation well, but we can look at the sorts of behaviors we engage in and at least look for them. We're always guilty that when we look for biosignatures, we're really looking for, even when we look for planets, we're looking for templates of Earth. When we look for biosignatures, we're looking for templates of Earth-based life. When we look for template signatures, we tend to be looking for templates of our own behaviors or extrapolations of our behavior. So exactly, there's a very long list that people have looked for. The earliest ones were, of course, radio. That was sort of Project Bosma, that Frank Drake was trying to look for radio signatures, which could either be blurting out high-power radio signals saying, hey, we're here, or could even have encoded within them galactic encyclopedias for us to unlock, which would have been a lore of the radio technique. But there could also be unintentional signatures. For example, you could have like satellite systems that we produce around the Earth, Starlink type systems, you could detect the glimpse of life. And then on the further side of the far beyond like like have Dyson covering it basically stars completely covered by some kind of structure which collects all the light from the star to power the civilization. And that would be really transferring all of the matters in red light, incredibly red star, one that was not present at all. So that would be interesting. Is there ever that's a period up there for the strong influence? There has been. Yeah, there has been. And there's been, I think in the literature there was one with the IRAS satellite, which was IRAS satellite. They targeted, I think, a order of 100,000 nearby stars and found no convincing examples of what looked like a Dyson star. And then Jason Wright extended it, I think, using WIDE, which is another infrared satellite, look around galaxies. Could an entire galaxy have been immersed in Dyson or a significant fraction of the galaxy, which is basically the Kardashev type tree, right? It's basically massive galactic pool of resources. And again, out of 100,000 nearby galaxies, there appears to be no examples of galaxies that by no means they don't exist or don't happen, but it seems like it's not behavior for a civilization to get to that stage of development and harvesting the entire stellar output.
I mean, LIGO is if that kind of starts that compared to the power cosmic phenomenon.
Yeah, I mean, the whole nuclear universe, not just astrophysics, but potentially well. I have to say, the warp drives, I am skeptical that warp drives have kind of fundamental have relative travel, or causality. You only choose two of those. You really can't have all three in a universe. You have basically end up with the possibility of these kind of temporal paradoxes, time loops, grandfather paradoxes.
Well, can't there be pocket causality? Like where the like causality?
You could design it in that way. You could, if you had a warp drive, or you could be, you could very careful of the way you use it so as to not cause paradoxes or local area or something. But the real fundamental problem is have the ability to do it. So in a vast universe, if time machines were all over the place, risk of someone doing it, right? Of somebody having the option of actually breaking the universe. So there's a fundamental problem. Hawking has this chronological function conjecture where he says that essentially this just can't be allowed because it breaks all our laws of physics if time travel is possible. Correct. Yeah. And so the issue with relativity, I mean, that's the point. It's a current law of physics, so you have to look at our current law of relativity makes sense how FTL could live in our universe because you can't have both the FTL and plane together.
Not only FTL has quantum mechanics, so it's like all regular as a process maybe about the work average yes, it doesn't have to down travel really go by like they'll be like actually depends on one problem with this like the start of that one problem one but when it arrives at destination it needs to be flex fast has like a horizon in front of it and so the flex all the radiation at the front as it arrives all that radiation gets completely exterminate the planet it arrives at that radiation within the shell itself radiation occurs in the shell which is dangerous and then it also has it raises all sorts of exacerbation of early paradox so you might be able to explain why a galactic empire I mean, even here is hard you might be able to explain why we don't say galactic empire everybody's limited to rocket speeds of like or something but it's a lot harder to explain why stars populated by galactic empires when warp drive is impossible because it makes expansion so much more trivial that it makes our life harder. There's some wonderful information work being done in Rothschild where they actually simulate stars in the galaxy or a fraction of them and they spawn a civilization in one of them and they let it look like very mixing of the stars themselves because the stars are not static, they're in orbit at the galactic center and they cross paths with each other. If you just have a range of 5 light years and your speed is of order of than the speed of light, maximum you can muster, you can populate the entire galaxy in about a million years or so. So another a fraction of the light. And so this raises fairly serious problems. If any civilization in entire history of the galaxy decides to do that, then it should be here or live in a rare pocket where they chose not to populate to. And so this is sometimes called a back day. Back day. Back day is that a civilization is not here now, and a civilization is not in the present. And that's a difficult result
translation of our own technology actually populate a galaxy far faster than galactic history.
So, me, by the way, from product to product. Like, there are everybody, but leaving that aside, I think we should be a very obvious look up that it's required. Like, where as the stars and as the stars that are being leveraging stars. I just don't that maybe we can there's a position running just from an astronomy perspective, the way the stars.
I mean, it depends exactly what they're doing, but I mean, the Dyson example is one where thousands by galaxies, right, they are not all been transformed to Dyson collected. You could also imagine that things like read a paper this recently, star lifting, the life of a star by mass off the star, so you would doing stellar engineering. If you're doing a huge amount of asteroid mining, you would have a spectral signature filling dust by doing that. There'd be free from that activity. And so there are some limits on this. Quite massive. It's very difficult. As it fragment orbited star, and it turned out versions of that star, especially amateurs as well, that the chromatic, which was a real important clue that probably wasn't a solid structure around it, likely to be dust is chromatic. But chromatic colors blocks out more red light. Should do that. That was one of the implications, and the behavior of in the way the light changed, it changed across wavelength was but that's very hard. I mean, the real problem with alien hunting in one problem. Well, actually, I think we didn't agree with any alien and they have found it's almost no phenomenon. It's just a way of creating illusion. Second one would be bounded avoidance capacity. So I might see a UFO tomorrow, then the next day, then predict I can see it on Thursday. And I don't get out of that. It's like, well, that's normal. So you could never fly on another planet or another star. It's finally the one is that you have to understand the universe. So by phenomena where the stars get done for that, so the phenomena is interesting. What the stars are because it can actually completely different. And so that happens. Hollywood. Like that's a Mars. That's one that that is our fallback. Well, fail, we're gonna give us some awesome way. So and even a image that always that compels us like the universe on surrounding why the research is funded. Always the frontier to knowledge. And what if we'll be able to discover projects kind of basically like a that's like a process in a very interesting way. But it is about chemistry, it is about method, chemistry, interesting, complex chemistry, process, storing information, propagating information over time. I mean, and what a gray area for a living organism call an alien. Interesting. Information is a really way frame what we're looking for though, because then you're divorced from the assumption about civilization necessarily or anything like that. So any kind of information mix that take like the light curve from Voyager star and ask what is the minimum number of free parameters or the minimum information content that must be encoded like and the hope is that maybe from will be from a radio that has 1,000 megabytes of parameters actually that's clearly at that point not the product process with natural process imagine first. So thinking even if we can't decode actually I'm skeptical to be able to decode it in our lifetime decades to fully figure out what it's trying to tell us. But if there was there know that there is high information content and there is complexity and that there is a communication information transfer where information what exactly they're trying to say. Would again
wild question. But really, what's kind of signal in our lifetime? What kind of things might happen, could possibly happen, where what security strong here. Yeah, that's some video because that's the challenge. Yeah, interrupted. Where your brain, like, I know it's ambiguous. I think if you had something, I can imagine something like a prime number or a mathematical sequence like the Fibonacci series, something being mathematically well, right. Prime there's no natural that produces prime number abstract mathematical concepts that I'm aware detecting people that were following that. It was pretty clear to me. I could unuse the Hydrogen lines by specific first like hydrogen line by a abstract mathematical concept that would apply strongly to the behind the scenes. That's very stored in this. So let's think about radio waves. But the information, I mean, that's very good idea. What kind of fun way? I this conversation time and around it right now, but I just but as Allison one is required but now about I suppose that there was a proposal by one of my colleagues Donald inspired a lot of us and he built us you can see sheet material that transfers to the star maybe one uh, passes across the earth then three then five then seven so you can follow the time to the communication that manufacture those but they don't require any energy source because they're just sheets of material would eventually degrade like maybe that would stabilize. They should have lifetime being the lifetime of any battery or mechanical electronic system that we could at least without technology could do and so you can imagine if setting that how could you encode not just prime number sequence but maybe of this very complex as we speak encode more and more information through the way that maybe code imagine a lower layer of information primary sequence but look like smaller pretty was a method telling you how mind control being able to better and better like you're ready yeah
mean, 1,000 stars that launch all the time. Photos right now, and that for have tested have and people are narrowing like look at the sector or the most impossible that anything about the signal chain. Just look at any signal chain. Think of it kind of learn the template of the from the data itself, and then we do like a matching that repeats many data. And so we actually applied that and found a bunch of interesting stuff, but we didn't see anything that was the primary sequence, at least on the kept the data. But that's 200,000 stars, which sounds like a lot, but compared to billion stars in the Milky Way, it's really just scratching the surface.
The one much more generalized one, press, general press, better and better machine learning that automatically figure out, analyze the data, press it, yield it, something to some reason. But then, question really,
Look at the our receiver method. They were fairly careful with their pixelation of this image they sent to try and make it as interpretable as possible. That even a dumb alien would be able to figure out to show you here, because the convention that built in and so if you're assuming they know how to do MP3, particularly compression algorithm, I'm sure they could eventually reverse engineer it and figure it out, but you're making it harder for them to get to that point. So maybe I was thinking you probably would have a tier system where you probably have some lower tier key system, and then maybe beneath that you'd have a deeper compressed layer of more in-depth information.
what about maybe observing actual objects? The person put here source of inspiration. You tweeted that it's interesting to ponder that more clouds are ever mined by aliens, mining equipment for billions of Bitcoin. In our Oort cloud, the Oort clouds are they extend pretty far outside the actual star. That so mining equipment, boring mining out there. I don't know if there's something about Oort clouds themselves that are interesting and about shiny lighted mining and
That's sort. I mean, that's kind of the trickiest field of technical working for life, my inspiration and joy, more sort of thing. That's a whole thread on it about the. So in this case, I would by kind of earlier that stars are not static. Galaxies, stars, and galaxies. But stars are not only orbiting around, so changing. In fact, photographic kids around trace that was stars actually so the close always that closer to light, and that's happening just that will happen years. That's been happening really very galaxy and going back in time actually with stars at different stages. And those stars are so close that they're all clouds intermix with one another. Cloud can extend out to from the Earth as that exactly probably doesn't really have a different
on all clouds. I don't know
these patterns, but without action around it. It kind of like the asteroid belt related to the Kuiper belt. Further beyond that, you can go as direction. Object scattered through direction. And so those objects are especially one day, one morning, find water embedded in those salad. Or tiny, tiny beyond cloud, which are actually planet. Not just very, very, that's why that's fantastic. Larger, the amount of light it reflects, power, never back. Also, as wonder, all clouds, that all clouds, next clouds. So what cloud belongs on the back by this time the first episode as it makes large so summit ability to stuff that one that essentially in like that was so that was goes on because on a like you know perhaps a lot of which probably where you're right. There's 100 years to make our own universe like that there's only changed quite recently gravitational waves now so and hopefully we'll I guess right so maybe able to get neutrino messages hypothesize as well to there's a growing interest in what's called message astronomy now. It's not just messages of light, but messages from the typical packets of information that are coming our way. But when it comes to the outer solar system, light really is our only window. There's two ways of doing that. One is you can have the light from the cloud object itself, as I said, very, very difficult. There's another belt, especially called aquaculture. Just very, very brief moment, for less than a second. Very but now we're doing cameras thousands and yet good at astronomical fidelity. These very fast get these fraction patterns that come around look at. That's I kind of love it because it's like passive radar. You have these highlighted inside the black sphere. There are unknown things wandering around that we are trying to discover. Sometimes they will have such blocks of light, so we can tell that it's there, and it's not an active radar because actually anything to get a reflection of, which is what the sun does. Light comes off it. In fact, that's like an active radar system, like a passive radar system, very intensely. I'm kind of so fascinated by that idea that we can map out rich architecture of the outer solar system just by doing something that we could have done a long time ago, which is the right way, just tuning that instrumentation, the correct way of not listening, but using the universe to catch those objects. Yeah, I mean, it's really fascinating. It's almost obvious that your efforts on like will have through your transit timing. I was transit timing, the base planetary and the planet satellite loop of all the process. Yeah, I think revolutionized both vessels. And I mean, that revolution has happened several times. When we test the tree, that was, I think, the 70th planet or the 8th planet when it was first discovered, and then Aries, and there was a bunch of asteroid objects, Jane. And so for a while, the textbooks had there was some planets in the system, and then that was just new capabilities emerging to detect those more objects. And then we switched that up and said, no, we're going to change the definition of the planet. And then the same thing happened when we started looking at the skirts of the solar system. Again, we found Eris, we found Sedna, these objects which resembled Pluto, and the more and more of them we found, and eventually, again, had to rethink the way you can contextualize what a planet is, what the nature of the outer solar system is. So regardless of what you think about space, about whether it is an incredible achievement that we were able to transform our view of the solar system in a matter of years by basically charge controlled devices, things in cameras. Those inventions that device allow us to detect objects much further away, much later, and reveal all the stuff that that's the beauty of astronomy. Think about this, do you imagine Jesus traveling in the next 100 years? And if you transport 100 years, you look what? High resolution. Holy crap. What's surprising is like holy crap, there's like another one would be just holy like yeah, I think when I do fly by more than 100 meters, 500 meters, so even that, I can relative
That was great. Like,
You walked into the party. You were walking onto a yacht. TGP dipped below one eye. Your scarlet was Africa. You had one eye in the mirror. As you watched yourself go by. And all the girls dream that they'd be your partner. They'd be your partner. You're so brave. You probably think this song is about you. You're so brave, so brave. You bet you think this song is about you. Don't you, don't you? You had me say years ago. And I was still quite naive when you said that we made such a pretty pair, and that you would never leave. That you gave away the things you love, and one of them was me. I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffin. You walked into the party. You were walking onto a yacht. Strategically dipped below one eye. Your scarlet was apricot. You had one eye in the mirror as you watched yourself go by. And all the girls dreamed that they'd be your partner. They'd be your partner. And you're so brave. You probably think this song is about you. You're so brave. I'll bet you think this song is about you. Don't you, don't you? You had me several years ago when I was still quite naive. When you said that we made such a pretty pair, and that you would never leave, but you gave away. That was sick. One of them was me. I had some dreams. They were clouds in my coffin, clouds in my coffin, and you're so vain. I bet you think that song is about you. Don't you? Don't you? Well, we went in Saratoga Springs and your heart naturally won. When you knew your legion up to Nova Scotia to see a total eclipse of the sun. Well, you gave away the things you love, and one of them was me. And
telescope always has angular resolution on the surface and the magnification, how much brighter the object gets that your object. That's what the event horizon telescope is. It trades off amplification or magnification for resolution. That's what it wanted, that high resolution, but it doesn't really have much photon collecting power. The telescope is very small. The periscope is different because it is literally collecting light. The light bucket is much bigger. So that gives you both benefits. Not only the high resolution,
eclipse of the sun, and you gave away the things you love, and one of them was me. I walk in the parties the way you walk on the yachts. I don't know what that means, but I like it. We walked into the party like you were walking into a yacht. You're strategically below one eye. Your scarlet was apricot. Wicked, but things you love, and one of them was me. Away the things you love, and one of them was me. I had some dreams, there were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee, and you're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, you're so vain. I bet you think this song is about you. Girl, don't you, don't you? I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee, and you're so vain. You probably think the song is about you. You're so vain, you're so vain. I'll bet you think the song is about you. Don't you, don't you? I went up Saratoga, and your horse naturally run. And you flew your Learjet up to Nova Scotia to see a total eclipse of the sun. Well, you're where you should be on the
having a slightly different facial separation will arrive at the texture. One may be more as a straight pattern wiggles down a bit more before it arrives. It gives appearance light. And when you're trying to finish reconstruction, so the way they correct it is that if this path has to travel a little bit faster, the straight one goes faster and the wiggly one takes longer. The mirror is deformable, so you actually bend the mirror on the straight one down a little bit to make it equivalent light pattern. So the mirror itself has all these little actuators made up of like thousands of elements, like a liquid mirror, because they can manipulate kind of real time. And so these being deformations of the atmosphere corrections to the mirror to account for that. it would be that's a very challenging thing. Normally, when you use that optic, you're looking straight up, so your pupils are very close to straight up. If you look at the horizon, basically never do astronomical observation because you're looking through your atmosphere. So if you go straight up, you're looking at the thinnest portion of atmosphere possible. But as you go closer and closer to the horizon, you're increasing what we call the air mass, the amount of air you have to travel through. So here, it's kind of the worst case. We're going through the entire atmosphere, in and out of the telescope. Unprecedented much credit for that. So yeah, I would say it's probably simpler, at least for test proof of principle, just to test. Now, speaking of
some dreams, they were clouds in coffee, clouds in my coffee. You're so bright.
if we find some
Things you love, and one of them was me. I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee. Things you love, and one of them was me. I had things you love, and one of them was me. I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee. You're so brave. You probably think this song is about you. You're so brave. I bet you think this song is about you. Don't you? Don't you? Don't you? Some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee, yeah. You're so brave. You probably think the song is about you. You're so brave. I bet you think the song is about you. Don't you? Don't you? When I went up to Saratoga, and your heart's naturally won. The way that things you love. When I went up to Saratoga, and your heart's naturally won.
it has to survive the journey. Back then, ways deconstruction, which is then back to that environment, which is real time, that represents what that should be on the surface.
You walk,
you can do that.
probably think this song, probably don't you, when I hear you went up to Saratoga, and your heart's naturally warm. Don't, and one of them was me. I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee, and you're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. You're so vain, you're so vain. I bet you think this song is about you. Don't you, don't you, don't you? I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee, and you're so vain. I bet you think this song is about you. You're so vain, so vain. I bet you think this song is about you. Don't you, don't you? When I hear you went to Saratoga, and your heart's naturally warm, then you leave your living to Nova Scotia to see the total eclipse of the sun. When you're where you should be all the time, and when you're not, you're with someone who's far over wife of a close friend, wife of a close friend, and oh, so vain. You probably think the song is about you. You're so vain, you're so vain. I bet you think this song is about you. Don't you, don't you? So vain. You probably think the song is about you. You're so vain. You think the song is about you. You're so vain. That was so sick. Oh, your heart's naturally one. Zuckerberg sucks so much fucking cock. His shit sucks. I can't believe people pay him for advertising because his shit sucks dick. When you should be all the time. And when, dude, not this shit version. Dude, worse. This is literally what I've been playing for the past like 15 minutes. What the fuck is this shit?
Away and break. So,
on top of all this, there's photons that you're talking about. A lot of work on photons. Garbage outside.
Sunday. Some on the sky, or the wife of a close friend, wife of a close friend, and you're so vain. Nobody's talked about me in like 8 hours, and it's starting to concern me. Who is this guy? The wife of a close friend, wife of a close friend, and you're so vain. You probably think the song is about you. You're so vain. You probably think the song is about you. You're the wife of a close friend, wife of a close friend. Da, 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 da. You're so vain.
Not everything space. There's a calculable amount of change that's accomplished that. Energy have access to civilization. So here's what your aspiration is. But it might not be, but it's heavy thing. It's just work. So yeah, it could be computation. Right. It could be more larger computation, which is where we're headed. The very fast increase um, the scale and quality outside the brain, the artificial. I mean, computation, great example. Already, I think it's like 10 US power use is going. So there's a vast amount of current engineers already computing. Surely, only increase over time. If we start anything like mind uploading or creating later reality, that cost a dominant force of our engine. That point, if civilization completely moves over to. So
Otherwise, oh fuck, of a close friend, wife of a close friend, blah 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 blah. You're so vain. You probably think the song is about you. You're so vain. Oh, the wife of a close friend, wife of a close friend. You're so vain.
Negligible traction around energy requirements if you got to that stage of development. And so there has to be a breakthrough in your ability to harvest solar energy, which would require maybe space array, a solar panel, and that down, or some development innovation.
Oh no, why? Oh, but close friend.
This is a really
I bet you think the song is about you. You're so vain. I bet you think that song is about you.
on that energy, otherwise you're dramatically change the more energy you create, the more energy you use, more the higher the imperative. But also not just to keep your kind of as a side sometimes interested in engineering. So what kind of architecture are interested in? I mean, an idea. Yeah. One of the classic ideas is own cylinder stands for these are like two rotating structures. Device space, so it's basically in this equal force as artificial gravity. And so these are structures that can be many kilometers across, still floating in space, could potentially habitat billions of people in orbit of the Earth. Of course, you can imagine having if the expanse job, I think, going into exploration and solar system and having any object or near Earth objects and asteroids inhabited by mining colonies. Ideas we played around with our group is
A moment in the sun.
a quasi is an extension. Again, we look at an extension idea that time. Idea proposed I just like what was going on there. The only satellites, um, gravitational really having fun with thinking about space and stuff. The satellite is basically a but it's a solar sail. The outward force of radiation pressure equals so it doesn't mean you're not getting the translation of it's just so you're
What if I'm in the milk of any race? You're now listening to the skateboard P in the Louis Vuitton dime.
allows you to do is you want to track it to the
This shit's the coolest shit of all time. The coolest shit of all time. Look at that bird. Well, you're where you should be all of the time. When you're not, you're with someone the world stops by, or the wife of a close friend. Wife of a close friend. Blah, 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 blah. You're no way. Yeah, I think this song is about you. You're so bad. So bad. Yeah, I think this song. Don't you? Don't you?
leverage natural funds. That's always the case with the my money's with pricing rather than not trying to stick to energy. Actually, gravitate. So that's like energy, but it's gravitate having stand object reflection. So raw like that is very it's where I think having to reinvent and use the base infrastructure if you like the astrophysics is really there to benefit.
I think long in history, probably natural phenomena is what left the open there. That's why natural long. I don't know what that's some kind of thing that artificial there. But again, brings the topic AI. How much traveling out there, international travel, or how much are those occupied by AI? What would what would be the link organ? Yeah, it's depressing by AI. There's it has I mean it has the last playing catching this knowledge
change can you've been promised revolution in singularity for a long time, but it really seems to be stepping up its pace of development. And so that's interesting because someone who looks really in like how they're universe, it sort of implies that our current state of development is highly transitional. That you go back the last 4.5 million years, if you go back last 1,000 years of civilization before energy, and then over the last 100 years, it's something like
And when you're not, you're with some underworld spy or the wife of a close friend. Your soulmate. I bet you think this song is about you, don't you? Dude, no one's tweeted about me in months. What does this rabbi want from me? I don't really know. Of course, the fucking rabbi showed up. Damn, you got all my links in there. Thanks, baby. Jay, you made my fucking day. Please talk with Rabbi. Linktree. You got it, dog. Having the black people again, because apparently some people don't understand what it means. This applies. That fucking rabbi, of course, that fucking rabbi showed up. Thank you, Doug. I was just sitting here like, no one cares about me. And then Jay comes through and he's like, hey, baby, how would you like me to retweet? I was like, oh, you're the best, Jay. Jay's the man. Jay, you made my fucking day. You see this fucking smile on my face? Jay brought it there. Of course, that fucking rabbi showed up. Please talk with Rabbi. Linktree. YouTube. AMA blog. Discord. Bing bang boom, baby. Sickest shit. The sickest shit of all time. Of course, that fucking rabbi shows up. Oh, that is amazing. Everybody knows how sick the shit is. Wiki, 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 wow. Wiki, wiki, wow. Wild, Wild West. Jim West. Desperado. Rough Rider. No, you don't want none of this. Six gunning this. Purple running this. Buffalo Soldier. Don't want nothing but a good time. How can I resist? Ain't looking for nothing but a good time, and it don't get better than that. What's with the thing?
So, Jay, look, it's only a couple more records left on the album,
Doug,
man.
no one gives a shit about that garbage. I gotta take a shit, though. No one gives a shit about your stupid ass children. They turned out to be garbage. No, I mean, nobody's garbage, but what have they done? But name one fucking thing that loser douche has done except wear a fucking house on his head. No one knows. So, Jaden, at what point did I fuck up with you? Was it when your mom was around that red table? Or when, dog, this is the worst. And don't, dude, nobody wants this fucking song. When I was a kid, I thought the Drew Hill part, I think it's Drew Hill, was Stevie Wonder. It's a Stevie Wonder song, though. Wicked, wicked, wow. Wicked, wicked, wild, wild west. No intro. Wow. Wicked, wicked, wow. Wicked, wicked, wow, wicked, wow, wow, west. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want that. This six gun in this, brother, brother, this Buffalo soldier. Look, it's like I told you. Any damn to the thin stretch. Behind that dress when she meet Jim West. All the time, don't let your hip react. You don't want to see my hand with my hip react. Anonymous from the start of this, running the game. Change West, change the West. Remember the name. That's who you want to call FGB. Now who you going to call GWG. And you want to get quick. If you want to work quick out, you'll be getting from blood. That's the Wild Wild West. When I roll into the Wild Wild West. When I scroll into the Wild Wild West. When I bounce into the Wild Wild West. It's so the Wild that man lost his hand in the west. Love less, getting never down, nothing less. Now I must put this behind the rest. Living in the shadows, in the south, ready for battle. Bring on your poison. Behind my back on it. I said, count your kid. Brother, your help. Looking damn good. So if I can say it myself, told me love is a man. But I don't care that he got bad weapons too. Rough Rider, no, you don't want that. This gunning is brother running this Buffalo soldier. Looking like I told you. Oh man, that was crazy. This isn't even a thing. Wow. Wow, West. Smells like queef. What is this bullshit? Wow. Wow, West. Jim West. This guy sucks. Dude, you didn't do it right. No, dude, you gotta do the thing. Sucks. Wow. Wicked, wow. Wicked, wow, West. Jim West. Wicked, wow. Wicked, West. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want none. None of this six gun in this, brother, none of this Buffalo soldier. Look, it's like I told you. It ain't down to the thin shit. Be out of that chest once you meet Jim West. Real kind of fact, there's a round of flag. One step, you know, hold your side. Spotted this flag. Don't let your hip be at. You don't want to see my hand where my hip be at. Anonymous from the start of this, running the game. James West, taming the West. We're going to name. Not who you gonna go, not the GB. Not who you gonna GWG. If you want to take quick, if you want to break out. And when you get from rush, that's the Wild Wild West. When I roll into the Wild Wild West. When I stroll into the Wild Wild West. When I bounce into the Wild Wild West. It's going so crazy. The Wild Wild West. The Wild West. The wild, 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 now. Once upon a time in the West, man made fun of time out in the West. Red, red, sticky, down, down, look at us. Now I'm lost. And we have a mess. Then we battle, we get the saddle, we battle. Bring all your boys in. Behind the back, hold him up in the dead. Front and center. When you look at kid, who that is? Me, brother. Yeah, you damn good know if I can see myself. Tell me love is a madman. Gotta be that trying to bring down me, the champion. That was so sick.
Gunning this, brother running this, from no soldier. Look, it's like I told you. Any damsel that's in distress, be out of that dress when she meet Jim West. Rough nuts, so go check them on the vibe. Watch your step, reflex, and get pulled in your side. Swallow your pride, don't let your lip react. You don't wanna see my hand where my hip be at. With Artemis from the start of it, running the game. James West, taming the West, so remember the name. Now who you gonna call? Now who you gonna call?
That was one of the sickest things of all time. The sickest shit of all time. Shout out to Jay Ani Rocky. Dog, you're the best. Oh, they deleted it. Jay Ani. Jay. In the shadow, ready for battle. Bring all your boys in. Protect your boys in. Dude, Jay. Jay, you took down your post. Jay, I said you made my day. A do. Wiki wiki wow. Wiki wow wow west. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want none of this 6 money, this papa running this Buffalo Soldier. Look, it's like I told ya. But any damn in distress, be out of that dress. When she meet Jim West. Behind my back, all the ribbon you get. Front and center. Oh, how you look at kid. Who that is? I mean, brother, yeah. Looking damn good. Know if I could say it myself. Told me my bliss was a madman, but I don't feel that. She got mad weapons too, and trying to hit me, trying to bring down me, the champion. I got a fucking headache. Understand me, son. You need to back in there. Who that is? None of that shit. Wiki, wow. Wiki, wow. Wow.
Hills, octopuses, crows, ravens. So it's quite possible that these are all manifestations of the same thing, and we're not distinct class, except for the fact that technology is intelligent. And we classify that separately, but from a biological perspective, it's really just all part of it. So that's why when we talk about you putting yourself in a box, but the walls of that box are obviously a construct of our own arrogance that we are something. And but I was also from us that possible that all kinds of living ecosystems they just don't have interest in technology. Maybe technology the parasitic thing. Maybe that's actually one of the realities, whatever broad category. That's parasitic thing. It just disperses. Cancer, lie ahead of us. Ahead of us. Could it be behind us? It's the advent of technology. Is a rare occurrence. The Fermi paradox. And so that's
Oh, dude, do that one song. In the sun. Dude, that song's sick as fuck. No, shine on. On and on and on and on and on. Hey, do you want to rate Instagram? No. How about I will tell you when I want to fucking rate you? Don't you ask. Instant karma? I don't even know what that is. No one knows. No one knows. So it makes it. Oh. Are they playing the guitar? Gonna knock you right in the head. And we all shine on. He's sick. Dude, that was sick when you were playing the guitar when they were really playing the thing. Instagram is gonna get you. It's gonna be around the head. You better get yourself together. You guys will be dead. All you want is love. And it's gonna be basic love. What else you got to do? It's up to you. It's you. It's the trouble that gets you. Just go together, and join the human race. Now where you gonna see? Not anyone like me. You are a superstar. Well, right you are. Really cool. The camera's gonna get you. And it's you right in the head. You better get yourself together. Pretty soon you're gonna be dead. How the world is gonna smile. That gonna take the love. What you gonna do? It's up to you. Yeah, you. It's the problem that's gonna get you. Bad in the face. Get it together. Then the human race. Yeah, you can see. Something wrong like me. I really are. A superstar. Yeah, right you are. Oh, shine on. Oh, shine. We all shine on. We all, we all. It's the promise that gets you. Peace. Living as a lover. Ever made me. How you take it off? Having a face of love. Right, you are. That was so sick when you were like, you go like this, and then you were like this. So
The voyage to going back on board. It's not like anybody's because they're just drifting in space and they eventually mechanically die and not produce anything they want to start. So which is like kind of stuff. I've always said to my co-host that the best places that maybe sunlight that has no
like the moon and the stars and the sun. Yeah, we all shine on. Everyone, don't come on. It's the karma's gonna get you right in the face. My childhood rabbi told me that, yo, dog, let me just tell you this. This is just some motherfucker who sits in his bed all day and jerks himself raw, singing on Instagram. That's who your childhood rabbi is, dog. Now, my childhood rabbi, hey, guess what? No one gives a flying fuck. Victor Miller, this dick. Laugh in the face of love. What on earth do you think you are? A superstar. All right, you are. Oh, we all shine on like the moon, the stars, and the sun. Oh, we all shine on. Everyone, y'all come on. I'm just loving fun. The wheels go round and round. I really like to watch them go. And make it around. I just have to let you know. I just have to let you know. When the river come round, I just have to let you know. I just have to let you go. Dog, no one's talking about me all day. Jay did. I got K. K's amazing. Oh my god, I don't want to chat live with Rabbi on Discord now. Everyone loves you, K. Sarah Boobs. These people. You people. It's so real, so real, so real, so real, so real, so real, so real. Whoa! Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Woo! Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, 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 she can dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it, I can dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Woo! Geologian Turkmenistan. I can dig it, 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 she can dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Dude, where is everybody? Everybody used to complain about me. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? Wicked, wicked, wild. Wicked, wicked, wild, wild west. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want none of this. Six bumping this, running this. Buffalo soldier, looking like I told ya. Any damn road's in distress. Beyond that dress, when she did Jim West. I can dig it, dig it, dig it. She can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, they can dig it, she can dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Ooh, ooh. I can dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it. Oh, let's dig it. And you dig it, baby. Join the Rabbi's Discord. No one did. Remember that time when no one joined your Discord and everybody thought it was hilarious? Remember that time, everybody remember that time, remember that time, remember that time. Everybody was like, your Discord is the worst, worst thing in the world. Your Discord was so shitty. Everybody thought that your Discord was 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 shitty. Everybody thought your Discord was shitty. Everybody thought that your Discord was shitty. Everybody thought that your Discord was shitty. Everybody thought that your Discord was shitty. I thought your Discord was shitty. Everybody thought your Discord was shitty. Everybody thought that your Discord was shitty. I can dig it, they can dig it, she can dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? Hey, Tom Paul, you suck dick. I can dig it, she can dig it, they can dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, she can dig it, they can dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, she can dig it, they can dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? Oh, I can dig it, she can dig it, they can dig it. Can you dig it? Can you dig it, baby? This is the worst. I can dig it, she can dig it, they can dig it. Did you hear that motherfucker talking about the fucking pain game podcast? No, I'm on one with Marjorie. It's called Hot Jewish Woman Who Fucking Hates Her Husband. Hi, uh, this is Hot Jewish Women Who Hate Their Husbands with Marjorie Handel. Oh, I like how he's like we've been separated for 5 years. I mean 7 years. Which one is it, Ash? I fucking stalked this dude at a Sleep Number event. How about that? I like how Bill Handel used to say that he was going to write his daughters out of the will. If they ever got a tattoo, and then one of them did, and now he's married to some hoe.
It's an incredibly special point. Right at the very, very, very point. And that's not impossible, it's just somewhat improbable. And so the part of that sort of works against me, but it also like talking about soul born. Um,
Can you dig it, baby?
but um,
Why isn't anybody talking about me? Dog, they used to. They used to be like, oh, Rabbi's so cool. And now, fuck it. I can dig it, she can dig it, they can dig it. Oh, the thing. Can you dig it, baby?
his work, and uh, it really captured it. Is
But William Shatner's not a poet. Some Canadian fuck. I'd be like, I saw your house, I saw your house, I saw your house. Can you dig it, baby? I can take it, she can take it, they can take it. Oh, let's dig it.
Argument sometimes it things made those
Can you dig it, baby?
other
I can dig it, she can dig it, they can dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Woo. Oh man, I gotta take a dump. Come on, you shitbag. Somebody tweet about me. Oh, this fucking rabbi. Are you fucking serious? They banned me? That shit is garbage. Account has been suspended. Oh, okay. Go fuck yourself. Spamaholic. Spamaholic 3. Spamaholic 2. Spamaholic 2. Oh, I gotta take a shit. Look at this move. I can take it, dig it, dig it, they can dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it, dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? My childhood rabbi. Hey, how about this? No one gives a flying fuck. I can take it, oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby?
average English propagating model that's that one thing like scenario counting that and getting has to be less the probability of in English reality is like that. And I really understand that statement of giving it live the odds to begin with. And I say that very and as that position would say giving the highly complicated whole hierarchy of reality like perception itself. And so this requires hundreds of thousands of parameterization. Like Occam's razor, we would always normally penalize inherently complicated models as being disfavored. So I think you could argue I'm being too generous or too kind with that, but I sort of want to develop the rigorous mathematical tools to explore it. And ultimately it's up to you to decide
I can
what
dig
you
it, dig
think
it, dig
that
it, they can dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it, dig it.
time
Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? I can dig it, dig it, dig it, she can dig it, dig it, dig it. They can dig it, dig it, dig it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby?
number of times like that, yeah, number of intelligent.
I can take it, 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 take it. Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it?
Yeah, this also has all reality develop their own AIs with reality. They just thought from AI. They develop their own capabilities. You get this, how do I
Oh, let's dig it. Oh, that's dig it. Can you dig it?
never been manufactured? But they're constantly because in order to appreciate
Can you
the
dig
ability
it?
of observer role for very few observers can't scientists is almost possible scientists like it's very pixelated for the scientists to
Oh, let's dig it. Can you
like
dig
the
it?
universe always has to do complexity. I don't they would you know have a very impressive conversation but if you have just
I can get it again. She can dig it. They
they
can
would
dig
be
it.
just sure having
Oh, let's dig it. Can you dig it, baby? Are you fucking serious?
so Adam probably
These motherfuckers keep banning me. Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller.
then a reality which is incapable
I can take it, take it, take it.
but the argument
Take it, take
is
it.
that the possible confliction that
Oh, God. Man,
how do you
it looks horrible.
uh, as even realistic as something tells me God
Oh,
in the
let's dig. Are you fucking serious? Can you dig it, baby?
like being all her to live not like
Can you dig it, baby?
like you're fired
Did they get me again? Account has been suspended. Yo, fuck you for Kanye first and foremost, for making me do this shit, motherfucker. I had to throw by about the motherfucking room. That was fucking. I said toast. I said toast, motherfucker. Nah. No, 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 no. No, no, no. When I am here in the night. No, 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 no. And I am here to the rock. And they ask me, I tell them, the Rockefeller. You want to. I am here to the rock. This is a last call for alcohol. See, she looks better there.
In every way.
And I am here to the rock. And they ask me. I tell them, Mr. Rockefeller, raise your glasses to the sky. And here's to the rock. This is the last call for alcohol. Oh, account's been suspended? Well, fuck you. Making me do this shit, motherfucker. I had to throw by about the motherfucker. Room because I was fucking. And I am keys to the rock. This is the last one for alcohol. Come on, Mr. Rockefeller. Make your glasses. Got to the start in. Yo, fuck you. First and foremost, for making me do this shit, motherfucker. I had to throw everybody out the motherfucking room because I was fucking. I am here to the rock. Dude, they should have a thing that's like, hey, dude, I know you're looking for the song, but we're not cool enough to have it. Yo, fuck you, Kanye, first and foremost, for making me do this shit. Motherfucker. We had to throw everybody out the motherfucking room because I was fucking. I said, yo, fuck you, Kanye, first and foremost, for making me do this shit. Motherfucker. This song is currently unavailable. This is the real one, baby. Shot town, stand up. The real one.
One of the joys of being in the music business, watching artists. These dream killers kill my subconscious. That's why you always see me with at least one of my watches. These hostage that drove me crazy. I can't even pronounce nothing. Panstamper Stacy. I spent $400 on this. Just to be like, nigga, you ain't up on this. I came to the grocery store, got some shoes that's clean and a shirt with a team. We live in the American dream. But the people highest up got the lowest self-esteem. Prettiest people do the ugliest things. On the road to riches and diamond rings. We shine because they hate us. False because they degrade us. We trying to buy back our 40 acres. And for that paper, look how low we are stooped. Even when I'm in my Benz, I'm still a nigga in a coupe. I promise. She's so self-conscious. She has no idea what she's doing in college. That major that she majored in don't make no money. Told me she majored in TV. I got a funny. Now, tell me that ain't insecure. The concept.
Secure. 3 years, they ain't pick a career. She like, fuck it. They don't hear through her.
That's enough money to buy her a few pairs and new ears, cause her baby daddy don't really care. She's so precious with the peer pressure. Couldn't afford a car, so she named her daughter Alexis. She had hair so long that it looked like leaves.
Cut it all off, now she look like Eve. She's in the position that you can't believe. Single black female addicted to retail and said, fuck the police that how to treat them. We are way out of jail, but we can't buy freedom. We buy a lot of clothes, but we don't really need them. Things we buy to cover up what's inside. We made us hate ourselves and love their wealth dry. Shorty's robbing them, where the ball is at. Just by jiggle there, figure out crack, and the bump bring it gain off of all of that.
Like a real gangster movie, like. I tell you know how you could tell them this human since Jesus. I'm glad you. They say he bougie, he big kitty. Push it, please stop talking about how dick it is.
I had a ball figure then to insect Texas. And then I had to say, having to kill myself indexes, and I am. Yes, sir. There he is. Just watching Lex Friedman making Instagram reels, watching people complain about me on Blue Sky. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Oh, that's cool. What'd you do with your computer? Word, dog. Say no more. What are you gonna play? What are you gonna play? Right? That's pretty cool. Right. Wouldn't that be euros? Right. Which is garbage. Who's your favorite rapper of all time? I think Tupac's a goat. I I like Jay Z. I really like Puff Daddy. I I like Kanye West. I do my best to separate the art from the artist, and
You were right. When you boost the server and get a custom link, you only get it for as long as you have 14 boosts. But
Yeah, exactly.
it wasn't. I already. It's like it was free money because I had already had like a credit. So um, the thing is, I don't really need the custom link because I don't promote. Well, firstly, I just do um discord.me/rabbi. I already have that, which is exactly as long as discord.gg/rabbi. And yeah, it takes you to another site and makes you do a CAPTCHA, but it's short and it's easy to say. I have this issue that I'm running into. I mean, it's just like this heavyweight match between Blue Sky and. Can you hear me? I can't hear me. No, it's me. It's me. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Sometimes my router has. Yeah, no, it's my issue. Um, I have this issue with Blue Sky where they ban my account and I keep coming back, and the issue arises where like if I put a link, some links that I put on there, they'll ban. Like anybody who uses the link on the website, it's an automatic ban. So I use these URL shorteners, which basically just give me as many links as I need. But even they've even gone to the URL shortener. Somebody with Blue Sky, I don't know if they work for them or not or whatever. And so there are some links that I can't even use from there, which is fine. I just like my Discord has so many different channels that it would really take a long time to stop me from just sending links. So I'm just watching these things like away, and then I just have to read what people say about me, and it's kind of I can tell it's kind of funny to me that they have it like I guess the team of Blue Sky isn't that big. It's only like 15 people, and I can imagine like if I were having to ban someone for months on end manually, it would I wouldn't be able to get my other work done. I'd be like, man, this fucker is like, just always here, and um, and that's one of the reasons why I've been able to be so successful on this platform is I know I'm working against like a dozen or so people, and that's not that many, and they're having to work 24 hours a day. Oh, they just got me. Wait, did they? Did they just get me? No, they didn't. Um, And the other thing is that they do, like, if, I mean, you did a little bit of macroing or whatever you want to call it, programming the macros. And if a website changes anything, like they change the location of like a button, it you fucking have to like do all kinds of changes. Exactly. And if they make one change on the website, it's like 6 hours of work. And it's frustrating. Yesterday they made a really small little change, and so I had to change all of the bots. And then when I woke up this morning, they had changed it back. Fortunately, I had saved my work, so I just had to switch out. But like exactly, right. Um, and it's interesting to me, like I have like one good Blue Sky account. It's just at Rabbi Rothschild on Blue Sky, and they banned that, even though I've never uh, tweeted or whatever, posted anything. And so I complained. I was like, "Hey, why'd I get banned?" And they're like, "Oh, I just know that enough people were like, "Who the fuck is this rabbi? Let's just ban this account that has his name on it." And I uploaded my. They asked me to upload my ID, which I did, and then I got it back, which I'm actually kind of okay with. Like, I wish Reddit was like that. I wish Twitter was like that. Like, hey, if you are willing to upload your ID and like prove who you are, we'll give you your account back, as opposed to, you're just never gonna get these accounts back. Never, ever, ever, ever. Um, so I noticed though that these moderators, it just like sometimes they will be really aggressive with me, and I'll just start spamming people, and not even spamming people. I am just liking their posts, which normally is cool. Like, if I just post something and I get a random like from anyone, I don't even care if it's a bot. To me, it's usually pretty positive. Like, okay, that's good. Like, that at least gets the ball rolling. Maybe I'll get a couple others or whatever. Um, but what has happened is they just people get annoyed with it. So I I also I program these things to work overnight, and basically it's a lot of work for them to be able to work overnight because I have to like create like 30 different accounts and make them all work correctly. Anyway, it's just a bunch of bullshit. I um so with that, I also do this thing, in other words or other things, that I think is pretty cool. Um so Instagram allows you to make reels, and I like to sing like what do you call it? Lip sync different songs, and then I just make little music. I do air guitar, and I just do like it's just fun for me. So that's what I've been doing in the meantime. Um, we had some people who came in the middle of the night, including Zoo, but like some other people, some random people. And I just sometimes I awake for them, but last night I was pretty tired, and so I did not. And it's been today. I don't know why, but like some people posted about me, and then I look at for their post and it's gone. And I don't know if Blue Sky is now like deleting other people's um posts about me or what. I'm not exactly sure. It's just figuring this out. And I know if I keep doing this, just like Kick, I did this on Kick for 8 months, and everybody on Kick knew about me. And if I just keep doing it on Blue Sky, everyone will know about me on Blue Sky. And then I become a meme. And like this person did this funny thing the other day. Oh, well, here's another thing. I think that or I shouldn't say Kick, Blue Sky at night between like, oh, I would say like 6 p.m. and midnight is like the key time. That's when people are done with work or whatever. It's just like I don't know if a lot of people are on there right now. I don't know on the East Coast it's like getting to be like 5:30 or so. But as the night goes on, more and more people interact with me. It's a Saturday, not a lot of people are on social media. I think like during the week, during the work week, um they're just like what I'm trying to say is like there are ebbs and flows with people who are using this site and how much they're tweeting and doing all these other things, and I am just kind of I'm what what ends up happening is I create these accounts, I have them like people, and then they get banned, and I recreate them, and we go through that for like hours. But then sometimes they don't get banned. Then sometimes they'll just like they either have a Blue Sky has a a switch in shifts or something, and there are people who just don't care as much, or they're doing other projects, and then these things will spam for hours. And I'm kind of yeah, I'm training the people on Blue Sky to recognize me by a symbol, the heart symbol, because I keep liking these things. So, like, that's like a heart. And so, what does that mean? That means that basically, um, like sometimes they've banned my last name, so you can't even like really put the words Rabbi and Rothschild together. or your account gets banned. So I basically like slowly just started using this symbol a lot. And then what I do is on these other devices that I have, I won't even have anything in the name. I'll just post a heart, and people know that that's me because um because of the avatar that I use. Like Blue Sky allows you to have. Do you have a Blue Sky account, by the way?
I do.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Um, this is a website that's growing, but it is. It's very It's a unique group of people. It's I would say like 70% women and like 20% trans people. It's so many trans people. The other day, these trans people, I was spamming them, and I was just liking their post, but there's a huge difference. And one of these people came out and they were like, "What are your thoughts on trans people?" And I'm like, I've been non-binary according to the state of California since 2021, and I've been a woman by the state of California since 2024. So if any person like they wanted to come after me for being like anti-trans or something like that, and they're like, "Oh, okay, so you're trans yourself." I'm like, I guess. I mean, according to Caspian Sea, it's just a lot of words for sucking dick. But the way that I look at it is, if I live forever or a long, long time, then I might not want to limit myself perhaps to just women. I might want to have sex with like aliens and stuff. And if that's the case, then why not? I mean, like if I'm living for like 10 million years, there's a lot to shit to do. So, and I don't know. I just kind of think that if we are going to allow this in society, which it seems like we are, well, then just lean into it. And I guess that makes me a lesbian because I like chicks only. And so then we got this guy in here, or this person, I shouldn't say guy, this trans person in here 2 nights ago who was really, really knowledgeable on like computers, and they were really intelligent. And we start playing um, some games together, and I like even though they're like my pronouns are she her, I mean I just blew right past that. Like right at the beginning I was like, "Yes, sir." And I'm like, "Oh, apologies, like it's I know you said this previously and I've said it too previously. I think it's easier to just call people by their name and not use pronouns."
Yeah, that's my trick. I don't care about pronouns in the slightest. I'll learn your name. That's what I call you.
Yeah.
I never have to worry about pronouns. Rabbi, that. I never have to say hey or what. I don't care. I'm not.
Exactly. And then this person.
So many people in the world. We shouldn't.
Right. And then this person, they misgendered me. Like, I'm the last person on earth who gives a flying fuck about that. But they're like, "Oh, sorry, she, her." I'm like, I'm actually they, them. Like, those are the pronouns that I've chosen because they're neutral. And I've used those even before like the issue of gender was even a thing. I was using they them in the 90s when I would talk about like a dog or like a human, like just just to be neutral. Like I guess they them is fine. Anyway, um I've seen this thing. I mean, I think there's some influencers who like the attention, and so they'll go. I've seen this one person. This is so shitty. They go to restaurants and they look like a person in drag. Like they don't look like they're not fooling anybody basically. And well, maybe they're fooling some people, but when they speak, their voice is very deep. And if there's just like a thing when you hear a deep voice, you're just like, "Yes, sir," or whatever. So they'll go to a restaurant they have themselves on camera, and then they like to catch the wait staff misgendering them, and then go to their boss and complain. And I just think like that you have so much too much time on your hands if you're doing that. And yeah, I well with this um there was somebody, a different person. This was a male, I believe. This guy from Scotland. He came in. He made a video about me. These people are just so um cautious. When I say cautious, I mean I understand. Like I'm sending out links that aren't always Discord links. They're like short URLs. No one knows what that is. I could be draining your crypto wallet. I could be hacking your computer. So I get that. But there are some people who have the courage to come in and they'll click on my Discord and they come in here. So there's this guy who came in here and made a uh like a screen recording of his phone. And first he didn't like it that when I invited him, you come right into the Discord, like right into the VC, which I get. You don't technically. There's like a little thing that comes up that says you must be 18, and if you're not, you can still, or even if you don't have to say yes. You're still in the Discord, but he comes in, he gets scared, he leaves. He then does a screen recording of all of the different channels that I have because I have like 500 channels. And he goes through and he's like, I don't understand like what it is, why everybody's so like what people think about this rabbit, but he literally has something for every single person's interest in here. And I like, which I do. Like, if you go through this Discord, it has every sport, every music genre, every TV show, lots of movies. It has like all kinds of stuff in there, and so then people saw that, and then they were like, they started this like I have a canon. Like, what am I saying? Like, you know how there's like Star Wars canon, or like, there's like religious canon and things, but like, it's like it's like part of your lore. Well, anyway, somebody posted like he's got the Mary Tyler Moore show in there, and some other people were like he's got he's got Zelda, Breaking Bad, and the Beatles as part of the Rabbi canon, and I just thought that that's hilarious. I mean, I'm a I'm a very diverse person in terms of my likes and interests and such, but yeah, to uh to these people, I I am into a lot of diverse things. I get these people who are, I would say, just they don't talk to me. They just like I'm on my phone a lot and or like on a computer or something, and so they think that I don't know something's wrong with me because you're just seeing a camera sometimes just streaming in my room, but that that's what they're doing. They're literally just doing the exact same thing is except the camera's not on them. But literally they're on a device just staring at something, and I just think it's funny that people think that that's like offensive. It's like, what is your deal? Like it's literally what you're doing. It's just the only difference is I'm live streaming it. So I'm having to overcome, whatever challenges that is. And yes, I just got somebody 12 minutes ago. No, I don't want to talk with Rabbi. They actually said it in multiple languages. Let's see what this other language is. Um, but I mean, like you and I have been talking for I don't know 20 minutes now, and these bots are, just doing the work for me, and I just have to keep doing that. It's like I've said it before, but I remember when you're a little kid, people come up with all kinds of rumors. There's like the Marilyn Manson removing his ribs rumor, all those rumors. Anyway, I remember one of them was, and this is actually a true thing. If you just like continue to touch your arm continuously for a long enough time, you'd eventually start to bruise. You'd eventually start to break the skin. You'd eventually start to bleed, and it could kill you. Like, and you'd have to do it for a very long time. but in the same way, I see it as that's what I'm doing. I'm basically just like tapping my finger on somebody, and little by little, it's like creating like an effect. Probably a better analogy is just like a crack in a dike or a dam. You know, it's just like my influence continues there, and then eventually the levee's going to break. And when that happens, it's I'm very well prepared for. Well, I shouldn't. I'm as well prepared as any individual I think can, without previously being like a very famous person, and um, I'm like when people, it's going to be big. I mean, I know that. So that's what I'm doing. Do you have plans for tonight? I gotcha. Dude, people on Kick, I get people on Kick still who come in here, and I don't want to say Kick is dead, but it's not showing the growth that I would have expected it to have. And I think it's got more competition now, but to me, it was like even the big influencers on it, Aiden Ross, Amaranth, they don't care anymore. And I mean, they've become multimillionaires, so they don't need some like little stream or whatever. Did you? There's this former football player. His name's Antonio Brown. He was just on Kill Tony like 2 weeks ago. He was at an Aiden Ross sponsored fight last night, and he shot at somebody. Um, Aiden Ross is, yeah, it was pretty big on social media. It's become a thing where Aiden Ross is, become like a fight promoter, almost like he's trying to become like a Don King like person. Amaranth, she has like $40 million in crypto. She does not need streaming money. Like basically these people have become so big that they don't need these platforms anymore. And when I look at botted.wtf, it just it's sad because it tells you that it's a pay to play, uh, pay to succeed um, model. There's this guy who comes in here. He's really cool. He was in here twice this week, uh, gambling with some other people, and they've gambled in here. Anyway, he runs the bots for like Aiden Ross and Neon and those guys and Fusi, and basically he gave me all the inside information. He's like, dude, you would blow up if you just want to pay me for bots. Like, he's like, you usually these streamers don't want to stream. All you do is stream. All I need to do is all you need to do is pay me for bots. But he wasn't even like that. He wasn't like, hey, I'm selling my services. He's like, no, you have to understand these bots are expensive because of the servers and such. And to get you 3,000 people watching you simultaneously, like, I can't just do that. I don't have the money to do it myself. But if you were able to get a few $1,000s together for like a month, you'd blow up. And I recognize that. But part of me, I want to do this. Um, I don't know. I feel like anybody could just perhaps just buy bots. And to me, I mean, I don't know. I'm doing it kind of the grassroots way. Um, Not to say what I'm not doing isn't annoying as fuck and people hate it, but the the whole idea of just paying to be famous is kind of a cop out in my opinion. I also feel like if I did what he said, that like I've thought about. I mean, this happened to me when I first started this. I would pay bots, and there's no engagement, there's no interaction, and it just literally changes a number on your screen from 0 to like 1,000, let's just say. But that doesn't mean that real people are finding out about you. So I thought, like, it's I think what he's saying is right, that he could get me that many people, but would I become famous from it? I don't know. And I don't.
Those are quality people that you sometimes
E- exactly.
anything is there.
Exactly. And the current strategy that I have of just liking these people, it's interesting to me that they already know about me from other platforms. They know about me. Like I see people say, "Oh, this is that person from Twitter," or "This I've seen this person spam on Twitch before." I spammed on Twitch for about a month, from like January to February, and I was really like, dude, nobody is paying attention to these bots, and it turned out that people did actually like they still recognize me from those. The one that I don't spam on is YouTube because that's my bread and butter. Um, but they're just people who know about me. But again, they're not like influencers. And really, what I'm going for is somebody who has a big social media account, who sees what I do, sees I just need a shout out, and they're like, all right. They come and talk with me. They're like, okay, what you say is cool. So all you need me to do is post something. Yeah, look through any of my social media. You find something cool and just post it and just be like, hey, does anybody know who this rabbi is? And we ride off into the sunset. That's my plan. Is that necessarily what's going to happen? I don't know. I do know that the more and more I spam these people on Blue Sky, the better chance that I have at that because I'm just wearing at people. Harry Potter Obama, absolutely. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 unit just had its 2-year anniversary, and it made it up to like $100 million market cap. Yeah, which is not what it was, but um, to have any cryptocurrency last for 2 years is very successful.
And later on tonight.
Excellent. Take care, Caspian C. Thanks for hopping in.
And I believe power of it. But I think it's actually not that hard. Actually, yeah, civilization, yeah, pretty. Maybe very many extinct civilizations. A big civilization.
Hot food. Food.
Black hole curve space and time around
There we go.
on the curve space. If the black hole move around, the curves have to find.
I'm ready.
I get so passionate about it. I get, because they're saying like, oh, can you beat it? Oh, can you win? Don't talk to me about anything. You read, the match is finished, and I wonder if that gets in the head of the following. Devin Larrett, by many, one of the greatest arm wrestlers. This is the Let's Fit the podcast. We check out our sponsors now, friends. Here's Devin Larrett. He are considered to be one of the greatest arm wrestlers in history. Are one of the most charismatic and to watch in arm wrestling. But let me first start with a ridiculous, controversial. I actually really enjoy Over the Top, the movie with Sylvester Stallone, where he's a trucker, like a father-son movie. It's like a bunch of sports that competitive boxing has Rocky, maybe folk style, feature wrestling has Vision Quest. What else? Billiards has Color of Money. Yeah. Um, the movie arm wrestling. So what did Over the Top get right? What did it get wrong? Arm wrestling. That was actually based off of a real story. A lot of people don't know that. The Over the Top movie. I mean, to a certain degree, it's actually real life. Like that tournament, Over the Top, was real. Yeah. It was literally made Over the Top. Yes, yes. There was a trucker division, and the guy actually won a truck for real. His name is John Brzezinski. That is right. The actual Over the Top tournament, the trucker division, was won by John. Who is John? Like he is. A lot of people talk about him as like a legend, one of, if not the greatest wrestlers of all time. John Brzezinski is every arm wrestler's father to a certain degree. All of us. The entire sport looks up to him. He it's incredible what he's done. I mean, at 18, he won Over the Top. At 57, he just competed with me a couple months ago. Still at the world level. 18. That's 40 years being at the top. Incredible. He's hailed as the greatest of all time in the sport of arm wrestling. Yeah. And he doesn't beat monsters. Oh yeah. Yeah. He doesn't. I mean, when you talk about like the evolution of the sport, he's responsible for so much of it. Like when you talk about like a lot of times when you go back like 20 years, 30 years, a lot of us looked at arm wrestling, I think, I mean, as something kind of, and And he's the first guy who's like, if you want to get better at arm wrestling, better arm wrestling. And it seems so simple, but he answered so many questions that all of us had about technique for back, pre video internet. He's everybody. He's been everybody's target for like 4 years. So in terms of strength, power, and skill, what did he sort of arm wrestling? If you look, how did the sport change from the 90s, the odds were at the top of the world for many years. Many argue you're still at the very top of the world, but like you were very dominant both left and right hand in 2008, 2013, something like that. So how did that sort of evolve today? So it's hard for me to comment, prior to when I came to the sport with kind of mid '90s. Like I've been arm wrestling my whole life, but I wasn't really involved in sport to a major degree until probably mid '90s. But I'll say that before the mid '90s, it was really hard to get good at arm wrestling. Very difficult. Everybody was doing it wrong, really. Like it was really rare to find people who were technically good arm wrestlers. It was very underground. When I got into sport, it was a flyer that came in the mail. You had to know somebody who knew somebody, and then you'd go to a club and anything with these people, and they knew how to arm wrestle. They did, but real masters were rare. And internet helped everybody. Communication, the transfer of knowledge much faster. People became technically, started sharing ideas by, I'd say, 2000, probably around the turn of the millennium. I'd say that professional started to slowly pick up, more organized, uh, bigger productions, started to attract more athletes, more people took it seriously. By 2010, I'd say there was another jump, more serious, a little bit more money. By 2015, more major, like people were investing a lot of money, like billionaires type of people were organizing events, setting up leagues, and past 5 years, blown up. The techniques. If I was to go back to when I started, what took me 10 or 15 years to learn, you guys are showing up and they've got it down in like a year. Yeah. Well, the thing about it, the development of the sport isn't, like I was telling you off mic, it's a battle of one, and then that can turn into battle of nations. There is Canada, United States, there's all the in Europe, Russia, Georgia, all that, and that's what makes the greatest sports an Olympic. Battle of nations, not just a battle. It's almost like two humans represent the nation. I see that very much. Talk about you. There is that battle between North America and that other part of the world. North America is very prized. The North American champion is always highly sought after because they're typically the most famous. Even still, when quite arguably, there's always somebody who's just monstrous. It's typically North American athletes more recognized. By the way, oh yeah, some maple syrup. Cheers. You should probably show. You just down that whole thing. No. I'm gonna sip it. But by all means, it's really good, right? Yeah. That is maple syrup. That's a perfect July day in Canada in a bottle. So you're on a total tangent. You are known for appreciating food in all kinds of ways, but one of the things you're known for is pancakes. That's gone to a crazy place in the sport. But yeah, like where did that originate special love for pancakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think what happened was, so I had a match with Michael Todd, big match. Michael, great champion. Another guy who he's never gonna get off the horse. He's elbow a complete bastard. Uh, Probably one of the most hated guys in the sport right now. Is it because of the Kingsman? Yeah, yeah. The Kingsman brings a lot of hate. Not from me, not from a lot of people, but a lot of observers have a big problem with Kingsman. The problem is fun. I get so passionate about it. I get so, you know, there's a saying like, oh, can you beat the hook? Yeah, win, win, win. Don't talk to me about anything. If you can win with style, win with style. But don't talk to me about anything other. That's the part. Yeah, this match with Michael Todd. Yeah. So I was in a terrible place. Listen, I get so screwed up with you. 2022 now, right? No, it's talking about. Yeah, that's right. I think it is actually 2030. Way ahead of schedule. Oh man. Right, so when was this? A decade ago? No, this is like a year ago. Very recent. Very recent. Yeah. So I got really sick. Like, yeah, this is the match, right? Awesome. So this match is called Legacy. So we invented this thing called the Legacy Hammer. Michael, and I think 2000, and then COVID shut everything down, and Michael went overseas to try and set up. Because at that time, Michael was the North American champion. He beat me, and he went to Dubai, and he organized this great big match with LeBron. And the whole thing, organizers, leagues, wouldn't let it happen. But you had a match of significance happen. So Michael's like, who do you want? Give Devin a rematch. I'm like, yeah, yes. I was really sick. I had DPT. I had pulmonary embolism. I was in a terrible place, and I got offered the match, and I just totally turned my life around, and I committed really hard. Yeah. And what happened in the match? Oh, I totally. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, Michael's a good friend of mine, but yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Yeah, you guys talk that. Yeah, but we fight like brothers. Like we let each other really fight hard against each other. But so I strength fast and I committed to getting as big and strong as I could, and literally I was pancakes every day. Bacon, pancakes, every sloppy bit of garbage food I could eat. I was trying to eat healthy also, but if there was garbage food, I'd eat it. What do you mean bacon and pancakes is healthy? What are you talking about? Exactly. People should go watch the video we made the Canadian meal of bacon cookie tips, water. That was interesting. Yeah, and then obviously pancakes, maple syrup all over the whole thing. I've caused more diabetes than probably getting in trouble karmically for making the world obese. Probably read a book, Pancake Diet. Devin Larry. No, I think I will do that today. So you said mass and strength go hand in hand. Just the level about arm wrestling. What's more important? Strength, power, endurance, skill, strategy. How do these components all come into play? They're all important. You can use everything, and you can adjust your strategy based off the tools that you have. I would say if I could ever just one thing to have more of, uh, I would say that strength gain while fighting, while actually arm wrestling, not off the no, no, no. So you get stronger from arm wrestling. How do you get stronger from like in jiu-jitsu and grappling? You get good by training people much technically worse than you, but also. actually beneficial. Agree. You get to work stuff out, right? But I wouldn't say develop like that intensity, power required to go against people at your level. So how do you balance that? Is it okay to go against people that are much weaker than you, or you really have to go against people at the same level? I think that a blended strategy is probably the best. I'd say kind of a rule is whatever you do, you get better at, right? So you want to be kind of as precise as possible. You don't want to get hurt, um, and it's still an investment. And the answer is not always the same. Things are going to change. I am currently a big believer in what I call tower building, right? So you have to do a lot of volume to build a great tower. You need to have a ton of volume. So when you look at how to best build volume, you want to workouts that aren't particularly challenging, that make you feel good, and do them so that when you add them all together, you get the biggest number. So any workouts a day that are specific as possible, in my opinion, is the best way to lay the foundation for an extreme peak. And specific, like no more precise way to get stronger than our reps. How often measure decline? Well, um, might not be the same. For me, guys with almost 30 years, I have to harvest. I have to harvest energy clubs. I call it coupling punch. Sorry to interrupt you. Here in Austin, Texas. You are in Austin, Texas, but you were at called the water tank. You had an awesome crowd. Yeah, it was great. I get to watch it. I got to interact with a lot of those guys. Um, yes, amazing community, amazing human beings. I got to talk to Dimitri in Russian and English. He's the engineer. His wife's brilliant dude, but also one of the toughest, biggest guys you face there. Like you faced, I don't know how many. There must have been hundreds of matches. So the bar was full. Yeah, and that for me is a perfect training. So if I go in and just kind of be, I'm like a lightning rod, and I just absorb everything that I can get from people. You know, all their effort. Uh, that's perfect. But I'm lucky because I'm in a place that I can handle. You know, if I would or fail, it would not be possible. But because I'm strong enough, I've been doing it long enough, kind of absorb it without damaging me, perfect. This is perfect. I typically, when I'm training up for a very serious match, I'll try and do that 3 or 4 times. And then days in between, I will just blood flow rehab. I will never do a PR record anymore. I used to. A lot of things changed. That's why I say that there's a lot of ways to do it. Currently, it's been working very well for me. A PR, not aggressively chasing peak. Yeah. My only peak I care about is this cycle, my only PR. Let's talk about the. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about Von Philly, the Georgian. Question number one. Is it possible to beat him? He is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person in arm wrestling today. Is he beatable? And if so, how? Everybody's beatable. LeBron is incredible. He's is what the modern peak of arm wrestling represents. For people who are just listening, we also have an overlay of the video of Levon going against Vitaly Lenin, another top 3 person in the world, perhaps, in arm wrestling. And Levon's the guy in the right. Big. I love it. Yeah, the aggression. I mean, actually, it always teddy bear, but when he turns it on, it's raw power. He's the full package. One is he represents the pinnacle. Back. Like, I want to be back. Yeah. Levon has a lot of bases covered. I mean, he's curling 300 pounds with one arm. I mean, the strength he shows arm far ahead of very, very strong. But it's absolutely possible. Absolutely possible. The one thing that I'm confident about, well, I'd say there's 2 things I'm confident about is that I have more experience. And experience counts for a lot. The other thing is my ability to breathe, recover. So if ever there's an opportunity for the tide to turn, that's, I think, where you'll never get it back. So I think if I can somehow find a hole in the game, yeah, you want to hold off the initial like assault of power, and then wear them out, and to find the hole. How much of that is mental? How much of your muscles to have the endurance to hold off? I like to make the sport bigger. A lot of things that most arm wrestlers believe the sport is, I always try and push those boundaries. So there is definitely a mental aspect to it. Something you've never seen before. That's when things like experience comes in, it becomes surprise. Where what's a surprise for him is routine for me. So my adjustments will be more precise, more accurate. Um, yeah, that's how I get in. That's how. Yeah, I play a dirty game. You know, so some of it, how important is in the progression of the match? It's there, ups and downs of confidence. Like, holy shit, I actually have a chance to do this. Holy shit, I'm winning this. You're done. There's some of my favorite moments. I don't know if those are fake or not in terms of your expression. It's fake until you make it. But whenever you shake your head or whatever, you make it apparent that you believe the match is finished. And I wonder if that gets in the head of the other person. When you start to actually, so I'm sure you're doing things in like precise, detailed things with your hands to also indicate you believe they're finished. But
Welcome. How are you?
Drop in. I got a friend request from somebody that's got mommy in her name, and I think it might be those spam bots.
I don't put mommy in the name.
No, it's not you. It's like one of those accounts that goes between servers and then tries to get people into like clicking on links.
Okay, well then just ignore them.
Yeah, they might be going through like and trying to get everybody to.
Okay. I mean, they're allowed to do whatever they want to do. If you want, just report them.
I think they probably will. See. So. I'll let you know how it goes.
All right. Cool deal, man.
I'll keep you a little.
All right, big man.
All right, you have a good one.
You too. Dog.
I actually I just wish that I wish that they would, because that's how far I want to go. Like talk about like how committed are you to the match? Like if you're committed to the match, like I'm often unhappy when and I don't have an injury. Yeah, I should have. I feel like I didn't commit. You know, I don't know if you know what Dan Gable is wrestling. On yes, on the podcast. Yeah. He talks about his whole career. He trained working so hard that he can't get off the mat by himself. And he off always get off the mat on his own accord. But he wants to keep it all. That's what is this process? What is this line for probably the toughest match of your career? I would say the most epic match in arm wrestling history. Really building up. You are North America. I mean, I think by Constant Man, you're one of the greatest arm wrestlers ever. And so this match, where's it happening? It'll be in Dubai. Here, what does the climb look like? The climb for me, I have to change in my life. All people talk about being a professional. I've always loved the sport. I've loved it like crazy. But to me, the path is about simplicity and full of distractions. Um, I get better and better the more I get everything, nothing else. Um, so that my life just everything else. That's where I need to get to, where in every single day you move by and all this. On your that one, where you wanted to and with rehabilitate and look at how much it's and everything that's happens. The body is part of the core that Mike Tyson punch power. Yeah, from the leg, it's that body, definitely the whole body, like everything's working. You're connected or a lot of times you just think about your arm wrestling, all of the forearm. That's always been a talk. It's very hard. So I call probably that, but back to full body, that mass, when the arm wrestle actually.
He's like 170 pounds there. Look at his arm. Look at his arm. Crazy. Yeah. That's you doing left right there. That's, by the way, Vaughn going right. Yeah. Can you say more about the mental side? Are you visualizing what it takes to beat him? Are you trying to get in his head? All of these things. So I possibly get in his head. There's definitely strategies that you can do depending on who it is you're facing. It's very good to know who it is you're fighting and choose the correct strategy mentally. But I always follow a process when it comes to my mental preparation. When I'm far away from the event, I just always build up my moment, build the perspective. That's the point where I almost start to fear them and start to. It's a very vital part of my preparation. That's where I am right now. I just build them up, build them up. It scares me. It forces me to be responsible. Because I don't want to lose. I want to win. So the greater my opponent, the greater I can build the force in my mind, the more motivation I get. Then there comes a point when and then I start to grade, and that's when it normally starts. And normally by the time I face them, I'm every interaction. And the actual moment of the match, moments leading up to it, what's the feeling? Is it fear? Is it confidence? Anxiety? What's going on in your mind? I love it. There's every day where you have the distraction of life and really live in the moment. Whatever you love to do, that's what free. I'm one of them, right? Being a good fight, and I just love it. I don't think in the past I think killing that dude in front of me. I enjoy that. Intention of it. But that's it. Just right there, just fight it. As I say, study you to take a match. I've seen everything. I've read everything. I get opinions from other people. I watch what make of his evolution. He's growing in size, but also we talk about his evolution technically as well. He's been studying. Since we're in the opponent mind, what makes the greatest thing about him is that's the thing that sets him apart every that strength for arm wrestling, I believe it's unmatched. He linger on that Frank, what does it like? About bicep, we talked about like whatever control the wrist, and it's strength manifest. When I touch your hand, when you grab arms, like, fuck, we're on the top of the world. It's and arm wrestling is like technical. Okay, and we use technical chain. The chains that I'll talk about, you'll talk. Remember how drive, ability to close its angle, chain. It can be a technical attack. It's also an attack that can be built with training. Just the ability to just drive upward. There's a chain where you cup your wrist, and the anchor
right to your heart, right to your center, right? The chain, and this can be done at any time. The pronation, that's to turn your thumb over, right? Turn your thumb over and impact the person's cupping chain. There's a huge number of muscles involved in each chain, and that's why I say it's a chain, right? But it's a movement, and these movements you can develop in the gym or through practice. You don't mean it's easy to interpret strength to mean how much you curl. Yeah, but it means the chain. It all has right, and that's what I like. People talk is a bicep. I mean, yes, the bicep for sure involved, but I'll always be inaccurate if I try and tell you like what muscles are the. So I prefer to explain it in a movement, and then everything is involved together. Yeah, and Levon's movements for arm wrestling, incredibly impressive. What do you attribute it to? How much of that is genetics? How much of it is some training things you're doing? I think that Levon is very special in terms of his genetics. Like, not everybody can be Levon. You know, yeah, there's not many Levons out there. But what I've encountered in the bias that I always see, like when people talk about people like Levon, they discount the other side so very quickly. The thing is, Levon rarely has to show it on the other side because he's so far ahead. You talk about the technical application of the sport. He so rarely show it, but he's clearly incredible. If you watch his progression, he came up having very difficult technical struggles to overcome. Georgia is a great country for arm wrestling. This guy Gennady, who no one would ever say is not technical, and you know, it took him years to defeat him to a point where now it's not even a discussion. Yeah, you talk about the progression. They had a lot of battles together over the years. Yeah, it's fascinating. Guys turn. Oh yeah, and once they've turned, it's like completely different level. Yeah, I mean, he's got strength, he's got technique. Some people will argue that technique is flawed at times. They've shown matches where he hasn't shown the best technique, but he's still won. And I think sometimes he plays with people. You know, like there's a famous match that he had with they call him the Bruce Lee of arm wrestling, a guy called Ongerbayev, Kurdigali Ongerbayev. They had a match that they great match. Kurdigali is like 220-pound guy from Kazakhstan, brilliant technician, but power-wise, not in the same world. And Kurdigali, well, though he lost 6-0, well. But in my opinion, Levon didn't care. Levon was like grabbing a bow and just like whatever. I will show him things. I will. He hasn't competed often in this rule set, which will be a challenge for him. But yeah, what can I say? Like Levon, he's Everest. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You are seen by basically everybody as the big underdog, but you also even in the Eastern, even I mean, I talk to Russians a lot. You know that moment in Rocky when they start cheering for Rocky? Yeah. You're kind of they want you to win, and just it's not even just the battle itself is inspiring, and it's like the culmination of your career. It's you were at the top for a long time, but it's like it should be over for you. But no, you're returning. It is like this big moment. Yeah, big climb. I will be this year for North America. Beautiful. Well, thanks for bringing that match up. Let's talk about just the match against Dennis, your left hand match. Yeah. He's also terrifying. One of the strongest, probably one of, if not the strongest left hand arm wrestler. Yeah. There's a lot to be said there. Maybe you could talk about this match at a high level. Why did you pick on this match? Why did you do the left hand, right hand? Yeah. What can you tell the story? Okay. My God. There's so much about this match. I loved it. Russian guy. Yeah, Russian guy. Russian. I used to call always been more of a one-on-one puller. He was doing the tournament format. I was ranked number 1 in the world. Towards the end, it kind of was very undecided. I ended up getting surgery. I ended up abandoning the super heavyweight division. 5s for a few years. WAL failed temporarily. 25 pound division was scrapped. I'm gonna go for the big crown once again, and I started heavyweight. The season was right hand. I started to enter negotiations, have the match with him. They wanted to do left hand, I wanted to do right hand. I just wanted to do the match. I wanted to do the match with Dennis. I wanted to meet Dennis. People should know that the right hand has always been strong. It has been. I had surgery in 2016. I hate to do it. Dennis was better than me that day, even on my best day. I'm back my entire career. I had no single day I beat Dennis in 2018. I would like to think that I could maybe do it now. But at that point, there would be no version that could have beat him. I left no right. Right hand, no. I'm curious with the right. But left hand exposed the world. Well, it might still happen. But Dennis completely destroyed me. And I learned a lot. I think before the Dennis match, I think I was, I don't know exactly what your words used. Maybe I felt like a little bit, and I really learned a lot. I was really humbled that day by how far and how professional and how prepared and how seriously there's a mental, slightly terrifying calmness which only comes with extreme preparation. Yeah, his level of dedication was extremely inspiring to me. You know, I used to do a job where it was serious enough that the price could be death, right? And I wrestled in that time period, and I always looked at, the cost of doing an activity being death, uh, limited to soldiering. And I kind of changed my mind a lot. I realized that anything that you're in love with, once you get far enough down the road, professional enough at it, like, no matter what you're doing, if you're crazy enough about anything, it's probably going to take your life in some way. Um, and that doesn't mean rush towards death. The level of investment, the level of risk can have some catastrophic effect. Charles Bukowski, I think, is the quote, do what you love and let it kill you. Right. Yeah. Right. And I understood that Dennis's level of professionalism far exceeded mine doing at the time. And I realized I was no longer important. I was now the world professional. And I realized that what was like how serious it was. Dennis is an incredible guy. There are moments in that match. There's humility there too from him. That was a fascinating meeting. It seemed like he realized that he we're not ready enough for it. It was incredible. There was so many things I remember about the Dennis. I remember, seeing video of somebody in person. I remember the weigh-in, or not the weigh-in, the standoff, before the looking at his and his bicep, it looked like an ass. Like it was like a freaking, yeah. Like his entire structure was so arm wrestle a certain time allowed me to kind of set my position. You can't really tell because it happens very quickly, but he let me set my position, which means I kind of got my lock in where you can kind of really great hold, and he just like you were able to get this great position. So it was all right. Yeah, and first time I ever thought that that I thought like after the match my chest right in half like what did it? No, I think 100%. Yeah, so I didn't actually went purple or anything, but yeah, the strength gap was very significant. And could he? What would it take to beat him on that? It would take being a little bit stronger, and more healthy. Yeah. My left was not healthy as it should be. Like I didn't have a full rounded technical arsenal. It takes some time after surgery. It really does. Like good, but after a surgery like what I had, you're probably 3 or 4 years before you're starting to hit technical proficiency the way you should be. And yeah. How do you interpret the calmness in his face? Or what is that about? Yeah, I see that Russian, isn't it? It's a Russian thing, I think. I don't know. I see a lot of Russians like that. You know, they're so like stoic. And I'm such a fan of Russia. I really want to go to Moscow. I've been saying it forever. You've never been? Not yet. Not yet. I want to go. I want to go and live there for like a month. Train. Moscow's got such a crazy arm wrestling thing. God, from what I understand, there's got so many clubs. There's so many strong athletes. Go and just lightning rod. Yeah. Have you considered doing something that sort like Rocky Four again? Oh yeah. Like and lead up to June, I would certainly consider it. I've got one trip planned at the moment. Administration is very important. What do you mean by administration? So like managing your time and management. Management has to be very efficient. You know, when I'm a tourist, when I'm a visitor, a little bit of that goes down. You know, when I'm at my home, familiar, I've got a really great grasp on my time. You know, everything's everything's. If I could magically transport Moscow, my hometown, so very different. You're traveling, all the about what you're eating, how are you getting the food. You're more and more celebrities, so there's social interaction, which I don't know. That could be on you outside of the arm wrestling table. So you have to manage all of that because ultimately you have to focus on the fight ahead. Yeah, a lot of my strength comes from just being in a familiar place, doing my routine. I love to travel. I love to get out there and meet people and experiences. But I just want to be prepared for a big match. I get strong. That loss, that is 2 losses here. How did that feel? Moments after, days after, months after, years after? How has it changed you? Arm wrestling. Well, tough to on you. I'm really happy with this because sometimes when you lose a match, there's a lot of matches that I've lost where the upset because I know I made a mistake. I didn't make a mistake. It was just way better. There was nothing I could have done that day. I'm really peaceful. Dennis, to me, I think that arm wrestling Dennis left-handed that day just let me probably one of the strongest human beings on the arm wrestling table is left-handed. That's awesome. Like inspiration. I can get that level. Yeah. Seeing what they did, just trying to absorb knowledge, and it seeds in me. I mean, when I look at my career, bit like the stock market, but for sure I'm trending upward. And since really kind of wrapping my mind around philosophies, they really changed my training. There was some base philosophy that they talked to me about over there, massively impacted my training. It's possible to convert some of those philosophies, describe some of the ideas they taught you. So never smile. Right? Man, so like a break the ice with a lot of these guys. But once you do, on the wrong, I think that I would raise under. I believe it's flawed. Not flawed because values, but it's best if you understand philosophy. I think the North American thing in our fitness society is no pain, and just pushing and like sweating, going harder, like fighting through, like on the end. Talk to the Russian, you never go to failure. Feel good, always, always. Um, and those two philosophies express themselves very differently. And if you want to get strong, yeah, don't fit. So that's how you. They also are believer in volume. Yeah, there's a lot of strategy, but yeah, volume is a massive principle, and volume is very hard to achieve when you're believing in no pain, no gain. Right? They don't really go together. No pain, no gain, or so is there parallels to wrestling? Wrestling all the time, the Russian. They were big. Talks about it. They were big on playing, right? Like lighter wrestling, right? Probably ultimately, actually, it boils down to that hypertrophy, higher volume, right? Over the stretch of years, way too great. I mean, wrestling also technique might have greater value than arm wrestling. Obviously, technique is extremely important in wrestling, but power is like can defeat technique. It seems like yeah, in wrestling you can get away. There's a lot of ways you can really sneak attacks, use leverage on these kinds of things. So there's even more play and all that kind of stuff too. But these two parallels between the two worlds, yeah, wrestling and arm wrestling, 100%. You saw what I did the other night, right? So I'm playing on a table for hours, right? So that's my number one training that I do. Is I go on the table for hours and I play. Yeah. Yeah, we did that video, it's channel, the water tank one. Oh, it's like 180. Like the Wi-Fi in there was so bad. Yeah, great. I love it. It's I don't know if it was Fish Eyes or Fish Eye Deal, but crowded. It was maybe a brief mention of the Russian, uh, but in that play, what are some memorable things here? When you go against a bunch of different people, what's the strangers, what are all the how do you grow from that? How do you, well, everybody's a bit. So I love to go to new clubs because the energy is always high. Like the first time you go to a club, everybody's running. Yeah. So there's an excitement. Yeah. There's a so you feed off of that. Yeah, you can if you're able to be strong enough to absorb it without injury, awesome, awesome. Because they're giving you everything they need. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So it's very. I'm gonna get good arm wrestling, and what I try and do when I go to these places is I make an assumption. I make an assumption of the best guy there, and I'll arm wrestle in a way that kind of protects them. Because the more I can protect them and kind of them, kind of it actually right. So I kind of give them little pieces that I think will put them in a place when I see somebody like Dimitri, I pull that in a little bit, right? So I know Dimitri's the number one guy in Texas. Lots of respect to the guy. I won't give him all the pieces until I really kind of gauge where he's at. I certainly in training don't want to fail. I don't want that. I don't want to. When you fail in arm wrestling, imagine bad technique. And you're trying bad technique. Yeah. You always want to. What about how did your New Stadium? Yeah, wrapping up. That's right. Yeah. How do you went? Well, yeah. First one of the video I think was a little over an hour. Then I break and I did 45 minutes. So, but I mean, how can it? Okay, fantastic. Yeah, that's probably like when you talk to the arm wrestling world, that's probably one of the best stories my terms. Just helps build that. It does, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm doing it to get strong. In my opinion, this is one of the best ways to get strong, especially far away from the tournament or any kind of an event. Uh, I wouldn't want to do this, even a month or even maybe before a big event. I'd want to already be kind of drinking my volume, but far away from the event, yeah, as much volume as your body can handle, but like I felt it at times, like after the hour mark, I'm like, okay, I can feel my blood sugar kind of diminishing. I can feel like the blood that's going to my muscles, kind of like it's not really putting more good stuff in. I'm starting to break down. Don't want that. Quick pause. Bathroom break. Oh, I'm good. Oh, I kind of. I'm gonna get a sweater. And I still love the idea of going to Russia. Yeah, and training. Yeah, I'm also going to trip out to Russia. Oh yeah, was hard with the current conflict. Oh yeah, there. But I'm hoping before your match, I could film May for a couple of folks, some of which people know. Maybe I could ask you about your comments on some of your career. Sure. Something particular. I have a bunch that I really enjoy, but something that stands out to you as memorable. We talked about sort of a defining loss, perhaps Dennis, and you faced Michael Tyler, John Present, you faced that. There's something that stands out to you that technically, psychologically, I feel like I'm trying to learn something, but it's a very special match to me. That today I can't do. Uh, Very weird phenomenon. So it was 2005. It was my first combat tour with. So it was a active tour, uh, among other things. But I got shot during that tour, like and I trained the whole time through, knowing that at the end of it, I was gonna have a big match. So there's a champion guy called Ron Bash. He's kind of, if there was no John Brzenk, there would be Ron Bash. Okay, so extremely decorated, unbelievable arm wrestler from the United States. And this is kind of when I was kind of coming up with skill. I was fairly well established. I was definitely the best guy. I had been for a few years, but I hadn't really expanded internationally. So I had a one-on-one match with Ron Bass, and that's the one. Yeah, extremely hard-fought battle. It was 3-1, I think, 3-1, but every match was really close. He won the first one, and I had to kind of like dig my way out of the trenches and ended up coming back and winning. But it was a match that was it was probably one of my closest matches ever, and seems like there's frustration. I mean, what is that? What was going through your mind with these? Was it going in? What was the all this thing? Like I always like a lot of respect to it. So would love to what kinds of and after that. So I had some kind of a release, and that was strange. So match ended, and I felt like so relaxed, so calm, so satisfied because it was one of those matches. It kind of takes everything from you, but you and I was relaxing in the chair. Never had this sensation before. Afterwards, center of my back loaded, and it's so weird, right? Because I'm not really spiritual that much or religious, but it's like a fire just lasted an instant, just exploded through my whole body, out the top, through my feet, gone. That was it. Weirdest thing I've ever felt in my entire life. Yeah, but it was as a result of what happened in the match. Leading up to it, I had some kind of a release. How did you interpret it psychologically? Like, kind of, I mean, not to be whatever, kind of, where there was, like, like a lingering feeling of, like, holy shit, I can't explain it, and I haven't really tried hard enough to, something happened. Something happened to me. I was sore for 3 or 4 months afterwards. Like, it smoked out my entire body. Yeah, that whole summer, I was sore. And, yeah, and then after that, I won the world championship. Um, yeah, I mean, all the matches, you get something from people, like, study them, you take something. People have an invisible crown, and, I think it's, yeah, maybe that was the feeling, carrying the crown. About all this trash talk that you learn that comes at you, you're the one charismatic, fun. There's always, like, backstage. I would say, and I'm honest, one of the greatest trash talkers that I've ever, because talking relevant faster. And you almost get that in the moment, beautiful to watch. So what a powerful weapon. Yeah. Your voice, powerful, powerful, underutilized by some because they think that it's not sportsmanlike or something like that. But the truth is, you can be a weak person, but with your voice, influence, change any number of things. And the same thing happens in a fight between two people. If you can never ending, flow of negative encouragement to someone or suggestion, anything can happen. It's a tool. And when you're fighting a person, you're not just fighting everyone who's watching. You're fighting the crowd, the referees, and to get in the most ideal position, situation. Yeah, and there's for people who haven't seen that, I definitely recommend you watch a bunch of arm wrestling matches. Crowd really the crowd. The crowd is allowed to be close. I want the crowd like right up. Yeah. So sometimes, oh yeah. Whatever you talk, you literally take away from the crowd. Yeah. was cheering for him, so I started to go after him. Yeah.
Smiling the whole time.
Yeah, it was fun, right? Fun.
The band is fun to listen to, but it's also what's fun is how much it actually affects some of the people you're facing. They get frustrated.
Yeah.
Great. You have to, like a lot of people think that.
And the thing that I've always believed from the time I was very young, uh, I was convinced our inevitable death was going to come from aliens. Right? Like it's super aggressive, super violent, easy to come and smoke us up, And I'm like, I'm not like that. I'm like, but as soon as one person is, then you're forced to have to accept this reality. So I like to fight for every single thing. I like to try and be more and more aggressive. If someone matches me, that's when I can use my endurance. And if they don't, then I have the tactical. That's kind of my balance.
And by the way, you also see craft.
Yeah.
In the game, there's like levels to this game. But the feeling sometimes you get frustrated. Like, okay, or like you're trying to get a good grip before it goes. And, and I think some of the frustration combination with trash talk and what this person is eating, right? But everybody is like kind of trying to get an edge.
Well, I try and just ramp it. But everybody's. I've learned how to play the game based off the tools that I have. And for me, it works because my genetic makeup is more of a persistent. So, like, I need to extend. That works well for me. If I was more explosive, I wouldn't have the same strategies.
By the way, for people who are watching, you're wearing no lip. One of your nicknames.
Yeah, much my bacterial shield world. Yeah.
Awesome. So you mentioned Joey often in the corner, does perhaps more you. So if you could step away, she's an incredible human being, and it's fun to watch you. Your arm wrestling people, they see so much, I don't know, kindness, love, radiating from the two of you. Whenever you're trash talking or talking about random things, or just talking about life, it's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with the world. But maybe can you? She paid me to ask you, but what are the things you love about Jody, Jody Larry? What are the ways you affected
Woody and I go way back. Right, we were in high school together. The thing that inspired most people is bravery. It's the most admirable quality. And Jody always inspired me. She's such a fighter. If she believes something's true, um, she'll not back down. She will not. And you can not to say that she can't change her mind. She can, but while she's convicted, she'll not stop fighting. She pulled me out of the fire repeatedly. We've lived so many things. Very lucky.
How does she make you a better arm wrestler? Yeah, I can see you have videos of your house basically going apart when you're not there.
Yeah. Yeah, without Jody, I'm on the street, living in a tent, and
down by the
eating dog food. Yeah. Yeah.
Bravery.
Yeah.
What about love? How's love make you stronger? I'm gonna make Devin uncomfortable.
Love is difficult to accept. Love is one of those things that a lot of times you don't feel worthy of it. And so it's hard sometimes to accept someone's love. And someone who really loves you, they'll love you perseverance, all those things. That's like when love really shows itself. Yeah, yeah, together for years. Love and faith are powerful forces in this universe. You know, without them, we can darkness very quickly. You know, as a world, even between people. You know, when love and faith is destroyed, then we fall apart. You know, I've been graced by the love that Cody's given me. You know, it's allowed to continue to build. You know, when you have love between people, then you build together. Um, I love my family. I love Canada. I love the arm wrestling community. I have a love for what we're trying to achieve as a human species. You know, uh, when that falls apart, we don't. Yeah, there. Yeah, yeah. You also mentioned you once had a job where your death was a real possibility. So you were in the Canadian Special Forces. What did you take away from that experience, that time? Yeah, such a great life. Really, really loved it. Honestly, I never wanted to leave. I never thought I would leave. I thought I'd be there my whole life. Um, Real honor to get to serve. What did you get? You love craftsmanship, like fun things you get to do, learn and challenge yourself, and you mentioned the honor in terms of the serving part. Yeah. Yeah. My favorite thing about serving in the special forces, for sure, the people that I work with. That's probably the first thing I could say. You know, I always felt like totally comfortable in putting my life in the other guy's hands. Um, so happy in a place where I felt like it didn't matter. Like I knew that the people ahead of me were incredible. I knew the people beside me were incredible. So just having that faith in team is very special. And to know that they're there for a reason has nothing to do with money. You know, they're kind of brings everybody together for a higher purpose. And in terms of being an adrenaline junkie, there's nothing like it. Nothing like going out at night fighting. Fighting, like my whole life I wanted to fight. Me, there's a lot of it. And look, I've said this in the past, and I think it's been a personal failure of mine because I've said things like it's the highest level. I don't believe that to be true. But at the time, I thought it was the best way I could express uh, my drives that I had, you know, to be a fighter. Oh, so your sense in the past and now is that fighting is when you so that mix of bravery, integrity, yeah, that is that can prepare you. And I don't believe that anymore. I believe that in anything, you know, if you go hard enough, it all kind of starts to feel the same. But at the time, that you know, expression was really awesome. I love the battle. That was my favorite thing. That's really when I was there. Battle is team fighting. So, and it can look a lot of different ways, but basically it's ground troops doing some kind of a mission, and it's the orchestrated movement that is the skill. The orchestrated movement, the drills done quickly and accurately. It's very difficult with communication. With communication, yeah. So you're cooperating, adapting, yeah, strategy, and adapting to the environment, and the more that you work together, the less communication there is. Yeah, yeah. And that's an amazing thing to be part of a machine. Well, machine, a team of people fight together like that. I think it's it's we're really designed to like as good as we can fight as individuals. The thing that makes us really good, our ability to fight is
Yeah, there. One of the things that makes us really human is that collective intelligence, that social aspect. Fighting is the highest of stakes. That social interaction is the highest of stakes. It does bring out something that the human. I mean, war in general something. It's just, it's I mean, obvious. It's tragic. It results in so much loss of life and well-being. Let me, if it's okay, a moment to take us back to arm wrestling. We did this like offline. We talked about some advice about arm wrestling, but maybe do a high level overview of like the different styles and strategies that we talked about. We talked about the importance of strength and power, but is there like offensive, defensive styles? Is there mentioned? What would you classify your style as? That's for people that don't, maybe even come back out of wrestling sport where two people have to strictly put their elbow as they had to elbow on the pad and then win when the back of their hands crosses kind of basically touches the table. And when you actually lock up, do so depending on the organization without straps, just to agreement that you're going to clasp your hands in a way that's fair, and the referee that helps ensure that it's fair, but game's going on, then we actually go all out, battle, there's no straps, you can go out, also get straps, which means you're marriage, yeah, you're committed, yeah, or like somebody will have to eventually, there's no pulling out. So that's the battle in that styles that don't know unless like, could yeah, we can start to kind of just dance around the subject a bit. I'd say there's a lot of different types. There's specialists and there's kind of blenders, people who are very versatile. Uh, a lot of guys win world championships on one singular move. They get extremely crisp at a hook or a top roll. And their style is very kind of focused. You can see it with a lot of that. Of a guy who's very active, Jerry Cataract. I think Jerry Cataract got a very flopper. So most technique is built around this one wrist here. Yes, what it sounds like. Your wrist is flopped, so yeah, but he is pushing for a reason. No, he will be offensive. So he will be in a press offensive. He will give his hand away. So he doesn't. Wow. Right. So you can press push. Yeah. Yeah. Without having that hook position. Right. Most people are always looking for. And Jerry's looking for it as well. And then, for example, there's another one. There's another specialist, Matt Mass. Yeah. He's a top rower. Right. Basically, that's a great move, the top rower. And his other weapons aren't nearly as powerful. Incredible top. And then you have a lot of athletes that are more blended. Okay, they have a lot of good options. I think that I probably fall more into that category. You have people who are more speed guys. Okay, so they try and do very little. I call it attrition, right? So a lot of people are very willing to trade at it, right? Because they have faith that their gas tank or their pool eventually will get a percentage. So anytime there's a trade, they'll trade. Whereas a guy like Travis Agent,
very, very well known, extremely slow, right? But if the match stops, right? So based off your genetics and a lot of ways to skin it. So I think you said something like you're a 22nd guy. That's right. The 22nd guy. What are we? What are the seconds we're talking about? So a lot of the power they want to first maybe 5 seconds in order. Just that first, that absolute, that's right, it. Right to the pass. And so you're trying to hold off that attack. If I beat you in a second, we're not in the game. Yeah. When I'm with my peer group, I will typically win 20 seconds. That's a typical win when I'm with a peer. Um, Whereas other guys, when they're with their peers, they'll win in a second. Right? That's how they do it. That's the way they're built. That's the way they train. Um, yeah, most guys at a higher level, it all starts to it starts to get more and more difficult. Be a specialist at the high level now. Some people just have little holes in their game. Uh, it's rare to get someone who can really all the moves. Very rare. What would you do with that? I would not say he's a specialist. I'd say Gabriel is Gabriel is a so yeah. And the interesting thing about the specialist versus the blender, there's a counter, right? Every a move theoretically would be the right choice. So if you're a single guy, uh, there's going to be a guy out there who can. Yeah, it'll be very difficult for you to beat that guy. Um, but like when you come to like a tournament, typically specialists do much better in tournament scenarios because their singular move can get them through a tournament very quickly and efficiently. Whereas you get a blender in a tournament, they typically will have longer and more difficult matches. Realize, right, yeah. But in super match format, typically blenders better. I'll find also talking about arm sprawl or freedom arm wrestling. I don't know how you want to call it. Let's freedom. Well, exactly, North American way. Uh, so what? So this is the idea of watching videos on removing the restriction of having your elbow on the pad and being able to hold it to the table. I think you've mentioned the criticism like cancer might be injury prone, something like that. So can you describe the arm sumo freedom wrestling idea? Right. When you come to freedom arm wrestling, basically it removes the limitation of a standard arm wrestling table. Yeah. Right. So basically every single thing is a freedom arm wrestling table. Some are better than others. Right. So that nice table where we kind of stand apart from each other and we're anatomically, in a fairly safe position. And the rules of freedom, the way you win is like the knuckles must either touch the tabletop or you hold it off the edge for a 3 count. Right? So this is the main way to win. Yes, you can like if you lift your elbow up, it's foul, but you have the entire playing surface. So your elbow is no longer limited to your 7x7 or 7x9 pad. You can move it all over the table. You can move your body around the table a bit too. And if it's a big table, your body wants to be on the table. Yeah. So basically, it's like adjusting the ring size. So arm wrestling, you're fighting in a foam, yeah, right? So you're fighting in a field. You're fighting bigger. So it just makes the sport bigger. Yeah. Japan. But even on a small table, even in a slightly larger phone booth, you get a lot more fun and variety. Way more. I think it makes the sport bigger. I actually the future of the sport. I really do. Because it makes it more accessible. Like you don't need the equipment. Right. You can do it at the bar. Yeah. All that kind of stuff. Yeah. Less equipment requirements. Most kids start free. Like most kids are messing with stuff. Yeah. And like if you die on the street, whatever. Like you arm wrestle anywhere, you don't need to bring your tape around with you. If really was interested in starting arm wrestling, or like going from just like go to the gym, kind of lift arm wrestling a few times, trying to get better at it, trying to how would you advise like getting better to where you can be there? Yeah, that's that. First step, I'd say find find good people. Find get with a club, get with people who mentor you, and that's really cool. I got to realize there's clubs in Austin. Actually, in a lot of they're everywhere. Got this app called Armbet. It's a app that helps. Yeah, very easy. But I mean, they're all over social networks. Kind of widespread now. But yeah, find people, and it's just much easier with another person, and you'll get stronger that way. But I mean, yeah, if you go to the gym, start doing the lifts, and right away, those will technically prepare you. What are drives? Yeah. So I'd say one very very simple. Let's just talk about. There's more. There's much more than three, but when you talk about energy allocation, these three lifts, in my opinion, should be like 90% of your investment. It's very big. Uh, and the exact percentage, you can argue about it, but we'll start off with the simple thing. And do it with a cable, you can get a thick diameter, so it kind of, is more on your finger, where an arm rest is going to attack you. Because any good arm rest is going to attack your finger. So, like, open hand, no. Well, I mean, for health, yes, you could. But, like, if you want to be really specific, you train exactly the way you go to the table. In the position you actually start that at. And then you just, this kind of, yeah, to your center. Your people, one of the big misconceptions in arm wrestling is that you're aiming for that pin pad. No, center chest, I'll bring it close. I make it come close, right? You see, like, whenever I do my exercises, the vector is always pulling straight towards me. Yeah, yeah. So, cupping, most the most dangerous thing that a person can do on an arm wrestling match, pull me away from my body. That's a terrible thing for me. Yeah. So that cupping, massive. So now when you think, what does the cup the other person? Cup, they go right. It's really strong. Pronate. So to fight that rolling, exactly. Yeah. So that's through thumb. Yeah. Just obviously you put got it. Right. Put on the thumb. Yeah. With motion. Got it. Those two things together, this cup and rolling, this is what's going to make the person's hand bend back. And once the person's hand is bent back, they're just their whole game is cut to pieces. They have very little good options. It's all like, yeah. So those two things, that's a huge part of your investment. Uh, rise, always exactly. Yeah, those three simple things. That's what I would tell anybody to spend most of their time on if you want to become an arm wrestler. And bands, bands are great because they're for it. The only problem I have with bands is, like, if you like to measure, if you like to do precise bands, just not precise. To have growth. Yeah. Yeah. Just, I mean, it's just like, exactly what you need. The prescription is kind of a band, and it's kind of like, a lot of people, myself included, I like to, know exactly my output. So weight. So, like cables. Yeah. Cables are nice. Bands are great. I mix bands are when I kind of don't need to. They're more like for me. When I train bands, bands are dangerous because the acceleration is so high on them. acceleration way faster than gravity, right? So if you do something bad, it can make it really much worse. It's funny that you didn't mention bicep curls or well, it's a chain. And so here's, I mean, the idea if you focus on these three, the other stuff catches up, like Cohen's involved. So if you have an axe, right, the blade of the axe, that's right. Like you need the pointy end of all your attacks. Awesome, right? Super sharp axe. Yeah, you can have those shitty hands. Yeah, right. Yeah, so focus on that. The pointy, tip of the axe. Yeah, the tip of the axe is so important, right? Like if I have an awesome bicep and I can't quite use it, what's it good for, right? Yeah, I think a lot of the motions you mentioned are just thinking about jiu-jitsu, especially yeah, there's a lot of so much people don't often work it explicitly. Yes, skills require ability to. It's almost like exactly like arm wrestling, very close. Because you're weak here, what's called floppers, and you're strong. Yeah, that's so you getting the muscle, whatever that's called, the muscle returning the pressure. That's where also choke. That little thing that makes you win in arm wrestling is also the thing that finishes the person when you have them grab. The strength is very similar. Yeah, it's fascinating actually. Of course, like you said, if you want to be very good, you should be doing very specific exact motion. Yeah. So if I was going to do, I'd be like working it. Yeah, the problem is, it's difficult to construct the exact. You have to actually go with people, and then they don't want to get choked up. Right? So like it's hard to. I'm actually big. We have these kinds of time. I'm a big believer in drilling. I love doing something thousands of times. When John Donner or somebody I mentioned to you about jiu-jitsu folks here, they're less believers in drilling. The value of almost like the mind of going live and exploring ideas of that play. You don't need to do the thing 1,000 times. You over thinking about the little details that make you better, and then in action practice, like developing the strength, the power, the explosiveness, the agility in action. So actually rolling. I don't, I agree with it, but I just volume more. Yeah, so you can accomplish it through volume. You can play a lot. Yes, exactly. But that's if you really want to get it good, you're talking about. That's why a lot of these train 3 times a day. They're doing, they're putting in the hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, just. Well, so there are a lot of them are not just going hard. It's just sitting on the mat. Some of it's just sitting there talking through ideas, watching others or teaching, explaining stuff. It's like it's not just physical. It's mental because in your mind. Some of the greatest they talk about the wrestlers and the fighters at the top of their career. They basically George St. Pierre's like this, another fellow, uh, like his head, how they're like if you train enough hours, it's gonna be in your head, and they're all going playing around in your head. Some little detail over time, in your like that, that ends up having a result in not just so was in. I do have to return to that. I know we talked about pancakes. Let me quite serious. You are one of the, I mean, strongest athletes in the world in your sport. You have to get big, you have to get powerful, you have to get strong. What is the right diet? Like, what do you eat? How often do you, um, from the highest details to the small, so things that make you happy. I've experimented with every diet. I've done it all. I've been vegan. I've done bodybuilder, name it. I've tried it. I don't believe that in sport of arm wrestling as it is perhaps in other sports. I believe that to be very basic, enough probably gonna be okay. Um, yeah, it's a. I mean, it really. I mean, not to overcomplicate it, but I mean that's where the conversation starts. Are you eating enough food? And it can come any number of ways. I don't think it's important as a lot of other people do. I'm certainly irresponsible a lot, but the thing is back to like volume, right? Like if you want to be a super heavy, it's very different than if you want to be a weight category. If you want to be a weight category guy, I'd say that you need to be more responsible, make better choices. If you want to be a super heavyweight, we're watching omelets, so eggs, bacon, syrup, so you don't care carbs or protein. So all the things you try. So I'm mostly now, yeah, and I landed on that. There's several things, obviously, but I do a lot of sport. And I was very surprised my particular body performed better. Only why better? Of course, I do. Mind matters. So for some reason, my mind's just clear. Yeah. And I don't think it feels unhealthy. It makes me feel really good. I don't think I would recommend it to anybody else. So it's interesting that journey of exploring can take you to figure out something about you. One of the most interesting things that I heard about nutrition was I heard. Yeah. I'm an idiot. Now I'd say over the last couple of years, I've really gone into carbs a lot and high glycemic carbs. I feel like it's the best thing. But where was I? So you've added distracted. I forget everything. Distracting. No, so you've added the high glycemic carbs. That you don't know, but that's fasting, right? So there was a study that I heard about by somebody who's trying to identify heart attacks. Very big study, and at the end of it, no matter what the ate, the most important thing, how they felt eating. So if you believe in food, you believe it's going to do good things for you, allocate it the right way, it's going to have positive. And I try and do that no matter what it is. Like I have my foods that I think do certain things, and so for me, I know that actually, I mean, I learned about corn-fed pumps when I was overseas. I realized that if I never used to eat crap, really, I ate clean all the time, and when I was faced with imminent death more, I would be like, okay, I'm going out tonight. Let's have a couple ice cream bars, like whatever. And what I realized is if I eat like an entire bag of chips or like a bunch of chocolate bars, and then I go and have a workout, my workout will be incredible. It'll be incredible. Um, there's something about easily processed carbohydrate that will continue quickly get into your blood as fast as you burn it. And there's something about that gives you incredible blood flow. And also your mind plugging in, enjoying that, right? And then believing it works. That's not right. Work better. Exactly. I feel that way. Not frustrating about the health coach study. They're done. Look at like sports, active diet, all kinds of things. I wish incorporated into that would be your mental relationship with all these things. So for example, people that tell me, well, your sleep schedule is a problem. I I think that's really important. If you're sleeping crazy hours, uh, is not affecting your stress. It's actually happy, or you're drawing kind of sort of pleasure and satisfaction of being awake when others aren't. Like try something or something, and training, you convince yourself everybody's sleeping, and you're somehow training much better. That's powerful, even if you look physically 6 hours worse than 8 hours, or 4 hours worse than 6 hours. The mind is a superpower. But if you want to be a super heavyweight, you gotta eat like all the not the what's your favorite meal? If you had I am I food. I'd say the food that I rely on a lot when I'm getting ready to eat is sushi because it normally comes in an all you can eat format. You know, so I love to go and just binge all you all you can eat buffets. Super convenient. Yeah. If I was a sushi all you can eat great place, I'd be thinking about what I saw you. Have you had barbecue in Texas? Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah. If you just a small taste of it, you face the mountain. How for well, first of all, you arm wrestle them. Yeah, it's interesting to ask. So this is the mountain throne, strong man, one of the strongest people in the world, time strongest person in the world. What was it like? I know you guys weren't going 1,000%. What was it like? Well, he felt yeah. But like, what? It's interesting to think. What does that feel like? So it's a specialized strength in another sport. What does it feel like? What? How strong was he? What is kind of deep insights drawn from that battle? I feel like if we were to go back 1,000, you give him armor and a two-handed sword, rip across it, and stop. So this is the boxing match, but there's also video of them arm wrestling. Yeah, what a tight, a guy like that, tall, strong, fit, disciplined. I mean, he is quite a warrior. 119 pounds. Yeah, he's incredibly impressive. I really like Hathor, and I like it tall too. And I was I'm just so caught up with the drama. Okay, so Eddie Hall and Hathor Jones, two of the strongest legendary strongmen we have. And they were the coolest. They were the top when strongman was really uh, I don't know all the details, but they legit hit each other. Like legit. So I think kind of stem. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not right there with them, but uh, Eddie won the world's strongest here, and like, it was one of those things where Hathor, was not expecting them just to be okay, and they were basically, from what I understand, they were going to fight like the night of the world's strongest man. Kind of got pulled apart. This heat between them got translated into a boxing. Very real, very real fight. So you have the two strongest dudes on the planet gonna fight each other. So I've been like, because arm wrestling and strongman kind of similar communities. Yeah, you were giving me financial advice. Oh, I am so bad. I always call it wrong. They're very different. I see Hathor as Eddie Hall slims down. Is that what? Yeah. Well, I see Hathor as a bit more regimented. But I see Eddie Hall as like way more barbaric and like I think he's a little bit more athletic, but Hathor's bigger. Uh, and they've chosen slightly different paths to prepare for the match. But what happened was like they were about to fight, and Eddie Hall was my side. was getting ready for Levon in December. We were supposed to arm wrestle in December, but got his movie, and so I was like, okay, I can kind of get away from the sport just a little bit, broaden my base. That happened, and I was like, opportunity. That's it. An opportunity to fight. I'm like, I'll do it. So I was training to you trained a little. It sounds like your own that was training like like oh, it was so much fun. So much fun. So basically, I made a funny video and I sent it to the organizers of sports, and I would do it. I'm sure they got people who wanted to do it, but I'm like, listen, I and like it's up like everywhere outside the arm wrestling lanes. Uh, but I will 100% like if you let me fight, give it my all. And whatever they didn't get back to me, they're like, yeah, okay. So then they call me on Friday, like 5 weeks before the event, and they're like, hey, Devin, are you serious? Oh shit. And I'm like, yes, I was serious. Yeah, I'll do it. And they're like, okay. Um, they're like, down to you and like 2 other people. We'll get back to you in a day or two, but you would do it. And I'm like, yeah. They got back to me on Sunday. Like, so right away I'm like skipping rope, and I'm like, and I only arm wrestled. That's all I did. What was this is so striking training? Yeah, so I went to the guy that was awesome, Zach Bushida. That was a TriStars. For us, the hobby. And yes, people in the comments, I will interview him on the podcast. He's brilliant, right? Incredible guy. So right away, like I had no idea about the fight community across Canada, really, and I got like by the 5th message that said you must train with Ross. I was like, okay, called him up, incredible right away. He's like, yeah, you can come. So I got the call. I called him on like Monday at 2 o'clock. By like 7 o'clock, I had my things packed, and I went to Montreal, and I spent 4 weeks in the fighter dorm. Yeah, every day getting punched in the face, over and over, going for runs. Like they're all like Olympians and pro fighters living in the dorms. Super cool dudes. They were so good to me. Yeah, I don't remember which was, but you're already. Oh, I do. I mean, I knew what I was getting into. Like I knew it was going to be a battle, but I felt like the opportunity to fight for, like, how cool is that? Like, I had to say, um, I love the process, and I learned a lot from doing it. Like, the norms, I want to do something like that with arm wrestling. I think we're big enough now. We can have these kind of uh, dorms, frat houses, whatever you want to call it. What's the dorm like? So basically staying there, there. Yeah. You mentioned what was the word you used? Administration. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Moves all of that, makes it so simple. Focus. The gym is here, you live here. That your life becomes simple. Yeah. There's a guy named Jimmy Pedro here in America, famous coach, place up in Boston. He's kind of a dorm like that too. Yeah. That becomes essential community all trying to do epic things, right? Like, goal. You have to really together, kind of minimalist focus on yeah, it wasn't enough time. I trained for about 4 weeks, but I love the journey. And what are some of the fun things you did most strike you? It was boxing. It was straight up boxing. But what are some things that were transferable? What are some things you learned from that world of honor? Have you taken anything back, like some training regimen, about training? The process of unique mind. Well, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've gone very far down the path of arm wrestling. Boxing and arm wrestling are very, they're very difficult sports. The physicality required is different. You know, the mentality. I mean, it's fighting, so it's another form of fighting, which is cool. The big things that I took back from it, the things that I loved about it was I had to run again. You know, to really work on. Um, I was going for runs with guys in the dorms, and they would just destroy me. Like it was so bad. You like, how did you feel in the actual boxing? The torture. It was terrible. And the thing is, it was so crazy for me. And I really wasn't. Like I had body, you know, but you know, being so specialized, I realized how much and yeah, I think it's affected my body. I think I think it's very healthy, healthful. I always think that far away from good to I think that in that way, also for your mind, yeah, yeah, it's like yeah, yeah, it's something about clearing your. I think you've talked about this, like you're basically taking steps back, take steps forward. Yeah, yeah, you have to go on. Got it. If you want to go above the line, you have to spend. I was definitely. But Mountain, I mean, like the interesting thing was, incredible as he is, you know, like what a monster. And I think if you had had him training in boxing for a long time, like from his youth, I think he would actually be champion. But you know, to be so specialized and then to switch, you're at a and also like I know from just fighting guys in TriStar, some of those guys were way scarier for real. Like as scary as Thor is, like there's guys in that TriStar gym that don't look like anything that would murder me much worse, much worse. Yeah, but also you know, that's the difference between being in the gym and under the lights. GSP is an example. Pierre is an example. Somebody that doesn't look terrifying. That's TriStar. Yep, trained at TriStar, but he's quite nice, super humble, but it's terrifying. Right. Dominate. Mention and your Canadian special and in general mortality or your death. Contemplate the end, right? All the time. Yeah. From I've thought about that at a young age. Yeah, I hate it. Yeah, I don't want to die. Definitely don't want to die. Uh, but there's times when I can rid myself of it. Yeah. But for sure, I mean, I'm not happy that you know death is inevitable. I'm not happy that potentially it's inevitable. All of it. But it does. I like to fight against it. Yeah, if you be immortal, oh, that's my only wish. Oh, here's the thing. That's the point is to have that wish. It's like the all uh, that's she's have a, I don't think I get sick of stuff first. Yeah, I don't think I would get tired of it. I mean, if someone live forever, how would you? My answer is yes. Like I was, you know, like one, one good, but it's very different than most. Because if I'm allowed to live forever, I'm going to delay all the crazy. all the ambitious goals, all the things. There's always tomorrow. That's fine. But there is tomorrow. There's tomorrow. Yeah, I think that takes away from the richness of experience each moment. I think the richness of each moment comes from saying like I could die like that. It's just taste the liquor because you're gonna die. I'm afraid if you're not. I'm afraid all that goes away. All that magic goes away forever. I don't know. But I'll tell you, every time I have a near death experience with thinking I'm gonna die, I definitely it's always been that way. But yeah, no, that's why the Stoics they really preach contemplating mortality often. It kind of reminds you this whole thing, and then shit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Certainly for the quality of life, it's important. Um, part of me thinks that immortality is not as fun as like to imagine. Do you think that maybe you're what you're building potentially is immortal? That's what I definitely think about robots. I think they would have a human-like experience and be able to interact with humans in a meaningful way. I think they do have to be immortal in some fundamental way that means immortal. Like their ride then they won't be able to interact with unless that's the case. Um, to have love, really suffer, really miss somebody. I think scarcity is important. You have to be able to truly somebody. You have to truly have the risk of destroying yourself. And to have a sense of what it means to be a self, you have to. If you're immortal, I feel like you're going to be intelligent, served. What's the negative perspective on it? On immortality? Yeah. I think, well, now you get all of this you want to do. I hope you're right. Right. Yeah. I mean, that's even harder. Like, I'm actually gonna be able to get all this stuff. I think about this a lot. I hope you're right. I I fear the drive to create or all of that space disappear if you have all this time. I just know how lazy I am. And if I have all the time in the world, I'm just gonna sit there and just like watch videos for the rest of all eternity. Now eternity's a long time. Doritos, Cheetos, and just get fatter and fatter. I can get in shape later. There's always time. That's like a long period of contemplation. Yeah. So for the first 1,000 years, it'll be the Dorito period of the Lex. And then, you could be like Jabba the Hutt for 1,000. You mentioned aliens, very important topic. You actually think about the increased interest, been increased UFO sighting and encounters, all that kind of stuff. The U.S. government released the data, releasing videos of pilot observations, airplanes. Think about this kind of stuff because you mentioned the following context. You mentioned like our humans will get our shit together when the aliens eventually come. Yeah. What do you make of all the sightings? Well, I thought about it a lot when I was younger, and I made my conclusion. Yeah, I don't think that there's a possibility that there are. I would think it would be impossible for them not to. They're, I feel like it's pretty good real estate. So, yeah, you probably want it, but we already might be. Well, I don't even might. I mean, it's probably quite likely are to some degree aliens. I mean, all life probably to some degree. I like real estate, the resources. We're also, yeah, whatever the colony organism. going to reach us or have reached us are far more intelligent. So it's going to be very difficult, mostly for us to understand them dumb themselves down enough to understand us. Yeah, probably. So they might even just miss our existence altogether just because I believe, I don't know what you think, that we're not that special in terms of all the life forms in the universe. There's a lot of to us, we're yeah, that's all that matters, right? Yeah. You most special. It could be much more special on Earth. They were just totally tree on a scale of thousands of years. They're on something. Like, you know, I think that so much of what makes a person special is what they pass on to kids. But I think that you're quite special because you're part of potentially giving birth to the next robot. The robot. I should say, the funny thing is, while talking to Kevin during this podcast, I was doorbell ring downstairs, and there was a big box, big box, like um, the hilarity thing that because that robot is actually going to be the main robot that I showed to the world coming that has the highest compute level in that robot. I've been playing a lot with legged robots, the 4 legs, like a dog. Um, I like all of them, but something about when a robot has legs, able to communicate, able to connect with people in some kind of deep way, in the way a dog can, show affection. Something about like step, 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 and then the robot realizes you're here, and then it steps and notices you in the way the dog does, and raises its head. It makes me notice, hurt in the way I do dog notice. That excitement, that stupid excitement. Yes, fellow living organism. And what excites me about legged robots is that holy shit, it's possible to engineer this, it's possible to create that. I wonder where that can go. There's a lot of negative, but I have a sense that there's positive. You have more love to take us with them. Yeah, so because so here robots become super intelligent and run away from basically become so intelligent and then they almost just not giving a damn for us. But I think in order for robots to become intelligent, they have to integrate themselves with society. So they by very nature of how they become intelligent have to bring us along. So it's not that they're separate thing. They have to like we'll have robots in the home, they'll be interacting with have human kids, you have a bunch of robots, friends, friends. And the robots relationships more meaningful, richer, they bring more love to the world. Integrated. It's not like they'll be developing smarter uh, as like, sentient beings by themselves. I think that's very difficult to do. You have to humans will come for the ride. There's technical things we might merge cyborgs more and more. Well, we already saw hard cyborgs, right? Final fantasy more like Elon and Neuralink, deeper integration of robots and AI into like increasing the bandwidth at which they can communicate. Right. So if we do implants in the brain, I think again a lot of people are really nervous about this, as am I. But I think there's a lot of trajectories that are positive there, and that's and
No.
also I just don't think it's possible to stop. You should yeah. Okay.
Fuckers.
I mean, you must have watched the Return, right? Yeah. Yeah. interesting, actually. I was talking about it. China and the United States, if you don't know what Canada is, they both agree that they're not going to be an autonomous weapon. Because China's U.S. I think announced we're not. You can't. Well, you can't. Like, you never could, right? It exists. It's better. Well, but there's been a global ban on bioweapons. So we're able to come to an agreement there that we're not going to use biological weapons before. So it was a lot of people are really upset of AI driven weapons. The world said, nope, okay. And so now you have potential for greater and greater automation, drones, for example, bombing locations, area as attack. So it, some of that stuff that you mentioned that you do military, that teamwork, that decision making, strategy, build that is a humanity. Yeah. Even when there's an enemy that's blind, that you are aware of what is ethical, what is not, what is just, and what is not. And it's a machine to miss all of that, plow through it, and acts with atrocity. That's something that worries a lot of people. Because, yeah, and AI-based wars is terrifying, especially with cybersecurity becoming more and more of an issue. Hacking, the sort of people that look a lot like me being the warriors of the future. Yeah, people behind a keyboard versus versus traditional warriors. Probably inevitable. Yeah, terrifying. It is. But I think if you believe it is possible, it's certainly going to happen. Like, at some point, it's just when, right? When does it happen? So that, I mean, to me, I'm ultimately optimistic about the future. And to me, I'm excited about the world with AI. I'm even excited about the metaverse and all these kinds of things. More and more in digital space, virtual reality. I think part of me that grew up in a non-internet world, non-computer world, it's a day, video games, there's part of me that's like that. But I think technology is the best, can bring out the best of humanity. So I think virtual reality, all of these things, over time, we'll figure out how to fix it to bring out the social networks. The generation social networks, now Facebook, Twitter, and so on, they have some problems bringing out the worst in people. But I think we're learning. I think the next generation of social networks will be better and better and better. And I'm optimistic. Of course, you know, one reason we may have not seen aliens yet, obviously, like in a way that's obvious, is because once you get clever and smart and have all this cool technology, you destroy yourself. And we sure seem to, yeah, yeah, there might be that limit that is hard to get right. I'm hoping we get all our aggression out through arm wrestling competition, right? All yeah, that, like, yeah. Oh my God, wouldn't that be great if it was that simple? Yeah. You know if there's another over the top that made? Oh yeah, yeah. There's always stuff in the works. There's actually there's a tournament called Over the Top in Australia that's a couple months away. I think they're doing it all the over the top scene. There are arm wrestling moves that are being made right now. Actually, there's a documentary that's showing me it for this on thing, but yeah, we're probably for another big one. But you're also just a YouTube channel. You're doing a lot of sport. That's really cool to see. But just being like looking out like you're looking today, but just like yeah, there, yeah. Just like sleepy, putting yourself out there completely as you are. That's a beautiful thing. The best thing brings people together. That's it. Yeah, community, the folks I got to interact with, so awesome, so excited, so full of kindness. I'm definitely gonna find the club here and start working on my arm wrestling game. Devin, this is such a huge honor. Spend your valuable time down to Austin. You would hang out with me and do this conversation. Super cool to talk to you, Lex. As I mentioned, in case people I'm sure will tell me. So I hang out with Joe Rogan all the time. He's a friend. I told him you should talk to him. He's going to school currently. But I'm sure this conversation that Joe happens eventually. He, that would be epic as well. He loves fighting. He loves fighting. He loves wrestling. He loves strength. And I think all of those are so quickly encapsulated in wrestling. So thank you so much for talking. Thanks so much. Thanks for the conversation with Devin Laird. Support the podcast. Check out our sponsors. And now, let me leave you with some words. Motto Sashi. The only reason a warrior is alive is fight. The only reason a warrior fights is win. Thank you for listening. If one side is all up,
Obstacles mutually assured physical destruction.
how far
Location, you can capture their contacts, record their telephone calls, record their camera without them knowing about it. Basically, you can put an invisible ankle bracelet on someone without them knowing. You could sell that to a zero-day broker for
following his conversation with the whole program. Cybersecurity journalist, author, type of Let's Read podcast, supported, check out our sponsor. Now, the friends, all around. You've interviewed hundreds of cybersecurity hackers, activists, dissidents, computer scientists, government officials, investigators, and mercenaries. Let's talk about cybersecurity and cyber war. Start with the basics. What is a zero-day vulnerability? And a exploit or
so at the most basic level, let's say I'm a hacker and I find a bug in your iPhone iOS software that no one else knows about, especially Apple. It's called a zero day. Because the minute it's discovered, there's about 0 days. I study that 0 day, essentially write a program to exploit it. And that program would be called a zero-day exploit. For iOS, dream that you craft a zero-day exploit that can remotely exploit someone else's iPhone without them ever knowing about it. You can capture their location, you can capture their contacts that record their telephone calls, record their camera without them knowing about it. Basically, you can put an invisible ankle bracelet on someone without them knowing. By that ability, they actually have value for agency or government that wants to monitor critics or dissidents. So there's a very lucrative market now for zero-day exploits.
so you said a few things there. One is iOS. Why iOS? Which operating system? Which one is the sexiest thing to try to get to or the most effective? the other thing you mentioned is remote versus like having to actually come in contact with them.
So iPhone exploits has been a government's number one priority. Recently, actually, the price of Android remote zero-day exploit, something that can get you an Android phone, is actually higher. The value of that is now higher on this underground market for zero-day exploits than iPhone iOS exploits. Things are
There's probably more Android devices. That's why it's better. By Android versus and people. All the use iPhone, but nice dinner party. So is that the reason that the more popular iPhone? Is that why?
I don't think so. I actually, so it was about 2 years ago, I that you could craft zero click exploit for iOS, and that was about as good as it gets. You could sell that to a zero-day broker for $2 million. The caveat is you never think about it. The minute you tell someone about it, Apple learns about it, they patch it, and that $2.5 million investment that that zero-day broker just made goes to death. So a couple of years ago, and don't quote me on the prices, but an Android zero-click remote exploit for the first time topped the iOS. And actually, a lot of people on that was that it might a sign that Apple's security was falling, and that it might actually be easier to find an iOS zero-day exploit than find an Android zero-day exploit. The other thing is market share. There are just more people around the world using Android. And a lot of governments that are paying top dollar for zero-day exploits are deep-pocketed governments in the Gulf that want to use these exploits to monitor their own citizens, monitor their critics. And so it's not necessarily that they're trying to find a leak. It's that they want to find out who these people are that are criticizing them or perhaps the next Arab Spring.
So in your experience, are most of the attack targeted to cover up?
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. How are you? Are you 15%, 15.2% yet? Okay, do you know that you've lost 6 straight games to me currently in mini golf? Are you aware of that? Zoot. Zoot. Are you aware that you've lost 6 straight games to me? Okay, so you're aware of this. You know this to be a fact. So, are you ready to lose some more? Are you going to be the great Australian hope? I don't know about that. I mean, in my opinion, I used to have a very high view on Australia and the Australian people. Then I met you. And really, I still have a very high view of Australia and the Australian people. But I think that y'all are dog shit at mini golf. Did you know that? That's what I like to hear, Zoot. Very funny. Very funny. Zoot. Zoot was funny. All right, wait less than 1 minute, and I have intentions to send you an invitation. Now, it's up to you whether you want to accept it. If I were you, I'd accept it just for the mere opportunity to play with someone as sexy and funny and just amazing as I am. I mean, I'm not just amazing, I'm good looking too, which is just incredible. Just absolutely positively incredible. And all I know is that when it comes to whooping ass at this game, I am I'm perhaps one of the best people in the history of mankind just in general. But when it comes to whooping ass in mini golf, I take no prisoners. All right? Do you know what it is? You know what the dragon attack is, but do you know what take no prisoners is? All right. Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. Here we go.
Why does time go so fast as you get older?
Because you have less relative time remaining, and when you're a little kid, you don't have anything with which to compare it. So, like, for instance, a year of your life when you're 10 years old is 1/10 of your life. But when you're 30 years old, it's 1/30th of your life. And when you're 100 years old, it's 1% of your life.
Yeah. When I was like 5 years old, that 5 years period, that felt like 5 years compared to what it is now.
All right, well, you were still learning things then, too. Zoot, I've won 5 straight games against you. How many games against you straight am I going to win now? Are you proud of that shot? Make it. Make it. Terrible shot. Just absolutely dog shit.
What languages do you know?
I know English best, followed by some Hebrew, some Yiddish, some Latin, some Spanish, a little French, a little Italian. That's basically where I'm limited. Look how sick that shot was.
How was it? It was okay.
It was amazing. Look at this shot. Doug, I'm up 1 hole to none on you, and 6 straight games.
Gonna win.
I am. Without, are you fucking serious?
Come back.
Dude, fuck you, man.
Come back.
Be the shot. Stop.
Oh my god.
I'll take that shot, Zoot. That's a beautiful shot. You're right. Look how sick that shot is. Now you need one of the best shots you've ever had. Best shot you've ever had.
Don't ever poke around our software ever again or listen to our general one. And that was really sort of the common thread for years. And so hackers who set out to do the right thing were basically to shut up and stop doing what you're doing. And what happened next was they basically started trading this information online. And when you go back and interview from those early days, they all tell a very similar story, which is they're curious, they're seekers. They remind me of like the kid down the block that was constantly poking around the hood of his dad's car. They just couldn't help themselves. They wanted to figure out how a system is designed, how
Oh no, Zoot.
some other person
Zoot.
have to be there. But they were
Oh my God.
by these
Next hole is the batting hole.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I
online. Just stick a middle finger at all these companies.
Okay, you kind of fucked up.
And what I learned
Okay.
government
Oh no, you won. You won.
7 games in a row, Zoot. I've shown my superiority to you. Dude, I beat you 7 games in a row. I'm going for 8 right now.
Okay.
That was amazing. Oh, Zoot! You fucker. Boy, I was fortunate to tie on this hole. I'm not good at this hole. Look how sick this shot is. Yo, Zoot. Now I have to mute you. Short.
The other thing that they say is that
Zoot, I like winning. You need one of the best shots in your history of your life, and you just fucked up. Because I'm a pimp with a huge dick. Because I'm sexy and everybody knows it.
Now we're gonna find the hole. I think it's behind you.
No way. Get in the hole. Get in the hole.
Yeah.
Fuck you, man.
You're the one that played like that. Rabbi, how do you get
Because I'm sexy.
now, how do you get okay, okay. I mean, it's not as good as
You're right. You're right. All I have to do is make this shot. Don't fuck up. Oh. I am guaranteed 8 straight wins. Nope. Zoot, you suck at this hole. I don't think I suck at it. Oh, baby.
You are
Zoot, what's it like to lose 8 straight games? 8 straight games? Zoot, you've lost 8 straight games. Perfect shot. That fucking chicken's in my way. Zoot, I'm just shutting you off. Yep, but I talk with some people. Hit my ball, baby. What? I've never invited anybody. What amazing shot. I am. Bye bye, Zoot. Look how good this shot is, Zoot. Oh, almost. Yo, pimp. Okay, but how much do you suck dick at mini golf? No, it does. It does, and it does a lot. You're gonna leave? Zoot, just play better. That's all. I mean, it's really simple. Don't give me any ammunition. Just don't suck. I mean, it's like, duh. Zoot, look at the scoreboard. Just know I've beaten you 8 straight games. No, you're not. You have a very difficult shot. Very difficult. Short, but you didn't make it. I thought you were gonna make it. Dude, you've lost 8 straight games. Do you want to be Do you want to be? Do you want to be interviewed? Dog, I've won. I've won 9 straight games, son. This is just the most incredible ass kicking. Yo, pimp. You're in the water. Look how sick this shot is. You're not gonna make it. You helped me. You helped me greatly. Bye bye, Zoot. Because I'm a pimp. Stay. Zoot, you've lost 9 straight games. What are your thoughts? No one gives a shit about that, dog. The only thing about which people care is that you've lost 9 straight games.
altered. When they've got into
Dog, you know it's sexy. You know it's beautiful.
very, very actually was the security broker, South African guy, lives in Thailand. And right when I was starting on this,
You helped me.
New York Times,
Thanks,
he
Zoot.
interviewed Forbes, and he talked about the security broker.
Amazing
And
shot,
he
Zoot.
would post special bags filled with cash. And later he would say he was speaking off the record, he didn't understand. But what I heard from people who did business was that the moment that story came out, no one did business with him. His business plummeted by at least half. No one wants to do business with anyone who's going to get on camera and talk about how they're selling securities to government.
I'm so sexy, Zoot. Be right back. I'm gonna take a whiz.
And it's another thing. Zodiac proposal. They become a huge target for nations all over the world. And talk about having perfect OPSEC. You better have some perfect OPSEC if people know that you have access to the security.
Which sucks because in transparency here, for educating the world, and also inspiring other engineers. Like when you operate in the shadow, it doesn't help us move in a positive direction. Like getting more people on the side for something.
Right.
But of course, the best you can possibly do. Great journalists, integrate things, while hiding.
Yeah, and I think what HackerOne told me was, okay, let's just put away the people that are finding and developing zero-day all day long.
Yo, dog.
What about
That was a mistake.
however many million
Doghouse. And
why not have saying, hey, find an airline, Schneider Electric, or and
pretty good.
that is fine.
I hate this hole. You usually beat me on it. I just fucked up. And I did, because I'm a pimp and I'm sexy. Are you sure, big dog? Stop. Stop. You have a shot. You have a shot that might allow you to win the game. It all is on this shot, Zoot. That's a miss. Dude, I just made it. Dude, you're gonna lose 10 straight games. What are your thoughts? It's over, baby. It's over. It's over. Zoot, you're done. You've lost 10 straight games. 9? Are you sure it's 9? Alright, it's 9 straight. This is the 10th game. Apologies, I lose track because I've won so much. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up, and they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you win, put your hands up in the air and stay there. All Zoot does, yeah, I'll sing it for you. It goes like this. My name is Zoot, Zoot, Zoot. No, it goes, all I do is lose, lose, lose. My name is Zoot. I lose to Rabbi every time I can't get enough. And every time I play the Play-Doh app, everybody knows I'm gonna lose, lose, lose. And I always lose, and I always lose, and I always lose, 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 lose. All you do is lose, lose, lose. And if you can't hit, that's not the right angle, dog. All you do is lose, lose, lose no matter what. Got losing on your mind, you can never get enough. And every time you step out in the building, everybody hands go down, down, down. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Lose, 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 lose. Cause all you do is lose, lose, lose. And if you oh, Zoot, watch this move. Bye bye. All you do is lose, lose, lose no matter what. Got money on my mind and I never get enough. And every time I step up in a building, everybody's hands go, well, for me, up, but I win. So this is the Zoot song. All he does is lose, lose, lose no matter what. Got money on his mind, he can never get enough. And every time he step up in a building, everybody's hands go down. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Lose, 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 lose. Cause all you do is lose, lose, lose. And if you never hand, all you do is lose, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind and I never get enough. And every time I step up in a building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there. Lose, 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 lose. Cause all you do is lose, lose, lose. And if you get hands on the hands, all you do is lose, lose, lose no matter what. Got money on my mind and I never get enough. And every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. Because all you do is lose, lose, lose. Zoot, you have to make this shot. Oh, you almost did, but you didn't. Why? Because all you do is lose, lose, lose no matter what. Got money on my mind and I never get enough. Dude, all Zoot does is lose, lose, lose no matter what. No matter got money on his mind, he can never get enough. And every time you step up in a building, what are your thoughts on that shot? Don't do that. Don't do that. Thank you. Zoot, not only are you going to lose, but you might lose in a perfect game. All you do is lose, lose, lose no matter what. Got money on my mind and I can never get enough. Zoot, you lost 10 straight games, son. I don't know what's more embarrassing. Losing 100 straight literati games against me or 10 straight mini golf games against me when you've played more mini golf than I have. All you do is lose, lose, lose no matter what. Oh, what a shot. What a shot to get my 10th win. Dude, I just made it. I just made it. and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down, because all you do is lose, lose, lose. Zoot, 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 zoot. Let's interview you. Let's interview. Let's try to get let's try to get in your mindset. Okay, here I am on the fifth hole on the green. I'm here with Zoot. Zoot, first question we got to ask you. What's it like to get your ass kicked 5 straight games and then 10 straight games? Do you have any comments? Was it inferior play on your part, superior play on Rabbi's part, or was it a mixture? All right. Well, back to you in the studio. Dude, you've lost. You, dog, I would mop the floor with you right now. Okay, well, what about mini golf? Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll go easy on you. We'll play darts. I'll let you get some wins in. Oh, I fucked up though. I didn't send you a darts invitation. Fuck, I fucked up again. Dude, dude, I've invited you. Oh no, I don't want to go. All right, but you couldn't beat me 10 straight times. $50. That was really good. Okay, it's really easy to say that when no one can see your face. There you go, Zeus. Okay. All right. No one believes you, but that's cool. Yep. Dude, I know what you're talking about when you play against other people. Their groupings are so tight, and it's always right around that triple 20. Whatever you do, don't fuck this up. Give me a double 20. You, double 15, son. Double 15. You just checked out with a double 15. Fuck. Yeah. Don't fuck up, dude. I'm not good at these, though. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in a building, everybody hand go up. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. You got two, two, one, one. That's like almost as bad, like the worst you could do. Triple 20. Dude, I could do it, Zoot. I did it! Dude, I did it! Yes, sir. You got 4. I got 101. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get. I did it, Zoot. Fucking amazing. You've gotten two in your career, with playing with me at least. Dog. All right. I need a break. All right. Don't forget, when you come back and we play mini golf, bring your A game and don't lose. It's as simple as that, okay? Dude, do you need me to repeat the instructions? Bring your A game and don't lose. Yeah. Oh.
Storyline was after the company got hit, preemptive after setting up the pipeline, their billing systems were frozen, couldn't charge customers downstream.
Frozen billing
They
system.
called about our
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. The money on my mind.
pipeline. I thought it was gas repaired out the refinery, and it would have been fun. There was also national security, economic impetus for them to pay ransom. The other one I was thinking about is Baltimore. When the city of Baltimore got hit, the initial and something around 76,000. It might have even started smaller than that. And Baltimore stood its ground and didn't pay. But ultimately, the cost for $1 million. A lot for the city of Baltimore. That's money that could have gone to public school education and roads, public health, and instead it just went to rebuilding the systems from scratch. So a lot of residents in Baltimore were like, why the hell did you say $76,000? So it's not obvious. It's easy to say don't pay because why you're funding their R&D for the next go round. But it's too often complicated.
So on the individual level, like, the way I feel personally, have you talked to people that were kind of the same way I was, but maybe more dramatic on, thing with it, violence, hurt?
Yeah.
How much are you?
The worst ransomware attack I've covered on a personal level was an attack on a hospital in Vermont. And you think of this as like, okay, it's in their IT network, they should still be able to treat patients. But it turns out that cancer patients can't get their chemo anymore because the protocol gets what is very complicated. And without it, nurses and doctors couldn't access it. So they were turning chemo cancer patients away. One nurse told us, I don't know why people aren't screaming about this. It's the only thing I've seen that even compares to what we're seeing at the hospital right now. When I worked in the burn unit after the Boston Marathon bombing, we really put it in super dramatic terms. And last year, there was a report in the Wall Street Journal where they attributed an infant death to a ransomware attack because mom came in and whatever device they were using to monitor the fetus wasn't working because of the ransomware attack. And so they attributed the infant death. Now, on a bigger scale, but less personal, families did not catch that attack. Attack by Russia on Ukraine came at them through it fire attacks the software company in that case, that didn't hit any government agency or business in Ukraine that uses tax software. It actually hit any business all over the world that had even a single employee working remotely in Ukraine. So it hit Maersk, the shipping company, that hit Pfizer, hit FedEx, but the one I will never forget is Merck. It paralyzed Merck's factories. It really created an existential crisis in the company. Merck had to tap into the emergency supplies of the Gardasil vaccine that year because the vaccine production line had been paralyzed in that attack. Imagine that was going to happen right now to Pfizer or Moderna, Johnson Johnson. Imagine. I mean, that would really create a global cyber terrorist attack, essentially.
And that's almost unintentional.
I thought for a long time, I always looked at it as collateral damage. But actually, just today, there was a really impressive threat researcher at Cisco, which has a threat intelligence division called Talos, who said, stop calling it collateral damage. They can see who's going to get hit before they deployed that malware. It wasn't collateral damage. It was intentional. They meant business. So I don't know if that's I always thought of it as sort of this collateral, but it definitely.
How much they Ukraine between Russia and U.S., Russia and China, China and U.S. Let's look at China and U.S. I think China and U.S. are going to escalate something that was.
I believe any geopolitical conflict from now on guarantees to have some cyber element to it. The Department of Justice recently decided for not for intellectual property. Get a foothold so that if things escalate in conflict, they are where they need to be to shut down and have a real glimpse of what that looks like. Pulling out the line in the panic time, to get forward, and so they're there. They've got in there. Anytime I report progression Chinese justice or what's happening right now with Russia's buildup on the Ukraine border or India, Pakistan, I'm always looking at it through a cyber lens. It really bothers me that people aren't. Because there's no way that these governments and these agencies are not going to use their access to some advantage in those conflicts. And I'm now in a position where I'm an advisor to the cybersecurity, infrastructure security at DHS. So I'm not saying anything classified here, but I just think that it's really important to understand just generally what the collateral damage could be for American businesses and critical infrastructure in any of these escalated conflicts around the world. Because generally, our adversaries have learned that they might never be able to match us in terms of traditional military or traditional weapons. But we have a very soft underbelly when it comes to cyber. 80% or more of America's infrastructure, so pipelines, power grid, nuclear plants, water systems, owned and operated by the private sector. And for the most part, there is nothing out there legislative. They're the factory. You don't even have to tell the government it. There's nothing mandating that they meet their minimum standard of cybersecurity. And that's it. So even when there are these attacks, most of the time we don't even know about it. So that is, if we were going to design a system as blind and vulnerable as possible, that's a pretty good. That's what it looks like. Is what we have here in the United States, and everyone here is just operating like, let's keep hooking up everything for convenience. You know, software eats the let's keep going for cost, for convenience sake, just because we can. And when you study these issues, the tax, study the advancement, the uptick in frequency, and the lower barrier to entry that we see every single year, you realize just how dumb software eats the world is. And no one has ever stopped to pause and think, should we be looking at this? And can we? Let's do it. And that's a real problem. And just in the last year, we've seen a record number of zero-day attacks. I think there were 80 last year, probably more than double what it was in 2019. A lot of those were, live in a world with a lot of geopolitical hot points right now. And where those geopolitical hot points are places where countries have been investing heavily in offensive cyber tools.
If you're a nation state, the goal would be to maximize the footprint 0-day, like 0 day, world. Whenever war is initiated, negative effect shutting down infrastructure, any kind of 0-day chaos create a certain threshold for chaos, market, everything goes to hell.
It's not just 0 day. It's so easy for threat actors. I mean, we're not factor authentic. We're not patching. There was shell shock vulnerability that was discovered a couple years ago. It's still being exploited. So many people haven't fixed it. So the 0 days are really the sexy stuff, and what really got through me to the 0 days, particularly from the U.S. government's point of view. How did it justify being so vulnerable when we use them here, and we're making more of our critical infrastructure with vulnerable software? It's not like we're using one set of technology, Russia's using another, China's using, we're all using the same technology. So when you find a 0 day in Windows, you're not just it opens spy on Russia or put yourself in the Russian grid, you're leaving Americans vulnerable too. But 0 days are like, that is the secret sauce. That's the power. And I would say, like, every country now, with the exception of Antarctica, someone added the Vatican, is trying to find offensive hacking 0 days to make them work. And those that don't have the skills now have this market to tap into, where $5 million is chump change for a lot of these nation states. A lot less than trying to build the next fighter jet. But yeah, the goal is, why did Russia turn off the lights twice in Ukraine? I think part of it is chaos. I think part of it is sow the seeds of doubt in their current government. Your government can't keep your lights on. Why are you sticking with that? Come over here and we'll keep your lights on at least. There's like a little bit of that.
Nuclear weapons to have help prevent nuclear war. Is it possible that you have so many vulnerabilities, so many attack vectors on each other that kind of achieve the same kind of equilibrium like sheer destruction?
Yeah.
That's one hopeful solution. Do you have any hope for this?
Nuclear analogies always kind of fall apart. Mainly, you don't need fissile material. You can see the laptops in the game. It's a really low barrier to entry. The other thing is attribution is harder. And we've seen countries muck around with attribution. back on other countries' spy operations. They're siphon out whatever they're getting. Learned some of that from the Snowden documents. Russia hacking Iran and control attack servers. We see them hit a Saudi petrochemical plant where they did neutralize the safety locks at the plant, and everyone assumed that it was Iran, given Iran had been targeting the oil companies forever. But nope, it turned out that it was a graduate research institute outside Moscow. So many countries kind of playing around with attribution. Why? I think because think, okay, if I do this, like, how am I going to cover up that it came from me? Because I don't want to risk the response. So people are sort of dancing around this in a very different way. And, at the Times, it covers the Chinese hack of infrastructure companies like pipelines. It covered the Russian probes of nuclear plants. It covered the Russian attack on the Ukraine grid. And then in 2018, my colleague David Sanger and I covered the fact that U.S. cyber command had been hacking the Russian grid and making a pretty loud show of it. And when we went to the National Security Council, that's what journalists do before they publish a story, they give the other side a chance to respond. I assumed you'd be in for that really awkward, painful conversation where they would say, you will have blood on your hands if you publish this story. Instead, they gave us the opposite answer. They said, we have no problem with you publishing the story. Why? We didn't say it out loud, but it was pretty obvious they wanted Russia to know that we're hacking into their power grid too, and they better think twice before they do to us what they've done to Ukraine. So yeah, we have stumbled into this new era of mutually assured digital destruction. I think another sort of quasi-norm they've stumbled into is proportional responses. There's this idea that if you get hit, you're allowed to respond proportionally at a time and place of your choosing. That is how the language always goes. But Obama said after North Korea hit China, we will respond at a time and place. But no one really knows what that response is like. And so what you see a lot of the time are just short of war attacks. Russia turned off the power in Ukraine, but it wasn't like it stayed off for a week. It stayed off for a number of hours. NotPetya hit those companies pretty hard, but no one died. And it's a question of what's going to happen when someone dies. And can a nation state masquerade as a cyber criminal or a ransomware group? And that's what really complicates some sort of digital Geneva Convention. There's been a push from Brad Smith and Microsoft. We need a digital Geneva Convention. And on its face, it sounds like a no-brainer. Yeah, why wouldn't we stop hacking into civilian hospital systems, elections, power grid, pipeline? But when you talk to people in the West, they'll say, we would never, we'd love to agree to it, we never do it when you're dealing with Xi or Putin or Kim Jong-un. Because a lot of times they outsource these operations to cyber criminals. China, we see a lot of these attacks come from satellite network, private citizens that work at the behest of the Ministry of State Security. So how do you come to some sort of agreement when you're dealing with transnational actors and cyber criminals, where it's really hard to pin down whether that person was acting alone or whether they were acting at the behest of the MSS or the FS? And a couple of years ago, I can't remember if it was before or after NotPetya, but Putin said, hackers are like artists, wake up in the morning in a good mood and evening. In other words, I have no say over what they do or don't do. So how do you come to some kind of norm when that's how he's talking about these issues? This decimated Merck and Pfizer and another, however many thousand companies.
That is the fundamental difference. Nuclear weapons, cyber attacks is the attribution of one of the fundamental differences. You can fix one thing in the world, security that would make the world a better place, what would you fix? So you're not allowed to fix like authoritarian regimes.
Right.
You have to keep that. You have to keep human nature as a in terms of on the security side, technological, no regulation on companies in the United States. What fix not the thing of what would you
Two-factor, multi-factor authentication. It's ridiculous how many of these attacks come in because someone didn't turn on multi-factor authentication. Colonial Pipeline, okay, took down the biggest conduit for gas, jet fuel, and diesel in the United States of America. How? Because they forgot to deactivate an old employee account whose password had been traded on the dark web. They never turned on two-factor authentication. This water treatment facility outside Florida was hacked last year. How did it happen? They were using Windows XP like a decade ago. They can't even get patches if you wanted to, and they didn't have two-factor authentication. Time and time again, if they just switched on two-factor authentication, some of these attacks would have been possible. Now, if I could snap my fingers, that's the thing I would do right now. But of course, this is a cat and mouse game, and then hackers on to the next thing. I think right now, that is bar none. That is the way to deflect those attacks. And the name of the game right now isn't perfect security. Perfect security is impossible. Always. The name of the game right now is make yourself a little bit harder to attack than your competitor or than anyone else out there, so that they just give up and move along. Maybe if you are a target for advanced or the SDR, and you're going to get hacked no matter what. If you can make cyber criminal groups deadbolt visit, you can make their jobs a lot harder simply by doing the bare basics. And the other thing is stop reusing your password. If I only get one,
what is factor authentication? Factor one is what logging in the password. Factor two is like having a device or another channel to confirm the space.
Usually this happens through some kind of text. You get your one-time code from Bank of America or from Google. And better way to do it is spend $20 buying yourself a FIDO on Amazon. That's a hardware device. And if you don't have that hardware device, then you're not going to get in. And the whole goal is, basically, my first half of the decade at the time spent covering like the copy. Like Home Depot got breached, 2011, Target, Neiman Marcus wasn't hacked over the course of those 5 years. And a lot of those companies that got hacked, what did hackers take? They took the credentials, they took the passwords. They can make a pretty penny selling them on the dark web, and people reuse their passwords. You get one from, God knows who, I don't know, LastPass. Worst case example, actually, LastPass. But you get one, and then you go test it on their email account, and you go test it on their brokerage account, and you test it on their cold storage account. That's how it works. But if you have multi-factor authentication, then they can't get in because they might have your password, but they don't have your phone, they don't have your FIDO key, and they use something else. And I get a lot of alerts that tell me someone is trying to get into your Instagram account or your Twitter account or your email account. And I don't worry because I use multi-factor authentication. They can try all day. Okay, I worry a little bit, but it's the simplest thing to do, and we don't need to do it.
Well, there's an interface aspect to it. It's pretty annoying.
Yeah.
So actually, bad implementation of factor authentication is bad, but just something that adds friction, purity, vulnerability, I guess, because it's really annoying. Like, I think MIT for a while had two-factor authentication that was really annoying. It's like the number of times it pings you, like, it asks to re-authenticate across multiple places, which feels like a pain. I don't know what the right balance there is.
Yes, it feels like friction, we need the Steve Jobs of security to come along and make it seamless. And actually, on that point, Apple has probably done more for security than anyone else simply by biometric authentication, first with the fingerprint and then with and it's not perfect, but if you think 8 years ago, everyone was running around with either no passcode, an optional passcode, or 4-digit passcode on their phone that anyone could think of what you can get when you get someone's iPhone, if you steal someone's iPhone. And props to them for introducing fingerprint and and again, it wasn't perfect, but it was a huge step forward. Now it's time to make another huge step forward. I want to see the password die. It's not enough as far as it was ever going to get us, and I hope whatever we come up with next is not going to be annoying. It's going to be seamless.
Google, that's what we worked on. There's a lot of all this active authentication, passive authentication, basically biometric data, not just fingerprint, but everything from your body, you are, movement patterns, basically create a lot of layers of protection where very difficult to fake, including face unlock, checking that it's your actual face, like the liveness test, like video, so unlocking it with video, voice, the way you the phone, where you take it out of the pocket, that kind of thing. All of those factors. It's a really hard problem, though, and ultimately very difficult to use password security.
Well, there's a company that I actually will call out. That's Abnormal Security. So they work on email hacks, and it was started by a couple guys who were doing, I think, ad tech at Twitter. So, ad technology now, it's a joke how much they know about us. You always hear the conspiracy theories that you saw someone choose, the next thing you know, it's on your phone. It's amazing what they know about you. And they're basically taking that and they're applying it to attacks. They're saying, okay, if this is what your email patterns are. It might be different for you and me because we're emailing strangers all the time. For most people, their email pattern is pretty predictable. And if something's raised from that pattern, that's abnormal. And they'll block it, they'll investigate it, and that's great. Let's start using that kind of targeted ad technology. And it's not going to get us away from the password and using multi-factor authentication, but the technology is out there, and we just have to figure out how to use it in a really simple way because it doesn't matter if you have the perfect security solution if no one uses it. When I started at the Times and I was trying to be good about protecting sources, I was trying to use PG encryption, and it's like, it works. The number of mistakes I would probably make trying to email someone wasn't worth it. And then Signal came along, and Signal made it quicker, and they made it a lot easier to send someone an encrypted text message. So we have to start investing in creative minds and good security design. I really think that's the hack that's going to get us out of where we are today.
Plus, worry about the hacking.
Yes, this is the worst nightmare of every chief information security officer out there. Social engineering. We work from home now. I saw this woman posted online about how her husband went viral today, but it was her husband had this problem at work. They hired a guy named John, and now the guy that shows up for work every day doesn't act like John. Think about that. Think about the potential for social engineering in that context. You apply for a job, and you put on a pretty face, you hire an actor or something, and then you just get inside the organization and get access to all that organization's data. A couple of years ago, Saudi Arabia planted spies inside Twitter. Why? Probably because they were trying to figure figure out who people were who were criticizing on Twitter. They could do it with a hack from the outside, so why not get people on the inside? And that's the worst nightmare. And it also, unfortunately, creates all kinds of xenophobia at a lot of these organizations. I mean, if you're going to have to take that into consideration, then organizations are going to start looking really skeptically and suspiciously at someone who applies for that job from China. And seeing that go really badly at places like the Department of Commerce, where they basically accuse people of being spies that aren't spies. So it is the hardest problem to solve. And it's never been harder to solve than right at this very moment when there's so much pressure for companies to let people work remotely.
That's actually why I'm single. China and Russia, every time I meet somebody, are trying to plan, get insider information. I'm very, very suspicious. I get, no.
No, I have a friend who works inside NSA and was one of their hackers, and like every time I go to Russia, I get hit on by these 10. And I come home, my friends are like, I'm sorry, you're not a 10. Like,
yeah.
common story.
I mean, in online, working remotely, that's one thing, but just interacting on the internet. I've been doing this podcast in part, I've gotten to meet some incredible people, but it, makes you nervous to trust folks. And I don't know how to solve that problem. So I'm talking with Mark Zuckerberg, who's creating the metaverse. What do you do about that world where more and more our lives, fear? Like, one way to phrase it, most of our meaningful experience at some point will be online. Falling in love, getting a job, or experiencing a moment of happiness with friends online. More and more, the fun we do, things that make us love life, will happen online. If those things have an avatar digital, that's like a way to hack into people's minds. Whether it's with AI, or kind of troll farm, like that. I don't know if there's a way to protect you. That might fundamentally rely on our faith, how good human nature is. If most people are going to be okay, but if people will tend towards manipulation, malevolent behavior, vicious power, then so I don't know if you can comment on how the metaverse.
Yeah, I mean, all I thought about when we were talking now is my 3-year-old son. He asked me the other day, what's the internet, Mom? And I just almost wanted to cry. I don't want that for him. I don't want all of the painful experiences. By the time that happens, how do you know that person's human? That avatar is human? I believe in free speech. I don't believe in free speech for robots and bots. Like, look what just happened over the last 6 years. We had bots pretending to be Black Lives Matter activists, shows some division, or technical possessionists, or organizing anti-Hillary protests, or show more division, tie us up in our own politics, so that we're so paralyzed we can't get anything to make any progress. Definitely handle our adversaries and their long-term thinking. It really scares me. And here's where I just come back to, just because we can create the metaverse, just because it sounds like the next logical step in our digital revolution. And do I really want my child's significant moments to be online? They weren't for me. So maybe I'm just stuck in that old thinking. Or maybe I've seen too much. And I'm really sick of the guinea pig parent generation for these things. I mean, it's hard enough with screen time. Like thinking about how to manage the metaverse as a parent, young boy, like I can't even let my head go there. So terrifying for me. But you've never stopped any new technology just because it introduces risk. Always said, okay, the promise of this technology is going, keep pressing ahead, figure out new ways to manage that risk. And that's that's the blockchain right now. Like when I was covering all of these ransomware attacks, I thought, okay, this is going to be a cryptocurrency. Governments are going to put the kibosh down. They're going to put the hammer down and say enough is enough. Like we have to put this back in the bottle because it's enabled ransomware. I mean, 5 years ago, they would hijack your PC. They go to the local pharmacy, get a e-gift card, and tell us what the pin is, and then we'll get your $200. Now it's pay us 5 Bitcoin. And so there's no doubt cryptocurrencies enabled ransomware attacks. But after the pipeline ransom, because if you remember, the FBI was actually able to go in and claw some of it back from dark side with groups. And those guys are in lab. They're one of these. And a lot of people that work there to work in Treasury. And what they said to me was, yeah, cryptocurrency has enabled ransomware, but track down that ransomware. We're dealing in fiat currency. It would have taken years to get to that one bank account that's belonging to that one front organization. And now, thanks to the blockchain, we can track the movement of those funds in real time. And you know what? Now humans are not as anonymous as people think. Still can use our old hacking ways, 0 days, and old school intelligence methods to find out who owns that private wallet and how to get to it. So it's this curse in some ways, not a human ruler, but it's a whole thing. And they said that same thing to me that they said, never shut down promising new technology because it introduced risk. Just figured out how to manage that risk.
And I think that's where the conversation unfortunately has to go. So how do the metaverse use technology to so maybe finally violent, but figure out a way to solve the identity problem that needs like blue check mark for actual and connected to identity like fingerprint your you. Yes, do it in a way that doesn't involve the company having all your data. Allow you to maintain control over the data. Or if you don't, then transparency of how that data is. And maybe if you educate more people, they would demand in a capitalist society that companies give their data to will respect that data.
Yeah, I mean, there is this company, and I hope they succeed. Their name's PII on now. And they want to create a vault for your personal information inside every organization. And ultimately, if I'm going to call Delta Airlines to book a flight, they don't need to know my social security number. They don't need to know my birth date. They're just going to send me a one-time token to my phone. My phone's going to say, or my FIDO key, yep, it's her. And then we're going to talk about my identity like a token. Some random token. They don't need to know exactly who I am. They just need to know I am. The system trusts that I am what I am, but they don't get access to my PII. They don't get access to my social security number, or my location, or the fact that time's journey. I think that's the way the world's going to go. Enough is enough. Sort of losing our personal information everywhere, letting data marketing companies track our every move. They don't need to know who I am. Okay, I get it. We're stuck in this world where the internet runs on ads. So ads are not going to go away. But they don't need to know I'm Nicole Perlera. they can know that I am token number, X567.
And they can let you know what they know and give you control of what they know.
Yeah, right, to be forgotten.
He should be able to walk away and press the button. And I also believe that most people, even walk away, won't walk away. They feel better about having an option. Walk away, they understand the trade-off. Walk away, you're not going to get the personalized experience you otherwise get, like a personalized feed. But freedom to walk away. I think really powerful. And obviously, what you're saying, definitely, there's all of these HTML forms. Enter your phone number and email and private information. Tells every single airline. New York Times. I have so many opinions about this. Friction, sign up, and all those kinds of things. And to be able to, this has to do with everything. Payment should be trivial, one click, and one click to subscribe, and one click to provide all your information that's necessary for the service, the transaction service, whatever that is, getting a ticket. I have all these phone numbers and emails that you never know if one site is hacked, then it's just going to propagate everything else.
Yeah. And, there's low-hanging fruit. I hope Congress does something. Frankly, I think it's negligent they haven't on the fact that elderly people are getting spammed to death on their phones these days with car warranty scams. And my dad was in the hospital last year, and I was in the hospital room, and his phone, and I look at it, and it's just spam attack after spam attack. People nonstop calling about his freaking car warranty. Why? They're trying to get his social security number. They're trying to get his PII. They're trying to get this information. Figure out how to put those people in jail for life. And we need to figure out why in the hell we are being required or asked to hand over our social security number and our home address and our passport and all of that information to every retailer who asks. And that's and there's no question they're not protecting it because it keeps showing up in spam or identity theft or credit card theft, of course.
Spam is getting better, and side note, make a public announcement, put this out, which is get an email or a message from Lex Friedman saying how much let's appreciate you, love you, and so on, and please connect with me on my WhatsApp number and Bitcoin or something like that. Please do not click. And I'm aware that there's a lot of this going on. That's very lot. On every single platform is happening more. I've been recently informed that they're not emailing. So cross-platform, they're taking people's this is fascinating because they are taking people who comment on various social platforms and they somehow engineer, they figure out what their email is and they send an email to that person saying from Lex Friedman and they like a heartfelt email with fascinating platform. It's not just a spam bot messaging comment reply. They are saying, okay, this person cares about this other media. I'm going to find another channel, which in their mind probably it does. The likelihood they'll get the click. And they do. I don't know what that makes me really, really sad, especially with podcasting. Connected, get really excited. Okay, cool. I want to talk to Lex. And they click. And, I get angry. I mean, you're, like like the John that gets hired to employ. I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I suppose that's I suppose education. It's telling people stuff that balance with technology, just being a maybe like two-factor authentication and maybe identify things like spam. I don't know. Then the machine learning there, you want to add a lot of extra noise so turn it off. That's cookie, right? Everybody has to click on us, and now they ignore it. Very difficult. Find that frictionless security. Let's just know that we talked about through the NSA document, the hard work of that. What do you make of it? What have you learned? And, in the long arc of history, is Edward Snowden a hero or?
I think he's neither. I have really complicated feelings about Edward Snowden. On the one hand, I'm a journalist at heart, and more transparency is good. And I'm grateful for the conversations that we had post-Snowden era about the limits of surveillance and how critical privacy is. And with no transparency, you don't really know, in that case, what our secret courts were doing. How can you truly believe that our country is keeping their civil liberties? So on the one hand, I'm grateful that he cracked open. On the other hand, when I walked into the storage closet of classified NSA secrets, I had just spent 2 years covering Chinese cyber espionage almost every day, and this advancement of Russian attacks, they were just getting worse and worse and more destructive. And there were no limits to Chinese cyber espionage and Chinese surveillance of its citizens. There seemed to be no limit to what Russia was willing to do in terms of cyber attacks and also in terms of assassination of journalists. So when I walked into that room, there was a part of me, quite honestly, that was relieved to know that the NSA was as good as I hoped they were, and we weren't using that knowledge to, as far as I know, assassinate journalists. We weren't using our access to, take out pharmaceutical companies. For the most part, we were using it for traditional espionage. Now, that set of documents also set me on the journey of my book, because to me, the American reaction to the Snowden documents was a little bit mixed. They were upset about the phone call metadata collection program. Angela Merkel, I think, rightfully was upset that we were hacking her cell phone. But in sort of the spy world, hacking world, their cell phone is pretty much what the spy agents do. And there wasn't a lot that I saw in those documents that was beyond what I thought a spy agency does. And I think if there was another 9/11 tomorrow, God forbid, we would all say, how did the NSA do this? Why weren't they spying on those terrorists? Why weren't they spying on those world leaders? And there's some of that too. But I think that there was great damage done to U.S.'s reputation. I think we really lost our halo in terms of a protector of civil liberties. And I think a lot of what was reported was unfortunately reported in a vacuum. That was my biggest gripe. That we were always reporting, the NSA has this program and here's what it does. And the NSA is in Angela Merkel's phone and the NSA can do this. And no one was saying, And by the way, China has been hacking our pipelines, and they've been making off with all of our intellectual property. And Russia's been hacking into our energy infrastructure. They've been using methods by on track and in many their own journalists, and Saudis have been doing this to their own critics. And so you can't talk about any country in isolation. It's really like spy out there. And so I just have complicated feelings. And the other thing is, sorry, it's a little bit of a tangent, but the amount of documents that we had, thousands of documents, most of which were just crap, that had people's names in them. Part of me wishes that those documents had been released in a much more targeted, limited way. A lot of it just felt like a PowerPoint that was taken out of context, and just sort of wish that there had been a little bit more thought into what was released. Because I think a lot of the impact was the volume of the reporting. I think based on what I saw personally, there was a lot of stuff that I don't know why that particular thing got released.
As a whistleblower, better way to do it. There's fear, it takes a lot of effort to do a more targeted release. If there's proper channels, you're afraid the channels to be manipulated, of who you trust. What's a better way to do this? Journalism, it's almost like a journalistic question. Reveal fundamental flaw in the system without destroying the system. I bring up, again, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. There was a whistleblower that came out about Instagram internal studies, and I also learned about how to feel about that whistleblower, because from a company perspective, that's an open culture. How can you operate successfully in an open culture where any one whistleblower come out of context, take a study, whether it represents a larger context or not, and the press eats it up, and then that creates a narrative that it's like with the NSA, that's out of context, very targeted, where, well, Facebook is clearly because of it's really hard to know what to do there, because we're now in a society that completely distrust information, and so narratives by whistleblowers make that whistleblower and their forthcoming book very popular. And so there's a huge incentive to take stuff out of context and stories that don't represent the full context. Hard to do that. Then that forces Facebook, Meta, and government to be conservative, secretive. It's like a race to the. I don't know. I don't know if you can comment on any of that. How to be a whistleblower.
I don't know. I mean, these are hard questions, and even for myself, in some ways, I think of my book as sort of blowing the whistle on the underground zero-day market, but it's not like I was in the market myself. It's not like I had access to classified data when I was reporting out that book. So as I say in the book, listen, I'm just trying to scrape the surface here so we can have these conversations before it's too late. And I'm sure there's plenty in there. Someone who's U.S. intelligence preeminent zero-day broker probably voodoo doll out there. And you're never gonna get it 100%. But I really applaud whistleblowers like the whistleblower who blew the whistle on the Trump call with once. I mean, people needed to know about that. But they were basically, in some ways, blackmailing an ally to try to influence them. I mean, they went through the proper channels. They weren't trying to profit off of it, right? There was no book that came out afterwards from that whistleblower. That whistleblower's not like they went through the channels. They're not living in Moscow. Let's put it that way.
I can ask you a question. You mentioned NSA. One of the things it showed because they're pretty good at what they do. Again, this is a touchy subject, I suppose, but there's a lot of conspiracy theories about it. Your understanding CIA, NSA, and other countries, are they, one, dangerous? Are they competent? Are they good at what they do? And two, are they malevolent in any way? Sort of, I recently had a conversation about tobacco companies. They kind of see their customers play games with people. Conspiracy theory tells a similar story about intelligence agents. They're interested in manipulating the populace or whatever ends powerful dark room, cigarette smoke, cigar smoke. Conspiracy theories that kind of in them, or our intelligence are side.
I think, it depends which intelligence you think about the Mossad. They're killing every uh, Iranian nuclear scientist they can over the years, but have they delayed time horizon before Iran gets bombed? Yeah. Um, have they probably staved off terror attacks on their own? Yeah. Um, none of these intelligence is intelligence. You can't just say like they're malevolent or they're heroes. Everyone I have met in this space is not like the pound your chest patriot that you see on the 4th of July. A lot of them have complicated feelings about their former employers. What we did at the NSA reminded me, do what you were accused of doing after spy on Americans. No idea the amount of red tape and paperwork, bureaucracy it would have taken to do what everyone thinks that we were supposedly doing. But then find out in the course of started reporting about a program called Love It, where a couple of the NSA analysts were using their access to spy on their ex-girlfriends. So, there's an exception to every case. Generally, I will probably get accused of my Western bias here again, but I think you can almost barely compare some of these Western intelligence agencies to China, for instance, and the surveillance that they're deploying on the Uyghurs, the level they're deploying it, and the surveillance they're starting to export abroad with some of the programs like the watering hole, in fact, I mentioned earlier, where it's not just hitting the Uyghurs inside China, hitting anyone interested in the Uyghur plight outside China. I mean, because an American high school student writing a paper on the Uyghurs, they want to find that person. There's no in China really limiting the extent of that surveillance, and we all better pay attention to what's happening with the Uyghurs, because just as Ukraine has been to Russia in terms of testing for cyber attacks, Uyghurs are trying to test for surveillance. And there's no doubt in my mind that they're testing them on the Uyghurs. Uyghurs are their petri dish, and eventually they will export that level of surveillance overseas. I mean, in 2015, Obama and Xi Jinping reached a deal where basically the White House said, you better cut it out on intellectual property theft. And they made this agreement that they would not hack each other for commercial benefit. And for a period of about 18 months, we saw this drop off in Chinese cyber attacks on American companies. But since then, where do they continue? They continue on aviation companies, hospitality companies like Marriott. Why? Because that was still considered fair game in China. It wasn't IP theft they were after. They wanted to know who was staying in this city at this time when Chinese citizens were staying there so they could cross-match for counterintelligence who might be a likely Chinese spy. I'm sure we're doing some of that too. Counterintelligence is counterintelligence, considered fair game. But where I think it gets cool is when you use it for censorship, suppress any dissent, to do what I've seen UAE do with for people who've gone on Twitter just to advocate for better voting rights or enfranchisement, suddenly find their passports confiscated. I talked to one critic on the store, and you might find yourself a terrorist, labeled a terrorist one day, you don't even know how to operate a gun. I mean, he'd been beaten up every time he tried to go somewhere. His passport had been confiscated. By that point, it turned out they'd already hacked into his phone, so they were listening to us talking. It hacked into the baby monitor. They're spying on his child. And stole his car. And then they created a new law that you couldn't criticize the ruling party on Twitter. And he's in solitary confinement every day. Hunger strike. So that's that's all. And we don't do that here. We have rules here. We don't cross that line. So yeah, in some cases, like I won't go to Dubai. I won't go to Abu Dhabi. If I ever want to go to the Maldives, like bad, like most of the flights go through Dubai.
So there's something we're not willing to cross. But then again, like you said, individual in that with the CIA may have power. To me, there's levels. Personally, this stuff with conspiracy theories is things people are more direct, psychological warfare. So blackmail. What is spying do? Allow you to collect information, give something that's embarrassing, or because like Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theories, active manufacture of embarrassing blackmail to manipulate the population or all the powerful people involved. Troubles might allow something like Jeffrey Epstein, especially some of the side-to-side Myers that they would hang out with the person and all. So, I'll talk about it. And then a lot of people tell me, well, how do you get Epstein runs for intelligence? And I struggle with that level of competence. But, how am I? And I guess I'm trying to get to that point. There's bureaucracy and so on. It's very difficult. I wonder how much malevolence, how much competence there is in institutions. Like how far it takes us back to the hacking question. How far are people go? They have the power. That's engineering, that's hacking, that's manipulating people, attacking people, psychological warfare and stuff like that. I don't know. I believe that most people are good. And I don't think that's possible in a free society. That's something that happens when you have a centralized government where power corrupts over time, start surveillance programs kind of slippery slope that over time starts both fear and direct manipulation to control the populace. But in a free society, it's difficult for me to imagine that you can have like something like Jeffrey Epstein in front for intelligence. I don't know what I'm asking, but I'm just I have a hope that for the most part, intelligence agencies are trying to do good and they're actually well. When you view it in the full context of the complexity of the world. But then again, if they're not, would we know? That's why I don't know that people think. Let me ask you another question. You have investigated some of the most powerful organizations in the world of cyber warfare, cybersecurity. Are you ever afraid for your own life of being digital or physical?
I mean, I've had my moments. I've had our security team at the time called me at one point and said someone on the dark web offering good money to anyone who can hack your phone or your laptop. I describe in my book how when I was at that hacking conference in Argentina, I came back and I brought a burner laptop with me, but I'd kept it in the safe anyway, and it didn't have anything on it, but someone had broken in and it was moved. Um, I've had all sorts of sort of scary moments. And then I've had moments where I think I went way too far into the paranoid side. I mean, I remember writing about the Times hack by China, and I covered a number of Chinese cyber attacks where they got into the thermostat at someone's corporate apartment, and um, they got into all sorts of stuff. And I was living by myself. I was single in San Francisco, and my cable box, my television started making weird noises in the middle of the night. And I got up and I ripped it out of the wall, and I think I said something like embarrassing, like China. And then I went back to bed, and I woke up and like beautiful morning light. I mean, I'll never forget it. Like this glimmering morning light shining on my keyboard. Now been ripped out, and it's sitting on my floor in like the morning light, and I was just like, no, no, no. Like, I'm not going down that road. Like you basically, I came to a fork in the road where I could either go full tinfoil hat, go live off the grid, never have a car with navigation, never use Google Maps, never own an iPhone, never order diapers off Amazon, create an alias, um, or I could just be the best I can and live in this new digital world we're living in. And what does that look like for me? I mean, what are my crown jewels? What do I tell people? What are your crown jewels? Focus on that. You can't protect everything, but you can protect your crown jewels. For me, for the longest time, my crown jewels were my sources. I was nothing without my sources. So I had some sources I would meet same Tim place, or maybe it was a restaurant on the same street every quarter, and we would never drive there, never Uber there. We would use any devices. I could bring a pencil and a notepad. And if someone wasn't in town, like there were a couple times where I'd show up and people still never came, but we never communicated digitally. And those were the lengths I was willing to go to protect that source. You can't do it for everyone. For everyone else, it was big factor authentication, keeping my devices, not clicking phishing emails, using a password manager, all the things that we're supposed to do. And that's what I tell everyone. Like, don't go crazy, because then that's the ultimate hack. Then they've hacked your mind, whoever they is for you. But just do the best. Now, my whole risk model changed when I had a kid. And now it's, oh God, anyone threatens my family, God. But it changes you, and unfortunately, there are some things like I was really scared to go deep on, like Russian cybercrime, like Putin himself, and it's interesting. Like I have a mentor, an incredible person who was the Times Moscow bureau chief during the Cold War. And after I wrote a series of stories about Chinese cyber espionage, he picked me up to lunch. And he told me that when he was living in Moscow, he would drop his kids off at preschool when they were like and the KGB would follow him, and they would make a really loud show of it. KLM, they'd honk, they'd be ruckus, make ruckus. And you know what? They never actually did anything. But they wanted me to know that they were following. And I operated accordingly. And he says, that's how you should operate in the digital world. Know that there are probably people following you. Sometimes they'll make a little bit of noise. But one thing you know is that while you're at the New York Times, you have a little bit of an invisible shield on you. If something were to happen to you, that would be a really big deal. That would be an international incident. So I kind of carried that invisible shield with me for years. And then Jamal Khashoggi happened. And that destroyed my vision of my invisible shield. Sure. He was a Saudi, but he was a Washington Post columnist. For the most part, he was living in the United States. He was a journalist. And for them to do what they did to him pretty much in the open and get away with it, and for the United States to let them get away with it because we wanted to preserve diplomatic relations with Saudis, that really threw my worldview upside down. And, I think that's a message to a lot of countries that it was sort of open season on journalists. And that was one of the most destructive things that happened under the previous administration. And I don't really know what to think of my invisible shield.
It really worries me on the journalism side that we'll be afraid to discuss topics. I have my own. Part of the reason that I get part of the reason I'm a little bit afraid. There's many ways to phrase it, but the law freedom in the way of doing all the crazy shit naturally, which I would say ethical journalism kind of not is the crazy shit without really thinking about it. This letting your curiosity really allow you to be free and explore. I mean, stupidity or fearlessness, whatever it is, that's what creates journalism. And all the concerns about security risk, and made me become a better person. The way I broke it is you don't have anything to hide. I know that it's not a thing, not a person's security. I'm just like a motivational speech or something. It's just like if you can lose, be hacked at any moment. Don't be a douchebag. Be like a good person, because then I see this actually with social media in general. Just present yourself in the most authentic way possible, meaning the same person online as you are privately. Have nothing to hide. That's one, not the only, but one of the ways to achieve security. Maybe I'm totally wrong on this, but don't be secretly weird, be publicly weird, possible to blackmail you. That's my approach.
Yeah, well, they call it the New York Times front page phenomenon. Don't put anything in email or I guess social media these days that you wouldn't want to read on the front page of the New York Times. And that works, but sometimes I even get carried. I mean, I have not as many followers as you, but a lot of followers, and sometimes even I get carried away. Yeah. I mean, the cortisol response on Twitter. Twitter is basically designed those responses. I mean, every day I turn on my computer, I look at my phone, I look at what's trending on Twitter, and it's like, what are the topics that are going to make me most angry today? And it's easy to get carried away, but it's also just, that sucks too, that you have to be constantly censoring yourself. And maybe it's for the better. Maybe it's a secret asshole. That in the good bucket. But at the same time, there is a danger to that other voice, to creativity, to being weird. There's a danger to that little whispered voice that was like, well, how would people read that? How could that be manipulated? How could that be sensitive? And that stifles innovation, free thought, and that is on a very micro level, and that's something I think about a lot. And that's actually something that Tim Cook has talked about a lot, and why he has said he goes full force on privacy is it's just that little voice that at some level censoring you, and what is sort of the long term impact of that little voice over time.
I think there's ways. I think that self-censorship, back to the solution. Wait, I'm really inspired by Elon Musk. That be privately and publicly the same person. Embrace the full weirdness, show it more and more. You know, that's meme that has like ridiculous humor, and I think, and if there is something you really want to hide, to consider if that you want to be that. Like, why are you hiding it? What exactly are you afraid of? Because I think my whole vision for the internet is the internet loves. They want to see it weird, to be that, and like live that fully. Because I think that gray area where you're kind of censoring yourself, that that's what you have to go all the way, step over, be weird, and then it can be painful because people can attack, ride it. I mean, that's just a skill on a social psychological level that ends up being an approach to security, like remove the attack vector of having private information by being full weird self. What advice would you give to young folks today, operating in complicated space, about how to have a successful life, a life they can be proud of, a career they can be proud of? Maybe somebody in high school and college can go with it.
Be a hacker. Now, if you have any interest, become a hacker and apply yourself. Every time, like we do have these amazing scholarship programs, for instance, where they find you early, they'll pay your college as long as you commit to some kind of federal commitment to sort of help federal agencies in cybersecurity. And where does everyone want to go every year? Scholarship program. They want to go work at the NSA or Cyber Command. They want to go work on offense. They want to go do the sexy stuff. It's really hard to get work on. It's always been more fun to be a pirate than the Coast Guard. And so we have a huge deficit when it comes to filling those roles. There's 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity positions around the world. I mean, talk about job security. Like, hacker and work on cybersecurity, you will always have a job. And we're actually at a huge deficit disadvantage of a free market economy because we can't match cybersecurity salaries at Palantir or Facebook or Google or Microsoft. So it's really hard for the United States. And other countries have had this workaround where they basically have forced conscription on some level. China tells people, like, do whatever you're going to do during the day, work at Alibaba, do ransomware, okay. But the minute we tap you on the shoulder and ask you to come do this sensitive operation for us, the answer is yes. Same with Russia. A couple of years ago when Putin was hacked and they laid it all out in an indictment, it came down to two cyber criminals and two guys from the FSB. Cyber criminals were allowed to have their fun, but the minute they came across the username and password for someone's personal Yahoo account that worked at the White House, the State Department, or military, they were expected to pass that over to the FSB. So we don't do that here, and it's even worse on defense. You really can't fill these positions. So, if you are a hacker, if you're interested in code, if you're a tinkerer, learn how to hack. There are all sorts of amazing hacking competitions you can do through SANS work, for example, SANS. And use those skills for good. Tutor the bugs in that code that get used by autocratic regimes. Make people life, living prison. Plug those holes, defend industrial systems, defend our water treatment facilities from hacks where people are trying to come in and poison water. That I think is amazing. It's an amazing job on so many levels. Intellectually stimulating. You can tell yourself you're serving your country. You can tell yourself you're saving lives and being healthy. And you'll always have amazing job security. And if you go get that job that pays you, $2 million a year, you can do that too.
Public profile more public profile you can get public rock star. It's the same thing as the military. There's a lot of well-known sort of people commenting on the fact that veterans are not good as should be, but it's still the fact that soldiers are respected for defending country freedoms of ideas for. In the same way, some ways, type of security defense.
Yeah. It's interesting. Oftentimes, more interesting threats in private sector. That's where the attacks come. When cyber criminals and nation state adversaries come for the United States, they don't go directly for Cyber Command or the NSA. No, they go for banks, they go for Google, they go for Microsoft, they go for critical infrastructure. And so those companies, private sector companies, get to some of the most advanced, sophisticated attacks out there. And if you're working at FireEye and you're calling out the SolarWinds attack, for instance, I mean, God knows how many systems from that compromise turning into something more closely resembling sabotage. So go be a hacker and or go be a journalist.
So you wrote the book called "Tell Me the World," as we've been talking about, of course, referring to cyber war, cybersecurity. What gives you hope about the future of our world? Doesn't how will it?
Question. I mean, I have to have hope, right? Because I have a kid and I have another on the way, and if I didn't have hope, I wouldn't be having kids. But it's a scary time having kids. And it's like pandemic, climate change, information, increasingly advanced, perhaps deadly cyber attacks. What gives me hope is that I share your worldview that I think people are fundamentally good. And sometimes, and this is why the metaverse scares me to death, but when I'm reminded of that is not online. Like online, I get the opposite. You start to lose hope and the demons are on Twitter after day. It's like when I go to the grocery store or I go on a hike or like someone smiles at me, or someone just does something nice. People are fundamentally good. We just don't hear from people enough. And I just think our current political climate, like we've hit rock bottom. This is as bad as it gets. And do anything. Well, but I think it's a generational thing. I think baby boomers, like, time to move along. I think it's time for a new generation to come in. And I actually have a lot of hope when I look at, I'm sort of like this, I guess they call me a geriatric millennial or a young Gen X. But like we have this unique responsibility because I grew up without the internet and without social media, but I made it through it. So I know the good and I know the bad. And that's true on so many different things. I grew up without climate anxiety, and now I'm feeling it, and I know it's not a given. We don't have to just resign ourselves to climate change. Same with disinformation. And I think a lot of the problems today have just exposed the sort of inertia that there's been on so many of these issues. And I really think it's a generational shift that has to happen. And I think the next generation is going to come in and say, like, we're not doing business. You guys did it anymore. You know, we're not just going to like rape and pillage the earth, try and turn everyone against each other and play dirty tricks and let lobbyists, you know, what we do or don't do as a country anymore. And that's really where I see the hope.
It feels like there's a lot of for young minds to step up, create. Whenever like politicians or leaders that are older, like you said, are acting shitty, I see that as a positive. They're inspiring a large number of young people to replace them.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be almost like you need people to act shitty, remind them, oh wow, we need leaders, great creators and entrepreneurs, scientists, engineers, and journalists. You know, all the discussions about how the journalism is quote unquote broken and so on. That's just inspiration for institutions to rise up. The journalism better. Journalists to step up and journalism better. So and I've been constantly when I talk to young people, I'm constantly impressed by the ones that dream, build. So that's ultimately where I put the hope. But the world is a messy place, scary place.
Yeah, and I think it's found something earlier, which is authenticity. Like, no one is going to rise above that is plastic anymore. And people are craving authentic. You know, the benefit of the internet is it's really hard to hide who you are on every single platform. You know, on some level, it's going to come out who you are. And so you hope that, you know, by the time my kids are grown, like, no one's going to care if they make one mistake online, so long as they're authentic. You know, and I used to worry about this. My nephew was born the day I graduated from, and I just always, you know, he's like born into Facebook, and think like, how is a kid like that ever going to be president of the United States of America? Because if Facebook had been around when I was in college, you know, like, you know, how are those kids going to ever be president? There's going to be some photo of them at some point, some and that's going to be all over for them. And now I take that back. Now it's like, no, everyone's going to make mistakes. There's going to be a picture for everyone. And we're all going to have to come and grow up to the view that as humans, we're going to make huge mistakes. And hopefully they're not so big that they're going to ruin the rest of your life. But we're going to have to come around to that we're all human. And we're going to have to be a little bit more forgiving and a little bit more tolerant when people mess up. And we're going to have to be a little bit more humble when we do. And, like, keep moving forward. Otherwise, you can't, like, everyone. You know?
Nicole, this was an incredible, hopeful conversation. Also, one that reveals that in the shadows, there's a lot of challenges. So I really appreciate the honest with the subject. That's journalism at its best. So I'm gratefully stay tuned for the rest. That you plug the cable box back in. Thank you so much for spending your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to the Conversation with Cole Program. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me give you a word from Cole himself. Here we are, trusting our entire digital lives, passwords, text, love letters, banking records, health records, credit cards, sources, and secret thoughts to this mystery box. Inner circuitry most of us never bet. Run by code written in a language most of us will never fully understand. Thank you. Let's talk about free speech and censorship. You don't build a company like this unless you believe that people expressing themselves is a good thing. Let me ask you as a father, way heavy on you that people get bullied on social networks. I care a lot about how people feel when they use their product. I don't want to build products that make people angry. Why do people dislike you? Some even hate you. And how do you gain their trust? The following conversation with Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook, now called Meta. Please allow me to say a few words about the conversation with Mark Zuckerberg, about social media, and about what troubles me in the world today, and what gives me hope. If this is not interesting to you, I understand. I believe that at its best, social media is a mirror to humanity and reveals the full complexity of our world, shining a light on the dark aspects of human nature and giving us hope, a way out, the compassionate but tense chaos of conversation that eventually turns to understanding, friendship, and even love. But this is not simple. Our world is not simple. It's full of human suffering. I think about the hundreds of millions of people who are starving and who live in extreme poverty. 1 million people who take their own life every year. 20 million people that attempt it. And then many, many more millions suffer quietly in ways that numbers can never know. I'm troubled by the cruelty and pain of war. Today, my heart goes out to the people of Ukraine. My grandfather spilled his blood on this land, held the line as a machine gunner against the Nazi invasion, surviving impossible odds. I am nothing without him. His blood runs in my blood. My words are useless here. I send my love. It's all I have. I hope to travel to Russia and Ukraine soon. I will speak to citizens and leaders, including Vladimir Putin. As I've said in the past, I don't care about access, fame, money, or power. And I'm afraid of nothing. But I am who I am. My goal, conversation, is to understand the human being before me, no matter who they are, no matter their position. And I do believe the line, good and evil, runs to the heart of every man. This is it. This is our world, full of hate, violence, destruction. But it is also full of love, beauty, and the insatiable desire to help each other. The people who run the social networks that show us to ourselves have the greatest responsibility. In a time of war, pandemic, atrocity, turn to social networks to share real insights and experiences, to organize protests, celebrations, to learn, and to challenge our understanding of the world, of our history, and of our future. And above all, be reminded of our common humanity. When social networks fail, they have the power to cause immense suffering. And when they succeed, they have the power to lessen that suffering. This is hard. It's a responsibility perhaps almost unlike any other in history. This podcast conversation helps to understand the man, the company, who take this responsibility on. But they fail, they hope to. Mark Zuckerberg's feet are often held in fire, as they should be. And this actually gives me hope. The power of innovation and engineering, coupled with freedom of speech in the form of its highest ideal, I believe, solve any problem in the world. That's just it. Both are necessary. Here, critic. I believe that criticism is essential, but criticism is not. And I worry that in our public discourse, criticism too easily masquerades as wisdom, truth, becomes viral and takes over. Worse, suffocates the dreams of young minds who want to build solutions to the problems of the world. We need to inspire those young minds. At least for me, they give me hope. In one small way, I'm trying to contribute to have honest conversations like these. Don't just ride the viral wave of seek to understand the failures and successes of the past, the problems before us, and the possible solutions to very complicated bars. I'm sure I fail, and I count on the critic to point it out when I do. But I ask for that is to fuel the fire of optimism, especially in those who dream to build solutions. Because without that, we don't have a chance on this too fragile, tiny planet of ours. This is the Lex Figures podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsor description. And now, dear friends, here's Mark. Can you circle up all the traffic lights? You actually did it. That is very impressive performance. Okay, now we can initiate the procedure. Is it possible that this conversation is happening inside the metaverse created by you by Meta many years from now, and we're doing a memory replay experience?
I don't know the answer to that. Then I'd be some computer construct and not the person who created that meta company. But that would truly be meta.
Right? So somebody else using the Mark Zuckerberg avatar can do the Mark and the Let's conversation replay from 4 decades ago when Meta first.
I mean, it's not going to be 4 decades before we have photorealistic avatars like this. So I think we're much closer to that.
That's something you talk about is how passionate you are about the idea of the avatar representing who you are in the metaverse. So I do these podcasts in person. I'm a stickler for that because there's a magic in-person conversation. How long do you think it'll be before you can have the same kind of magic in the metaverse, the same kind of intimacy, the chemistry, whatever the heck is there when we're talking in person? How difficult is it? How long before we have it?
Well, I think that's like the key question, right? Because the thing that's different about virtual, hopefully augmented reality compared to all other forms of digital platforms before is the feeling of presence, right? The feeling that you're right, that you're in an experience, that you're there with other people or in another place. And that's just different from all the other screens that we have today, right? Phones, TVs, all this stuff. And they're trying to, in some cases, deliver experiences that feel high fidelity, but at no point do you actually feel like you're in it, right? At some level, your conscience is trying to sort of convince you that this is a realistic thing that's happening, but all of the kind of subtle signals are telling you now you're looking at a screen. So the question about how you develop these systems is like, what are all of the things that make the physical world used? So I think on visual presence and spatial audio, we're making reasonable progress. Spatial audio makes a huge deal. I don't know if you've tried this experience, workrooms that we launch where you have meetings. I basically made a rule for all of the top management folks in the company that they need to be doing standing meetings in workrooms already. Right? We got to document this. People are going to work in the future, so we have to adopt this now. And there are already a lot of things that I think feel significantly better than like typical Zoom meeting, even though the avatars are a lot lower fidelity. The idea that you have spatial audio, you're around a table in VR with people, it's talking from over there, it sounds like it's talking from over there. You can see the arm gestures and stuff feel more natural. You can have a conversation, something that you can't really do, and I guess you can over like a band. But if you're actually sitting around a table with people, you can lean over and whisper to the person next to you, like have a conversation that you can't, that you can't really do with in just video communication. So I think it's interesting in what ways some of these things already feel more real than a lot of the technology that we have, even when the visual is right there. But I think it'll get there over the next few years. Now, I mean, you were asking about comparing that to the the true physical world, not something like that. And there, I mean, I think you have feelings of like temperature, um, olfactory, touch. Right, we're working on haptic gloves. Um, the sense that you want to be able to put your hands down and feel some pressure from the table. All these things are going to be really critical to keep up the illusion that you're in a world that you're fully present in this world. But I don't know. I think we're going to have a lot of these building blocks within the next 10 years or so. Even before that, I think it's amazing how much you're just going to be able to build with software that's sort of massive these things. I realize it's long, but I was told we have a few hours here.
Yeah,
so
we're here for 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah, so I mean, look, I mean that's on the shorter end of the congressional testimonies I've done. But it's but one of the things that we found with hand presence, right? So the earliest VR, you just had the headset, and that was cool. You look around, you feel like you're in a place, but you don't feel like you're really able to interact with them until you have hands. And then there was this big question where once you got hands, what's the right way to represent them? And initially, all of our assumptions was, okay, when I look down and see my hands in the physical world, I see an arm. It'd be super weird if you see, just your hand. But it turned out to not be the case, because there's this issue with your arms, which is like, what's your elbow angle? And if the elbow angle that we're kind of interpolating based on where your hand is and where your headset is actually isn't accurate, it creates this very uncomfortable feeling where it's like, oh, like my arm is actually out like this, but it's like showing it in here, and that actually broke the feeling of presence a lot more. Whereas it turns out that if you just show the hands and you don't show the arms, it actually is fine for people. So I think there's a bunch of these interesting psychological cues where it'll be more about getting the right details right, and I think a lot of that will be possible even over a few-year period or a 5-year period, and we won't need like every single thing to be solved to deliver this like full presence.
Yeah, it's a fascinating psychology question. What is the essence that makes in-person conversation special? Like emojis are able to convey emotion really well, even though they're obviously not photorealistic. So in that same way, just like you're saying, just showing the hand create a comfortable expression with your hand. So I wonder what that is. People in the world wars used to write letters. You could fall in love with writing letters. You don't need each other in person to convey emotion, convey depth of experience in words. So that's I think a fascinating psychology of like, how do you find that?
Yeah, and the way that I come to all of this stuff, I basically studied psychology and computer science. So all of the work that I do is sort of at the intersection of those things. I think most of the other big tech companies are building technology for you to interact with. What I care about is building technology to help people interact with each other. So it's a somewhat different approach than most of the other tech entrepreneurs and big companies come at this from. And a lot of the lessons in terms of how I think about designing products come from some basic elements of psychology, right? In terms of, our brain, you can compare it to the brains of other animals, we're very wired to make facial expressions, right? And we're very visual, right? So compared to other animals, I mean, that's clearly the main sense that most people have. But there's a whole part of your brain that's just kind of focused on reading facial cues. So, when we're designing the next version of Quest for the VR headset, a big focus for us is face tracking and basically eye tracking so you can make eye contact, which again isn't really something that you can do over video conference. It's sort of amazing how much how far video conferencing has gotten without the ability to make eye contact. Right? It's sort of a bizarre thing if you think about it. You're like looking at someone's face, sometimes for an hour when you're eating, and like you looking at their eyes, them doesn't look like you're looking at their eyes.
You're always together, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you're trying to. Right? You're trying. Like a lot of times, or at least I find myself trying to look into the other person's eyes.
But they don't.
Yeah. And the question is, all right, that we have a sensation on looking at you. I think that's an interesting question. And then it's VR, yeah, without eye tracking and knowing what your eyes are actually looking maybe there's some contact intended, do it in a way where maybe not it's like maybe it's not a faded stare, um, but it's something natural. But if you have actual eye tracking, you can do it for real. And I think that that's really important. When I think about Meta's contribution to the field, I'd say it's not clear to me that any of the other companies that are focused on the metaverse or on virtual and augmented reality are going to prioritize the hardware like every trade-off, right? I mean, it adds weight to the device, maybe it adds. You could totally pick another company to make the latest, thinnest thing possible, but I want us to design them like that creates a sense of presence. So much of human emotion expression comes from micro eyebrow millimeters. People notice that like means is simple. And a lot of communication I think is lost. It's not like one feature this all of a sudden no real presence. You can sort of look at how the human brain works and how we express emotion, and you can just build a roadmap of that, of just what are the most try to unlock over 5 year period and make the experience more and more social.
I think the singularity moment, metaverse, where there's a lot of people will have most of their meaningful experience in the metaverse versus the real world. And actually, it's interesting to think about the fact that a lot of people are having the most important moments happen here, especially now during COVID. Like even falling in love or meeting friends, getting excited about stuff that is happening on a individual plane. You think the metaverse will provide those for a large stuff?
Yeah, I think it's really one. I read this piece that framed this as a lot of people think that the metaverse is about a place, but one definition of this is about a time when basically immersive digital worlds become the primary way that we live our lives and our time. I think that's a that perspective. And I think you also innovation because it's not like okay we are building digital worlds but we don't have today. I think that we live a part of our life worlds. It's not 3D immersive virtual reality, but yeah, I do a lot of meetings for video, or I spend a lot of time writing or whatever. What's it going to take to get there for the immersive presence? That's the certificate you're asking. Um, and for that, I think there's just a bunch of different use cases for the and I think when you're building technology, I think you're a lot of it is just you're managing this duality where on the one hand you want to build elegant scale billions of people value from them, and then on the other hand you're fighting this kind of ground where it's just there's just a lot of different use cases. People do different things. Like you want to build a lockdown. So the first one that we space after gaming, but and social experience. Virtual reality. My theory was basically people thought about it as but if you look at all the computing platforms up to that point, very where there was a lot of things, but a lot of and mobile, the companies that focus on a number of those, I think productivity I thought that's already a question. If you look about that, number 1, 2, 3, so becoming a physical thing. I don't know. If it covers like you, it'll be so as style, but like much more adopted and clearly better coding, writing, PR with yourself. That's the process. Imagine that. It's doing a bigger your ideal setup on anywhere and have your ideal out on that. But I don't think that's more than 5 years off. And then you'll get a bunch of other things like aren't even possible, or you don't even think about using a phone or PC for today, like fitness, right? So, I mean, I know that you're, we were talking before about how you're into running. Like I'm really into a lot of things around fitness as well. Different things, different places. Like I got really into hydrofoiling recently, and
nice. I saw a video.
Yeah, and the surfing, and I used to fence competitively. I like run. So,
and you were saying that you were thinking about martial arts, and I tried to trick you and convince you to doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Or you actually mentioned that was one you're curious about.
Was that a trick?
I don't know. We're in the metaverse now.
Yeah, I took that seriously. I thought that was a real suggestion.
That would be an amazing chance to ever step on the mat together and just like roll around.
Well, give me a year to train, and then
Rocky with the Russian. I'm the Russian in this picture, and you're the Rocky and the dog. It's
the idea of me as Rocky and like fighting is
die.
I mean, anyway, yeah. But I mean, a lot of aspects of fitness. You know, I don't know if you've tried Supernatural, Quest, or
first of all, I just on the fact every time I played around with I get giddy every time I step in virtual reality. You mentioned productivity and all those kinds of things. That's definitely something I'm excited about. Really, I just love the possibilities. It's in me, but it just feels like the most convenient way to travel into worlds that are similar to the real world, totally different. Alice in Wonderland. Just try out crazy stuff. The possibilities endless. And I personally and love get excited for virtual worlds. I'm a huge fan. In terms of the productivity of the program and their programming, that's really interesting also. But you can develop the right ideas. There has to be a threshold for a large amount of the program community moves there. Collaborative aspects are possible. Meetings, two companies working together. I mean, that is.
I think that in building, you sort of need to balance. There are going to be some new things that you just couldn't do before, and those are going to be the amazing teleporting to any place, right? Whether it's a real place or something that people made. I mean, some of the experiences around how we can build stuff in new ways, where lots of stuff that I'm coding stuff. Like, all right, you code it, and then you build it, and then you see it afterwards. But increasingly, it's be possible to you're in a world, and you're building the world as you're kind of manipulating it. One of the things that shows at the lab for recent progress is the builder program where you are talk to it and say, hey, world, like freeze over there, that with water on our picnic blanket, that in your world. It's I think there are going to be new paradigms for coding. But yeah, there are going to be things that I think are just pretty amazing, especially the first few times you do that you're like, whoa, like I've never had an experience like this. But most of your life, I would imagine, is not doing things that are amazing for the first time. A lot of it, I mean, just answering your question before, right? What does it take before you're spending most of your time in? Well, let's just say this aside. The goal is to have people spend a lot more time in computing.
I'm I spend my time.
It's to make computing more natural, but I think you will spend most of your computing time in this when it does the things that you use for better. So maybe having your perfect workstation is a 5 year your code. It's not like a completely new. Um, but I mean, look, if I could increase the productivity of every engineer at 5%, um, we buy those devices for everyone. And I imagine a lot of other companies do are getting to the scale that I think makes them rival bigger computing platforms.
Let me ask you about identity. About that. How do you see identity in the metaverse? The avatar hide your identity, or can it be? Can I be anything in the metaverse? Like, can I whatever the heck I want? Can I even be a troll? So there's exciting green possibilities and there's darker.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's going to be a range, right? So we're working for expression and avatars. Um, on one end of the spectrum are kind of expressive and cartoonish avatars, and then on the other end of the spectrum are photorealistic avatars. And I just think the reality is that they're going to be different use cases. And I guess there's another axis. If you're going from photorealistic to expressive, there's also like representing you directly versus like the fantasy identity. And I think that there are going to be things on all ends of that spectrum too, right? So you'll want photo like in some experience you want to be like a photorealistic dragon, right? Or you know, if I'm playing Onward, or military simulator game, you know, it's I think getting to be more photorealistic as a soldier in that could enhance the experience. Um, there are times when I'm hanging out with friends where I want them to,
You don't have friends.
know it's me, so a cartoon is good. But like VR chat does well today, where a lot of the experience is kind of dressing up, wearing a fantastic avatar that's almost like you come into an experience and you have like a built-in icebreaker. Like you see people and you're just like, I like I'm crashing up at what you're wearing. That's funny. Where'd you get that? Or oh, you made that. That's awesome. Um, whereas okay, if you're going into a work meeting, a photorealistic version of your real self is the most appropriate thing for that. So I think the reality is there aren't going to be it's not just going to be one thing. Um, my own sense of kind of how you want to identity online has sort of evolved over time, and that the early days of Facebook, I thought, okay, we're going to have one identity, and now it's clearly not going to be the case. I think you're going to have all these things and utility to different things. So some of the technical challenges that I'm really interested in around it are how do you build the software to allow people to seamlessly go between them? You could view them as just just 3 points on the spectrum, but let's talk about the metaverse economy for a second. Let's say I buy a digital shirt for my photorealistic avatar. Um, by the way, I think at the time where we're spending a lot of time in the metaverse doing a lot of work meetings in the metaverse, etc., I would imagine the economy around virtual clothing, as an example, is going to be quite as big. Why wouldn't I spend almost as much money in investing in my appearance or expression for my realistic avatar for meetings for the whatever I'm going to wear in my video chat? But the question is, okay, so
No, no one gives. No one wants to talk to you.
avatar. Cool. There was a way to into it more expressive or okay, you know, if they did their one thing that Apple do and on that. I just might exist more spectrum in the future. But I do think the direction on the AI advancement happening to be able to, especially stuff like style transfer, being able to take you know, a piece of art or express something and say, okay, paint me, you know, this photo um, in the style of Gauguin or, you know, whoever it is that you're interested in. You know, take this shirt and put it in the style of what I've designed for my expressive avatar, I think that's going to be pretty compelling.
And so the fashion, you might be buying like a generator, a closet that generates a style, and then like the gowns to be able to instantly generate outfits, thereby making it. So the reason I wear the same thing all the time is I don't like choice. You talked about the same thing, but now you don't even have to choose. The closet generates your outfit for you every time. You have to live without it generates.
I mean, you could do that. Although, no, I think that's. I think some people will, but I think I think that there's a huge aspect of just people doing creative commerce here. So I think that there is going to be a big market around people designing digital clothing. But the question is, if you're designing digital clothing, do you need to design? If you're the designer, do you need to make it for each kind of specific discrete point along a spectrum, or are you just designing it for kind of photorealistic? Or can you design one and have it blended across these things? If I buy a style from a designer I care about it now, is there a way of the dragon in a way that makes sense? And that I think is an interesting problem because it's probably not going to make it under the digital content is that you buy users and a lot of for that economy. That's a lot of all of the we were joking about NFTs, but I think that it's the buy or not just buy on platform or more valuable, which is more willing, more likely to have that that just spurs the whole economy. But that's a fascinating aspect that total or not total bots. How do you know in the metaverse into a real human or an AI or a low intention? And do you think about that? Let's break that down into a few different cases. Because with intention, sorry. So if you're talking to the dragon, it's pretty clear that they're not probably what you want to solve for is I think I'm sure someone isn't a person. But you could okay, you're in a future version of this and we have sort of realistic cars and we're doing this in workers or whatever version of that is, and someone walks in and looks like me. And one of the things that we're thinking about is the AI project built to generate photorealistic avatars.
Dude, he's still talking about this shit?
They work like Kodak.
He must hate what he looks like. I know I do. I hate what he looks like. I'm prettier than pink.
As we're developing these technologies, also thinking that because people are going to want to be. That's a huge thing. Then you just get the question of people hiding behind fake accounts to malicious things, which is not going to be the metaverse. Although, certainly in a environment where you're more immersive, you have more of a sense of presence, more painful. Obviously, we just dealt with for years in social media and the internet broadly, and there I think there's been a bunch of tactics that I think we've just evolved. We've built up these different AI systems to basically get a sense of is this account behaving in the way that a person would. And it turns out, so in all of the work that we've done around, we call it community integrity, it's basically like policing harmful content, trying to figure out where to draw the line. And there are obviously really hard philosophical questions around like where do you draw the line on some stuff. And the thing that I've kind of found the most who are the inauthentic accounts, or where the accounts are behaving in an overall harmful way at the account level, rather than trying to get into like policing what they're saying, right? Which I think in the metaverse is going to be harder, because that the metaverse has more properties of it's almost more like a phone call, right? Or you're, it's not like I post content and it's that piece of content good or bad. So I think more of this stuff will have to be done at the level of the account. But it's the area where, between the kind of counterintelligence teams that we built up inside the company and like years of building different AI systems to basically detect what is a real account of business. I'm not saying we're perfect, but like this is an area where I just think we are like years ahead of basically anyone else in the industry in terms of having built those capabilities. And I think that just is going to be incredibly important for this next wave of things.
And like you said, on a technical level and a philosophical level, it's an incredibly difficult problem to solve. By the way, I would probably have to open source my avatar, so there's a million Lex walking around just on me.
Like Agent Smith.
Yeah, exactly. And you ML copy of me, running around and writing on it. Because just have like 1,000 big followers naturally, they have to kind of like walk around and stuff. But I love that idea. Biometric security, you want to have one identity. I don't know better letting access and thereby read that. I have a security question.
How does flooding Lex help me know in our conversation?
Right? If I yeah,
I think that one's not going to be for you.
The original
Really, things you're a public figure, you're trying to, if you're trying to show up in a that conversation, but I think the notion I am
yeah, especially if the big ones start outperforming relationship left behind. That's the serious consequence. Again, think about it. Okay, so I got used mass storage, such as everything got hacked. For example, where it's not me personally, it's all kids. So the question that people have about this about security in general, because I'm doing a lot of the right things for security, and nevertheless, ransomware basically disabled my device. That's something to think about. What are the different steps you take to protect down the security?
I think that there's different solutions for strategies that make sense to have stuff kind of fortress, right? So the centralized model versus decentralized. And I think those strategies, when you say decentralize everything, that'll make it more secure. I think that that's tough because, the advantage of like, encryption is that, we're the largest encrypted service in the world, and we're one of the first to roll out a multi-platform encryption service, and that's something that was a big advance in the industry. And one of the promises that we can basically make because of that, our company doesn't see when you're sending an encrypted message, and an encrypted message with the content you're sharing. So that way, if someone hacks Meta's server, they're not going to be able to access, the WhatsApp message that you're sending to your friend. And that I think matters a lot to people because obviously if somebody is able to compromise a company's servers and that company has hundreds of millions or billions of people, then that ends up being a very big deal. The flip side of that is, okay, all the content is on your phone. Are you following security best practices on your phone? If you lose your phone, all your content is gone. That's an issue. Maybe you go back up your content from WhatsApp or some other service in iCloud or something, but then you're just apples and oranges about are they going to go turn over the government think it's an interesting. Security is interesting because of the different threats that we've managed over the last 5 years. There are ones where basically adversaries keep on getting better and better. So trying to kind of interfere with security is certainly one area of this. You have like nation states trying to interfere in elections or something. They're kind of evolving their tactics. Whereas on the other hand, I don't want to be too specific about it, but like if someone is saying something hateful, people usually aren't getting smarter and smarter about how they say hateful things, right? So maybe there's some element of that, but it's a very small dynamic compared to how advanced hackers these other places get over time.
I believe most people are good, though they actually get better over time, not being less hateful. They realize it's not fun being. This is the belief I have. But first, stop the break.
Sure.
We'll come back to AI, but let me ask you some difficult questions now. Social Dilemma, a popular documentary that raised concerns about the effects of society, responded with a point-by-point rebuttal titled "Social Dilemma Gets Wrong." That I would say the point they make, because social media is funded by ads, algorithms want to maximize attention, engagement, and an effective way to do so, get people angry, each other, division, and so on. Man, criticisms and arguments that they make in the documentary as a way to understand the concern, as a way to respond to.
Well, yeah, I think that's a good conversation to have. I don't happen to agree with the conclusions. They make a few assumptions that are very big jumps. But I understand overall why people would be concerned that our business model and ads in general do make more money as people use the service more in general, right? So as a kind of basic assumption, do we have an incentive to build a service that people use more? Yes, on a lot of levels. We think what we're doing is good. So we think that if the money is useful more, that it is this sort of the only thing we cared about is money, which I not for anyone who knows me, but kind of brought it down to that. Then we want to serve more. Yes. And then this question, which is those getting people agitated make them more likely service. And I think from looking at other media in the world, especially TV, and I think there's the old adage, like I think there are a bunch of reasons why someone might think that that kind of provocative content would be the most engaging. Now, what I've always found is one is that what grabs someone near term is not necessarily something that they're appreciate having seen or going to invest over long term. What a lot of people get wrong is that I'm not building 17 years at this point, and I'm relatively young and have a lot more that I want to do in the coming decades. So I I think that it's realistic to say, hey, I think time in the near term, here's what to do. Actually, I think we look at kind of what my incentives are in the company that are long term, to basically do what people are going to find valuable in time, not what is going to draw people today. What I'd say is that I think a lot of times people look at this perspective of media, um, or kind of information or civic discourse. But one other way of looking at this is just that, okay, I'm a product designer, right? Our company, we build products. And a big part of building a product is not just the function and utility of what you're delivering, but the feeling of how it feels, right? We spend a lot of time talking about um, virtual reality and how a kind of key aspect of that experience is the feeling of presence, which is a visceral thing. It's not just about the utility that you're delivering, it's about like the sensation. And similarly, I care a lot about how people feel when they use our products. And I don't want to build products that make people angry. I mean, that's like not, I think, what we're here on this earth to do is to, build something that, people spend a bunch of time doing and it just makes angry at other people. I mean, that's not good. That's not what I think would be, um, sort of a good use of our time or a good contribution to the world. So, okay, people, they tell us on a per content basis, just the things, do I like it? Do I love it? Make me angry? Make me sad? And based on that, we choose to show content that makes people angry less. Because, of course, right, you're designing a product and you want people to be able to connect and feel good over a long period of time, then that's, naturally what you're going to do. I don't know. I think overall, I understand at a high level, if you're not thinking too deeply about it, why that argument might be appealing. But I just think if you actually look at what our real incentives are, not just like, if we were trying to optimize for the next week, but like as people working on this, like why are we here? And I think it's pretty clear that that's not actually how you would want to design this. I guess one other thing that I'd say is that, while we're focused on the ads business model, I do think it's important to note that a lot of these issues are not unique to ads. I mean, so take like a subscription news business model, for example. I think that has, just as many potential pitfalls. Maybe if someone's paying for a subscription, you don't get paid per piece of content that they look at. But, say, for example, I think like a bunch of the partisanship that we see could potentially be made worse by you have these kind of partisan um, news organizations that basically sell subscriptions, and they're only going to get people on one side to basically subscribe to them. Their incentive is not to create content or produce content that's kind of centric or down the line either. I bet that a lot of them find is that if they
Somebody else has this question,
kind of
please.
more polarizing or more partisan, that is forever. I think this stuff is all, there's no model, everything is pitfalls. The thing that I think is great about advertising is it makes it a consumer service. If you believe everyone has a voice and everyone can be able to connect, that's a great thing. Opposed to building a luxury service that everyone can afford. But look, I mean, every business model, you have to be careful about how you're implementing what you're doing.
You responded to a few things there, to the fact that, there is a narrative of malevolence. Like, you're leaning into the people angry just because you make more money in the short term, that kind of thing. But he responded to that. But there's also kind of reality of human nature. Like you spoke about, there's fights, arguments we get in, we don't like ourselves afterwards, but we got into them anyway. So our long-term growth, I believe most of it has to do with learning, challenging yourself, improving, kind to each other, finding a community of people that connect with on a real human level, all that kind of stuff. But it does seem when you look at social media that a lot of fights break out, a lot of arguments break out, a lot of ends up being sort of outrage in one direction or the other. And so it's easy from that for the narrative that social media companies are letting outrage become viral. And so they're increasing division in the world. And perhaps you can comment on that, or further, how can you push back on this narrative? How can you be transparent about this battle? Because I think it's not just motivation or financials, it's a technical problem. It is how long-term well-being is being.
I think that going through some of the design decisions would be a good conversation. But first, I actually think, I think you acknowledge that, that narrative is anecdotal, and I think it's worth grounding this conversation in the actual research that is done, which, by and large, finds that social media is not a large driver of polarization. Right? And, there's been a number of economists, social scientists, folks who have studied this. A lot of polarization varies around the world. Social media is based in every country, Facebook in pretty much every country except for China and North Korea. And you see trends in different places where, in a lot of countries, polarization is declining. In some, it's flat. In the U.S., it's risen sharply. So the question is, what are the unique phenomena? And I think for the people who are trying to say, hey, social media is the thing that's doing this, I think that really doesn't hold up, because social media is a phenomenon that is pretty much equivalent in all of these different countries. And you have researchers like economists at Stanford, Matthew Genskow, who has just written at length about this. It's a bunch of books by political scientists, Ezra Klein and folks, for why we're polarized. It goes through this decades-long analysis in the U.S. before I was born, basically talking about some of the forces in kind of partisan politics and Fox News, different things that predate the internet ways that I think are likely larger. So, contrary on this, not only is it pretty clear that social media is not a major contributor, but most of the academic studies that I've seen actually show that social media use is correlated with lower polarization. Genskow, the same person who just studied that I cited about longitudinal polarization in different countries, also did a study that basically showed that you looked after the 2016 election in the U.S., the voters who were the most polarized were actually the ones who were not on the internet. So, and there have been recent other studies, I think, in Europe and around the world, basically showing that as people stop using social media, they tend to get more polarized. Then there's a deeper analysis around, okay, well, what polarization actually isn't even one thing. Because, having different opinions on something isn't, I don't think that's by itself bad. What study that is most problematic is what we call affective polarization, which is basically, do you have negative feelings towards people in another group? And the way that a lot of scholars study this is they basically ask a group, would you let your kids marry someone of group X? Whatever the groups are that you're worried that someone might have negative feelings towards. And in general, use of social media corresponded to decreases in that kind of affective polarization. So I just want to, I think we should talk behind the scenes how we handle the kind of specific pieces of content. But overall, I think it's just worth grounding that discussion in the research that's existed that I think overwhelmingly shows that the mainstream narrative around this is just not right.
But the narrative does take hold, and it's compelling to a lot of people. Another question I'd like to ask you on this. I was looking at various polls and saw that you're one of the most disliked tech leaders today. 54% unfavorable rating. Elon Musk, 3%. Basically, everybody has a very high unfavorable rating that are tech leaders. Maybe you can help me understand that. Why do you think people dislike you, hate you, and how do you gain their trust? given everything that, why are you battle in explaining to people what actual impact social media has on
No, maybe,
Here's
but
that's the U.S. survey or world. It is you got it. That
easily.
our brand
Oh, do we have proof everywhere?
has been somewhat uniquely challenged in the U.S. compared to other places. It's not that there are other countries.
Jesus.
The U.S. dynamic where you look at the kind of coverage or attitude towards that. For 2016, very few months negative, and since 2016, I think the private made it. So I think it's a good thing, and this is very different. I think in a lot of other countries in the world, there's a sentiment that and our services is extreme. In the U.S., we have more problems, and I think compared to other countries, in certain industries, I think if you look at it from like a partisan perspective, not a political perspective, it's like there are people who are probably more left, and there are people who are right of center, and there's kind of America and right America. There's certain industries that I think maybe one half of the country has a more positive view towards others. And I think we're in a one of the things that we're in that I think is really challenging is that because a lot of the content that we've basically had to arbitrate, and because we're not a partisan company, right? We're not a Democrat company or a Republican company. We're trying to make the best decisions and help people and help people put as much voice as they can all having rules because we're running a community. The net effect of that is that we're kind of constantly making decisions that piss off people. And a effect that I sort of see is that when we make a decision that's a controversial one, that's going to upset about half the country.
Zuckerberg, you
suck.
suck.
Because it's not like if you make that way and is they have to come happy about that.
Who the fuck? Who the fuck is Rabbi Lama Graham?
God, how messed up. Think like that. Hey, and be up. And I think we're we stop. It's if you take down, if you take down, or right, fine, great, you didn't miss that one. So our internal kind of basically any time one
Oh, I know him as Lama Graham. Kid.
goes down.
Huh? Western medicine. Nobody knows what that is. I always thought that meant you were just like a hermit. Nobody knows this guy. Neo-Gnostic bishop? The fuck is going on? Dog. This guy sucks.
I wanted people to think positively about me as a person. I don't know. I'm not sure if you go build a company. Like or social media.
Zuckerberg, you suck. And everyone thinks you are a terrible person. And no one likes you. Everyone hates you. What is this garbage? Holy shit, Rabbi Lama Graham is still alive. He saw that person wants to talk to me. With you, technically.
man, they got that fucking gardener in their shit.
You only really do it if you really care about what you're doing. And yeah, I mean, it's not great. I think that
I like how I'm the first one.
5% of people like you, or 5%
Oh,
of
how
people
long
dislike
ago
you.
was that?
Your
11 minutes ago, son.
is going to be that there's a
Look at this athleticism.
Oh,
it's like
fuck.
it is. Certainly the country's gotten more polarized.
Zuckerberg, you are the worst. Of all the people on earth ever, you are the worst of them.
But I don't know. I kind of think like as a public figure,
You're a loser douche. There's no one on this fucking stream I have bashed more and harder than you, Mark Douche Canoe Zuckerberg. You suck. I don't like you. I think you're a loser. And you're a bitch.
are criticizing you because
Dr. Priscilla
trying to
Chan.
help you do a better job rather than
Should divorce your ass a long time.
and like and very close.
I can't wait till she fucking divorces you.
I think it's just as dangerous to now everyone says anything. Just listen to people who are kind of positive to as psychologically to trying to make people who are never going to like you like. So I guess that's just sort of a dance that people have to do. But I mean, I think you kind of develop more of a feel for like who actually is trying to accomplish the same type of world and who has different ideas about how to do that and how can I learn from those people. Like, yeah, we get stuff wrong, and people whose opinions I respect call me out on getting stuff wrong. That hurts. It makes me want to do better. But I think at this point I'm pretty tuned to just all right. If someone I know they're kind of like operating in bad faith, but not really trying to help. And I don't know. It doesn't. I think over time it doesn't bother you.
You are surrounded by people that should love you. Friends or colleagues in a circle that call you out of your bullshit whenever you're thinking guided as it is.
I think we've been famously culture where we sort of encourage that kind of that internally, why there's so much material internally that can leak out. People sort of disagreeing. That's sort of the culture. Our management team, I think it's a lot of people. There's some newer folks who come in. There's some folks who've kind of been there for a while, but there's a very high level of trust. I would say it is a relatively confrontational group of people. And my friends and family, I think, will put on this. But look, it's not just. But I think you person, right? It can't just be people who are your friends and family. It's also, I mean, there are journalists, analysts, or peer executives at other companies, or other people who sort of are insightful that think about the world. Certain politicians, or people kind of in that sphere who I just think have like very insightful perspective. Who, even if they come at the world from a different perspective, which is sort of what makes the perspective so valuable. But I think fundamentally we're trying to get to the same place in terms of helping people connect more, helping the whole world function better, not just in one place or another. And I don't know. I mean, those are the people whose opinions really matter to me, and I just that's how I learn on a day-to-day basis. People are constantly sending me comments on stuff.
You suck. I didn't tell you that. Not enough.
I don't know. It's constantly
Let me ask you another Facebook Instagram research well-being claim that Instagram is often well-being girls on Instagram is quote toxic. Your response titled "What Our Research Really Says About Well-Being in Instagram." No, Instagram research shows that 11 of 12 well-being teenage girls who they struggle with issues also said that Instagram made them better rather than worse. Again, Steel Man and defend the point, and Francis Hogan's characterization of the study helped me understand the positive and negative effects of Facebook on young people.
So there are certainly questions around teen mental health that are really important. It's hard to, as a parent, it's like hard to imagine any set of questions that are sort of more, I mean, I guess maybe other aspects of physical health or well-being or probably come to that level. But like, these are really important questions, right? Which is why we dedicate teams to studying. I don't think the internet or social media are unique in having these questions. I think there have been sort of magazines promoting certain body types for women and kids for decades, but we really care about this stuff. So we wanted to study it, and of course, we didn't expect that everything was going to be positive all the time. So I mean, the reason why you study this stuff is to try to improve and get better. So I mean, look, the place where I disagree with the characterization first, I thought some of the reporting and coverage of it just took the whole thing out of proportion, and that it focused on, as you said, I think there were like 20 metrics in there, and on 18 or 19, the effect of using Instagram was neutral or positive on a team's well-being. And there was one area where I think it showed that we needed to improve, and we took steps to try to do that after doing the research. But I think having the coverage just focus on that one without focusing on the, I think an accurate characterization would have been that kids using Instagram, or not kids, is generally positive for their mental health. But of course, that was not the narrative that came out. So I think it's hard to, that's not a logical thing to represent, but I sort of disagree, or still, but I sort of disagree with that overall characterization. I think anyone sort of looking at this objectively would. But then, there is this sort of intent critique that I think you were getting at before, which says, it's sort of malevolent, right? It's like, which it's really hard for me to really wrap my head around this, because as far as I know, it's unclear that any of the other tech companies are doing this kind of research. So why the narrative should form that we did research because we're studying an issue because we wanted to understand it to improve, and took steps after that to try to improve it, that your interpretation of that would be that we did the research and tried to sweep it under the rug. It just sort of is like, I don't know, it's beyond credibility to me that like that's the accurate description of the actions that we've taken compared to the others in the industry. So I don't know, that's my view on it. These are really important issues. There's a lot of stuff that I think we're going to be working on related to mental health for a long time, including trying to understand this better. And I would encourage everyone else in the industry to do this too.
Yeah, I love there to be open conversations. A lot of great research released internally and also externally. It made me feel good. Press obviously get way more clicks when they say negative things about social media. Because objectively speaking, there's hunger to say negative things about social media, and I don't understand how that's supposed to open conversation about the positive and the negative concerns about social media, especially when you're doing that kind of research. And I don't know what to do with that, but let me ask you, as a father, it's way heavy on you that people get bullied on social networks. So people get bullied in their private life, but now so much of our life, digital world, bullying moves from the physical world to the digital world. You're now creating a platform on which bullying happens, and some of that bullying can lead to damage to mental health. Some of that bullying can lead to depression, suicide. It's way heavy on you that people have committed suicide or will commit suicide based on the bullying that happens.
Yeah, I mean, this is instead bullying and self-harm are, I mean, these are some of the biggest things that we are most focused on. For bullying, like you say, it's going to be, well, this predates the internet, and it's probably impossible to get rid of all of it. You want to give people tools to fight it, and you want to fight it yourself, and you also want to make sure that people can help them. So, I think this is like a question of, can you get rid of all bullying? All right. I mean, I have two daughters. They fight and push each other around and stuff too. And the question is just how do you handle that situation? And there's a handful of things that I think you can do. We talked a little bit before around some of the AI tools that you can build to identify when is happening. It's very hard bullying. A lot of bullying is very context specific. It's not like you're trying to fit a formula of like, if I'm looking at the different harms, someone promoting a terrorist group is like probably one of the simpler things to generally find because things promoting that group are going to, look a certain way or feel a certain way. Bullying could just be, someone making some subtle comment about someone's appearance that's idiosyncratic to them.
And it could look at just like humor.
Yeah,
to one person.
Exactly.
Constructive to another.
Yeah. Bullying, I think there are certain things that you can find through AI systems, but I think it is increasingly important to just give people more agency themselves. So we've done things like make it so people can turn off comments or take a break from hearing from a person without having to signal at all that they're going to stop following them or kind of make some stand that, okay, I'm not friends with you anymore, I'm not following you. I just don't want to hear about this, but I also don't want to signal at all publicly that or to them that there's been an issue. And then you get to some of the more extreme cases like you're talking about where someone is thinking about self-harm or suicide. And there we found that is a place where AI can identify a lot of things. People are expressing something that is actually you're thinking of hurting themselves. Use that you can build hundreds of languages around the world to be able to identify that. And one of the things that I'm actually quite proud of is we've built these systems that I think are clearly leading at this point that not only identify that, but then connect with local first responders and have been able to save, I think, at this point, it's in thousands of cases to be able to get first responders to people through these systems who really need them. Because of specific plumbing that we've done between the AI work and being able to communicate with local first responder organizations, rolling that out in the world, and that worked on awesome stuff. So I think that's a long way of saying, yeah, the heavy topic, and you want to attack it in a bunch of different ways, and also kind of understand that some of nature is for people to do this to each other, which is unfortunate, but you can give people build things that help.
It's still one hell of a burden, though. A platform that allows people to fall in love with each other is also by nature going to be a platform that allows people to hurt each other. You're managing something difficult. And I think you spoke to it, but the psychology of that, of being a leader in that space, of creating technologies that's playing in the space, and you mentioned psychology, is really damn difficult. And I mean, the burden of that is just great. I just wanted to hear you speak. I have to ask about the thing you brought up a few times, is making controversial decisions. Let's talk about censorship. So there's two people pressuring Meta on this. One group is upset that Facebook social network allows misinformation in quotes spread on the platform. The other group are concerned that by calling it misinformation. Both sides. You 2019 October at Georgetown University eligible free speech. But then COVID came, and the 2020 election came. Worried that advertisers, politicians, the public have forced Meta to ban the idea of spoke highly of.
I'll be upfront. I don't think pressure from advertisers or politicians
This is
directly in any way affects our topic. So let me just take you through our evolution.
Yeah, why don't you take me through your evolution, you fucking cunt?
You don't build a company like this. People do things.
I think you're one of the worst people in the history of mankind. Everyone thinks you suck. Your own parents hate you.
Create opportunity. Right? So those are the two things that are
Your
always
wife hates you, and you're a douche. And everybody knows it. I know it. You know it. Oh, how do I make myself an avatar? Avatar, because all my friends they're like, does they think it's funny? No, you're just a billionaire, and they have to be nice to you. Oh, we got to state this shit. How about go fuck yourself? Is that one of them? Right.
And in general, I think all about those. There's not really a prize definition of that. I think you're not really going to find many people in the country or in the world um, who are trying to say we should be fighting terrorists. There are a couple of areas where I think this got more controversial. I'll talk about. Right, that this
Please verify your email. They got a new thing.
that I think work with actually learning is, and therefore, I was and Justin with me, and um, and like it's so bad, you know, AI technology did not exist yet to be able to go basically look up the content, um, and we were outfit that no one would expect that we could review it all, even if like recorded us, we basically did our best. Forensics was recorded, we try to look at stuff and deal with it. And recall the first, I don't know, 7 or 8 years of the company, we weren't that big of a company. Period, we weren't even really profitable. The AI didn't really exist to be able to do the kind of operation that we do today. At some point, in kind of the middle of the last decade, that started. And it got to the point where we were sort of a larger and more profitable company, and the AI was starting to come online to be able to proactively detect some of the simpler forms. So things like pornography, you could train an image classifier to identify what a nipple was, or you can fight against terrorist content.
There's actually papers on this. Great.
Oh, of course there are.
Papers.
Of course there are. Those are relatively easier things to train AI to do than, for example, understand the nuances, what is inciting violence in 100 languages around the world, and not have of like, okay, are you posting about this thing that might be inciting violence?
Dude, who gives a shit?
In which case, we probably shouldn't be about something violence. As opposed to actually your type of basically get to that level of language where I think not enough I think what happened, basically, and a lot of people were polarized. There's a lot more stuff here than realized. Why weren't internet companies on top? And I think at that point, it was that some of the technology had started to get impossible. At that point, like, you know, I was more correct this stuff across all these different. Now we've built tools to do that. And it's actually more complicated than a philosophical ethical question, which is the policy. Now, we hold ourselves accountable. Issue report order, and that's just for each of the 20 types of harmful content down. But okay, now we need to be careful
Zuckerberg,
about
you're the
how
worst.
proactive we set the AI and where exactly we're taking down. It's you know now where like we get that journey of building this AI. There's a lot of push to say, okay, you got to do really a lot of bad content that people aren't reporting or that you're not getting. You need to get more. I was along the way, there started to be almost equal issues on both sides. Okay, actually, you're kind of taking down too.
Another one.
Right? Or and it wasn't really one of the issues that you take down.
This guy in his fucking truck. I've never heard him say anything. Amari.
Those handful of chairs for the for fraud on human rights.
You're done, son.
The challenge is that there is a line where you're actually about to harm that there should be restriction.
No.
I mean,
Yeah, you can. If there's a fire, douche.
if you could ask a priori, would a where a lot of people is that problem with basically wildfire and crowded. I think that probably passes that test. The fundamental commitment to expression is there, and that's what I believe. And again, unless you care about people who get to express themselves as much as possible, but I think that's the question. Is like, how do you define what the harm is? How do you and what are the define that harm? A lot of the that the WHO, the trust the civilization to give the line of what is the harm of policy bill in ways, in small ways, in big ways, depending on who you ask. Perspective meta.
It's good. It's just
Where the hell do I get the information of what is really different way to lean on this aspect? Again, form institution that have an open mind of what is information. And misinformation has been used fully on the internet. I mean, I just have a friend, Joe Rogan, and called as a. I remember hanging out with him in Vegas, and we yelled, "Stop spreading misinformation!" I mean, and there's a lot of people that follow him that believe he's not spreading misinformation. You can't just not acknowledge the fact that there's a large number of people that have a different definition of misinformation. That's such a tough place to be. Who do you quote experts? Because as a person with a PhD, I gotta say, I mean, I'm not sure I know what defines an expert, especially in a totally new pandemic or a new catastrophic event, especially when politics is involved, and especially when the media involved that propagate sort of outrageous narratives, and everybody make a lot of money. Like, what the hell? Where's the truth? And everybody turns to Facebook. Tell me what the source. Well, how would you handle this if you were in my position? It's very, 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 very difficult. I would say I would more speak about how difficult the choices are and be transparent about how here you got exactly ask the exact question you just asked me, but to the broader public. Like, okay, yeah, you got to tell me what so like crowdsourcing, and then the other aspect is when you spoke really eloquently about the fact that back and forth, and now there's a feeling that you're censoring too much. So I'm trying to be ahead of that. I'll lean towards freedom of speech. You're not going to define this information. Let it be public and I actually place in this information, I place the responsibility on core communication skills of scientists. It should be a battlefield of ideas, and everybody uh, spreading information against the vaccine. They should not be censored. They should be talked to. You should show the data. You should have open rolling your eyes, saying, "I'm the expert. I know what I'm talking about." You need to convince people. It's a battle of ideas. So that's the whole point of freedom of speech. Is to keep bad ideas, good ideas. So like the responsibility here falls on the communication skills of scientists. Thanks to media. Um, Scientists are not communicators. They have the power to communicate some of the best stuff I've seen about doctors on social media. It's a way to learn to respond really quickly, faster than the peer review process. And also by better, I don't mean just convincing. I also mean people. Platform, I would say, I would step back. Not all the way, of course. There's a lot of stuff that cause harm.
I'm confused.
People, from a brand perspective, would be blaming you for other which there are many. There's the flaws, the political divide, obviously politicians have flaws, the media has flaws, but they're all trying to work with it. And because of the central place of faith, all of those flaws are kind of propagated there. As Plato, the philosopher, questions asking, being asked of civilization. So I don't know. Maybe it's an American answer. I don't know if that applies. I don't know. But transparency and saying, I think, as a technologist, one of the things I sense about Facebook and not able to talk about companies, they don't necessarily understand how simple the problem is. You talked about AI and catch a bunch of quickly. Just data. It's a problem. Like any of the critics, you hand them the house for a week. Let's see how well you can do. Like that's definitely people also is the transparency of the problem. Let me ask you about on the AI front, just because you mentioned language in my note, translation I wanted to ask you about. And first, shout out to recently announced the AI Research Supercluster (RSC). Obviously, somebody who loves GPUs. It currently has thousands of NVIDIA GTX 100 is the system that have in total 6,000. And it will eventually, this year, maybe soon, have 16,000. So it can do a bunch of different kinds of machine learning applications. That's the cool thing on the distributed storage aspect and all that kind of stuff. But one of the applications that I think is super exciting, translation, real-time translation. I mentioned to you, having a conversation. I speak Russian fluently. I speak English somewhat fluently, and I'm, having a conversation with Vladimir Putin as a use case. Me as a coming to use case. We both speak each other's language. I speak Russian. He speaks English. We have that communication well with AI. I think it's such a beautiful and a powerful application of AI to connect the world. That bridges gaps, not necessarily between me and Putin, but people that don't have that shared language. Think about your vision of translation because of the application.
If you're trying to help people connect all around the world, content is produced in one language, and people in all these other places are interested. So being able to translate that just unlocks a lot of value on a day-to-day basis. And so the kind of AI around translation is interesting because it's gone through a bunch of iterations. But the basic state of the art is that you don't want to go through different kind of intermediate symbolic representations of language or something like that. You basically want to be able to map the concepts and basically go directly from one language to another, and you just train bigger and bigger models in order to be able to do that. And that's where the research supercluster comes in. Basically, a lot of it in machine learning is just you're building bigger and bigger models. You just need a lot of computation to train them. It's not that like the translation would run on the computer. Training of the model, which could have billions of examples, just basically that. You're training models on supercluster in days or weeks that might take a much longer period of time on a smaller cluster, so it just wouldn't be practical for most teams to do. But the translation work, basically getting from being able to go between about 100 languages seamlessly today to being able to go to about 100 languages in the near term. And
from any language to any other language.
And part of the issue when you get closer to more languages, some of these get to be pretty not very popular languages, right? Where they're isn't that much content in it. So you end up having a lot of data, and you need to use a model that you built up around other examples. And this is one of the big questions for an AI is how can things be? And that I think is one of the things that is here from a technical perspective.
But capturing, we talked about the metaverse, capturing the magic with human interaction. Okay. Again.
And it's a tough example because you actually both speak Russian and English.
No, but I see it as a scoring test time because we would both like to have an AI that don't speak Russian that well, English that well. Yeah. It would be nice to outperform our ability. And that's a really nice part because I think AI can help in translation people that don't speak the language at all to actually capture the magic, the chemistry, the translation for immersive. And that's exciting. You remove the barrier of language.
When people think about translation, I think a lot of that is the thing about text to text. But speech to speech, I think, is a whole other thing. And I mean, one of the big lessons in that, which I was referring to before, is I think early models, like, all right, they take speech, they translate it to text, translate text to another language, and then kind of output that as speech in that language. You don't want to do that. You just want to be able to go directly from speech in one language to speech in another language and build up the models to do that. I mean, I think one of there have been, when you look at the progress in machine learning, there have been big advances in techniques. Some of the advanced self-supervised learning, which I know you talked to Jan about, he's like leading thinkers in this area. I just think that stuff is really exciting. But you couple that with the ability to just throw larger and larger amounts of compute at training these models, and you can just do a lot of things that are harder to do. We're asking more of our systems too, right? So if you think about the applications that we're going to need for the metaverse, think about it. Yeah, okay, so let's talk about AR here for a second. You're going to have these glasses. They're going to look, hopefully like a normal-ish looking pair of glasses, but they're going to be able to put holograms in the world and intermix virtual and physical objects in your scene. One of the things that's going to be unique about this compared to every other computing device that you've had before is that this is going to be the first computing device that has all the same signals about what's going on around you that you have. Right, so your phone, you can have it take a photo or a video, but I mean, these glasses are going to, whenever you activate them, they're going to be able to see what you see from your perspective. You're going to be able to hear what you hear because their microphones and all that are going to be right around where your ears are. So you're going to want an AI assistant, a new kind of AI assistant that basically help you process the world from this first-person perspective, or from the perspective that you have. And the utility of that is going to be huge. But the kind of AI models we're going to need are going to be just, I don't know, there's a lot that we're going to need to basically advance it. But I mean, so that's why I think the concept of the metaverse and the advances in AI are fundamental. That I mean, they're kind of enabling each other.
Yeah, like the world idea. Be like a Bob Ross. I'm gonna be right here.
Yeah.
Great. And then scale, enriching your experience in all kinds of ways. That's really interesting. How you can have AI help you go out communication, just like scheduling, like almost like therapy. Really. So let me ask you, you're one of the most successful people ever. Incredible company. Has a lot of impact. What advice do you have for young people today? How to live a life they can be proud of? How to build something that can have a big positive impact on them?
Well, let's break that down. I think you're proud of a big positive impact.
Well, you're actually listening.
And how to live your life are actually three different things that I think, I mean, they could line up, but and also like what age of people are you talking? I mean, I can like
high school and college, so you don't really know what you're doing, but you dream big. you really have a chance to something unprecedented.
Yeah. So
also
I guess
for people my age.
Okay, so let's maybe start with the kind of most philosophical and abstract version of it.
Yes.
Every night when I put my daughter's bed, we go through this thing, and like they call it the good night thing. We're basically what we talk about at night. And I go through them.
Sounds like a good show.
It's a good night thing. Yeah, I love that. I get good night things. Like I'm not going to bed too early. But it's it's but I basically go through with Max and Nagi. What are the things that are most important in life? Right, that I just it's like what do I want them to remember and just have like really ingrained when they grow up. And it's health, making sure that you take care of yourself in good shape, loving friends and family, right? Because having
What in the fuck is going on?
The third is something that you're excited about for the future. I'm talking to 4-year-olds often I'll ask her what she's excited about for tomorrow, the week ahead. But I think for most people, it's really hard. I mean, the world is a heavy place, and I think like the way that we navigate it is that we have things that we're looking forward to. So whether it is building AR glasses for the future, or being able to celebrate my 10-year wedding anniversary with my wife that's coming up, it's like I think people you have things that you're looking forward to. Or for the girls, it's often I want to see mom in the morning, right? It's like, but it's I think that's a really critical thing. And then the last thing is I ask them every day, what did you do today to help someone? Because I just think that that's a really critical thing. Is like it's easy to kind of get caught up in yourself and kind of stuff that's really far down the road. But did you do something just concrete? It can just be as simple as okay, yeah, I helped at the table for lunch, right? Or another kid in our school was having a hard time with something, and I like helped it. But that's sort of like if you were to boil down my overall life philosophy into what I try to impart to my kids, those are the things that I think are really important. So okay, so let's say college. So if you're graduating college, practical advice. I'm always very focused on people, and I think the most important decision you're probably going to make if you're in college is around yourself. Because you become like the people around you. And I sort of have this hiring heuristic at Meta, which is that I will only hire someone to work for me if I could see myself working for them. Not necessarily that I want them to run the company because I like my job, but in an alternate universe, if it was their company and I was somewhere, would I be happy to work for them? And I think that's a helpful heuristic. It helps balance. When you're building something like this, there's a lot of pressure. You want to build out your teams. There's a lot of stuff that you need to get done, and everyone always says compromise on quality. Okay, this was good. And I think my answer is I would want someone to be on my team if I would work for them. But I think it's actually a pretty similar answer to like if you were choosing a friend or a partner or like that. So when you're kind of in college, trying to figure out what your circle is going to be, trying to figure out you're evaluating different job opportunities. Who are the people, even if they're going to be peers in what you're doing, who are the people who in an alternate universe you want to work for them because you think you're going to learn a lot from them because they are kind of values aligned on the things that you care about and they're going to push you, but also they know different things, different experiences that are kind of more like over time. So I don't know. I think probably people are too general objective focused and maybe not focused enough on the connections, the people who they're basically building.
I don't know what it says about me, but my place in Austin has 7-legged robots. I'm surrounding myself by robots. Probably I should look at. What kind of world would you like to see your daughters grow up in?
One without him in it.
After you're gone.
But I'd like, he sucks. Take me down, ban me, fuck.
I think one of the promises of all this stuff that one of my favorite like if you're part of what the creator economy, metaverse, all this stuff is like this notion around a lot more people in the future are going to get to work doing creative stuff than today we consider traditional labor or service. And I think that that's awesome.
Fuck off, Rabbi.
I think that that's like
I love you.
a lot of what like collaborate. And I think it's just my youngest daughter,
Mm-hmm.
you know, she's very musical and very artistic, and she thinks coding as art. She calls it coding art, not the code, but the output of what she is making. It very visual. She can kind of output how it can be talent. And do we need to fix that? Are we good?
What happened? Go back to
That, yeah.
Alexa.
Yes, I was just talking about Augie and her code art.
No one's
But
gonna.
I mean, to me, this is like a beautiful thing, right? The notion that like for me, coding was a functional thing, and I enjoyed it, and it like helped build a utilitarian. But that for the next generation of people, it will be even more an expression of their kind of imagination and artistic sense they want to exist. So I don't know if that happens, we can help talk about this world where you know a lot more people can. That's like their existence going forward is being able to basically create and live out all these different kinds of art. I just think that's like a beautiful and wonderful thing, and be very freeing for humanity to spend more of our time on the things that matter.
More and more there are in the full meaning.
Yeah.
Vision. That you are mortal. Are you afraid of death? You think about your mortality and afraid of it. You didn't sign up for this.
No, I mean that's an interesting question. I mean I'm definitely aware of it. I do a fair amount of like extreme type stuff. So so like I'm definitely aware of it.
Yeah.
And
you're flirting with it a bit.
I train hard. I mean, so it's like if I'm gonna go out in like a 15-foot wave,
go on
like
big.
then it's like all right, I'll make sure we have the right safety gear and like make sure that I'm like used to that spot and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean,
The rest of the people there.
Take some. But definitely aware of it. Definitely would like to stay safe. I have a lot of stuff that I want to build.
Does it freak you out that it's finite though? There's a deadline when it's all over, and there'll be a time when your daughters are around, and you're gone.
I don't know. That doesn't freak me out. I think constraints are helpful.
Definitely.
Yeah. The finiteness makes ice cream taste more delicious. Wow.
Lettuceism, though.
Like the time where it's constraint for you.
A lot of as you go through different waves of technology, a lot of what becomes
practice infinite, or kind of there can be what ends up still being. So at first, you should hopefully allow a very large number, maybe practice, hopefully infinite amount of expression in the world. We'll only have a finite amount of time. I think living longer, I think, is good. And obviously, all of my art philanthropic work it's not focused on longevity, but it is focused on trying to achieve what I think is the possible goal in this century, which is to be able to cure, prevent, or manage all diseases. So I certainly think people getting sick and dying is a bad thing because I'm dedicating all my capital towards advancing research in that area to push on that, which I'm going to do a whole one of these podcasts about that. That's people should fascinating topic.
I mean, this is we went from the Zuckerberg initiative, gave away 99% or pledged to give away 99% of Facebook now Meta shares. I mean, like you said, we could talk forever about all the exciting things working on there, including sort of moonshot of eradicating by the mid-century mark. Or
I don't actually know if you're going to ever eradicate it, but I think you can get to a point where you can either cure things that happen, right? So if you get diseases, we can cure them. Prevent is our closest to eradication, or just be able to manage sort of like ongoing things that are not going to ruin your life. I think that's possible. I think saying that there's no disease at all probably is not possible within the next several decades.
The basic thing is increase the quality of life.
Yeah.
And maybe keep the finiteness because it makes everything taste delicious.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just being a romantic 20th century human.
Maybe, but it was an intentional decision to not focus on our philanthropy on like exclusively on longevity or living forever.
If at the moment of your death, and by the way, I like that the lights went out when we started talking about that. You get to meet them back a lot more.
Fuck off, Rabbi. Thank you. Thank you. Fuck off, Rabbi. Don't weep at my grave, for I am not there. I have a date with a butterfly to dance in the air. I'll be singing on the sunshine, wild and free, playing tag with the wind while I'm waiting for thee. Wicka, 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 wicka. Zuckerberg, your family would be better off if you were fucking dead. Everyone no.
Humility and selfishness. Alright. I mean, but they're going to be fine, don't worry. Okay. But I mean, one of the things that I think you struggle with at least is, on the one hand, that's the thing that's closest to me,
Everyone hates Zuckerberg.
human experience, but
Enterprise is buying up other companies.
should the thing that I care more about be that responsibility? And
Dog. Look at this
I think
athleticism.
it's shifted over. I mean, like before, I really handled about it.
To impact millions of lives and something.
Look at this athleticism. Unprecedented athleticism. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows this motherfucker has unprecedented athleticism. Unprecedented athleticism.
Not just based on
Camelot.
especially the internet.
God, but this shit isn't working. virtual
Now,
world
the real
is
world
it.
is a combination of the virtual world and the physical world. But
Zuckerberg
as we get more technology,
is one of the worst people in the world, and everyone hates Mark Zuckerberg. And I'm gonna sing a song about how much everyone hates Mark Zuckerberg. While I restart these cameras, everyone hates Mark Zuckerberg. His wife is Priscilla Chan. She hates Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg. Priscilla Chan hates Mark Zuckerberg. Priscilla Chan hates Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg is Max and Audie. Hey, there's that Audie, whatever this bitch's name is. Or she sucks.
that I would go with that. But if you get back to
Zuckerberg,
the duality
you
between
changed the name of your company
people
to
around you who
Meta,
you care the most
and
about,
everyone
and
still
then
thinks you
there's like this
suck
bigger thing
it.
that maybe you're building.
Zuckerberg.
And then in my own
This
life, I mean,
is
I
the
sort
Mark
of think about this tension,
Zuckerberg
but it's okay. I
success
started this
song.
little company, and my life's work is around
Everyone thinks that
human
Mark
connection. So,
Zuckerberg sucks. All the
I think
cool
it's
kids
intellectually
think Mark
probably
Zuckerberg sucks.
the thing that I go to
Everybody
first is
thinks
just
that Mark Zuckerberg sucks.
that
I
human
think
connection is
Mark
the meaning.
Zuckerberg sucks.
And I think that
Everyone
it's a thing that our
thinks that Mark
society
Zuckerberg
probably
sucks.
undervalues.
Everyone thinks that Mark Zuckerberg
in
sucks.
school,
Everyone
and
thinks.
then go play with your friends after.
I
It's like,
see
no,
you.
I mean, what if
What
your
up,
friends is
Kimmy?
the point?
Ready to get some?
It sounds like an argument.
Everybody thinks
I
that Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Everybody thinks
It's
that
people,
Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Everybody
people tend to think
thinks
about that
that
stuff as
Mark
wasting time,
Zuckerberg sucks.
or that's like what you do in the free time that you have.
That
But like,
Mark
what if
Zuckerberg
that's
sucks. Everybody thinks that
But
Mark
here's maybe a different way of
Zuckerberg
coming at this,
sucks.
which is maybe more
Everybody
religious
thinks
in nature. I mean,
that
I know
Mark
it's like
Zuckerberg sucks. Everybody thinks that Mark
a
Zuckerberg
rabbi,
sucks.
but
Everybody thinks that Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Everybody thinks that Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Mark Zuckerberg used to have the Pope. Now nobody knows if that's the thing anymore. Why? Because Zuckerberg sucks. Zuckerberg sucks. Zuckerberg, you're the worst. Everyone thinks that you're the worst. The Bible shouldn't have started there. They knew you were going to be on this fucking earth. Zuckerberg sucks. Everybody knows that Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Everyone knows that Mark Zuckerberg is the worst. He is worst. His wife hates him. Zuckerberg's wife is named Priscilla, and she hates her own husband. She is like Marjorie Handle, and everybody hates Zuckerberg. I hate Mark Zuckerberg. You hate Mark Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg is the worst. Zuckerberg's the worst. Zuckerberg the worst. Everyone thinks that Mark Zuckerberg is the worst. Mark Zuckerberg, you are the worst. You are the absolute worst. The worst. Mark Zuckerberg is the worst. Mark Zuckerberg is the worst. Mark Zuckerberg is the worst. Mark Zuckerberg, you are 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 the worst. Everyone thinks that Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Mark Zuckerberg, you are the worst.
Everyone thinks you suck and you are a bad person. Everybody thinks that Mark Zuckerberg sucks.
Thank you for listening.
Everybody thinks that Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Everybody thinks that Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg, you are the worst. Everyone thinks that you suck. Everyone thinks that Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Zuckerberg, 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 Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg, Zuckerberg, Mark Zuckerberg. You suck. Like, he sucks, and everybody knows it. I know it, and you know it,
Most of my time
and they know
trying
it.
to help as much as I can.
Everyone knows what
Talking to
Zuckerberg
people who
sucks.
are suffering or angry.
He's the worst.
I return to this conversation.
And Zuckerberg
Couldn't help
sucks.
but smile. He's a beautiful, brilliant, hilarious human being. Basically a human manifestation of the mad scientist Sanchez.
Look at this athleticism, though.
Thought about
Really unprecedented. Fuck off, Rabbi. Thank you. Wait. No, don't. What is this garbage? The Ten Command rant. The Cronin's cool, but Zuckerberg still sucks.
Number of minerals, carbon, and I think that maybe it's really chemistry that we really don't understand. So that means you've got a finite number of elements that are going to react very simply with one another, and out of that mess comes a cell. So literally sand the cells, and it seems to happen quick. So what I think I can say with some degree of, I think, certainty, but curiosity, genuine curiosity, is that life happens fast.
Yeah, so when we say fast, this is a pretty surprising fact. Maybe you can correct me in a lot.
There he is. How you living, Pimp? What's good, son? Kicking ass, taking names, spamming like a motherfucker. How are you? Dude, that's my jam. What were you listening? Okay, so is this uh, Moonlight in the Desert or whatever? Midnight in the Desert? Good baller.
on there. Um, I last night as I was listening to George why is it?
It seems to me like they used to talk about things that were like, I don't know if you listen to Coast now, but like they're not very they're not very controversial. Sometimes they'll just have people on there. Like I consider the nights where they're like, "Oh, we've got the numbers lady on," and then people just call in and they're like, "Yeah, I was born on the 14th," and she's like, "Oh, well, that must mean that you like even numbers and like you also like hamburgers." And they're like, "No, actually, I can't stand hamburgers." And she's like, "Oh, actually, yeah, no, now I'm seeing you don't like hamburgers." It's like, dude, you're wasting my time with that garbage. When Art Bell used to have people on and be like, yeah, I was abducted by aliens and we're going to talk about it for 4 hours. And I don't know why they don't do any of that stuff as much anymore. Um, the, the best, even better, I think, than Art Bell is George Knapp. His shit is so good, but he's only on same here. He's only on um, two Sundays a month, but his shit, it doesn't all have to be aliens, but his alien shit is unprecedented. But he does really cool stuff on the mob. He does stuff on like old Las Vegas or old Hollywood that I really like, and like he'll do um I don't know, just I think he'll do like things on like the Rolling Stones, some music. I just think that shit's cool. But like George Norrie just seems like he is um I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm not saying I don't like him. I just think that he is um sometimes to me it just seems like he does the job just to be a job, and it's not like he's not passionate about it anymore. And anyway, so sometimes I listen to old Coast to Coast, and the ones that I really like are like ones with alien abductions. Like he interviewed Travis Walton, and you know that story. um okay, excellent. Yeah, good. That's really cool that you know that story really well. I maybe like 3 months ago or so just decided that I'm gonna get to know the Betty and Barney Hill story and the Travis Walton story better than like any other ufologist I can find. So I can tell you, Betty and Barney Hill took place September 17th, 1961, I believe, and Travis Walton was November 5th, 1975, and like just getting those stories down really well so that when people are like, like alien abductions don't happen, it's like, dog, I can tell you the dates that these things happen. I can tell you what these people were wearing. I can tell you, like, I can hash it out with you really well. Um, I,
I forgot. One way right, not a lot. Well, I mean, that was going on. Where's woman wants a lot of it there.
right,
Something happened, and they felt had to warn people of Earth. Um,
right. I have to say it was actually September 19th. Nevertheless, um, you're exactly right. And the fact that this was an interracial couple, and I was on Reddit.
and I only like,
Well, it's super interesting. I mean, I don't know if I were an alien, I would be like, okay, we've got all these homogenous couples, and then there's this random one in New Hampshire. Let's see what's going on there because there's like, yeah. So that one is fascinating. So I'm gonna tell the story, and then you fill in anything that I'm missing. But basically, they were on a trip first to Niagara Falls, and then they were gonna take a day trip to Canada. They were in Portsmouth, Port. They were like from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and they were driving on their way back. It was getting late, and they were I think they went and got something to eat on the way, and they had a dog with them. And as they were driving south, they Betty noticed that there was like a star in the sky that seemed to be following them, and they kept driving, and like trying to escape this thing. There was no one else out on the road. It was like just a sparsely populated area of the United States, being like that area of New England. Then as they were driving, they felt this thing on the trunk. It was uh, like a slam on the trunk, or like a pulsating on the trunk. And then there's like this craft above them, and they didn't get taken like immediately, as I understand. They like continued to drive a little bit, and then they got to this part of the road, and there was like it wasn't a roadblock that humans had set up, but like for some reason there was like the aliens had landed or something. Um, Barney got out and like approached it, and Betty got out and approached it. The dog was like really scared underneath the seats. Um, as I understand, even my recollection, having heard this story, I tried to listen to like 5 times in a row, and I like there was another part where they they got back in the car and I think continued driving. They weren't abducted at that point. They continued to drive, um or actually that might have been when they were abducted, but right before then, uh they saw this craft land in a field, and Barney got out of the car and approached it, and they could tell there was what's always interesting to me is this craft had windows, like why, and you could see the people in windows, the whatever, not people but like the beings, and the aliens, the head alien had like a very had like a top hat, not a top hat, but like you could tell like one of them was in charge, and that one was like communicating telepathically with Barney. Anyway, I think they got back in the car. That's when there was like this like roadblock or whatever. Um, they This happened like right after sundown or so, like maybe at like 10 p.m. And I think they okay, so what happened? They go up in the spacecraft, or I don't even know. It doesn't like take off. I don't know if it takes off. I don't think it did. I think it stayed on the ground or something. Anyway, they check out Barney's like genitalia, and he has like some major burns there. Um, they check out Betty's genitalia, and um, then the chief like being um they were just talking like in this room, and it was like everything was really sterile and everything, of course, like a everything was just like stainless steel or some kind of metal. And she wanted to take this well, they showed her the star map and where they were from, Zeta Reticuli, and then she wanted to take a book. And that was always interesting to me too, like why would they need a book if they're like so advanced? But there was some kind of book, and she was going to take it. And as she was leaving with it, the other aliens told the main alien guy, "No, you can't let her take that." And so she had to give it back, and she was really, really upset. They kind of like awakened, and yeah, it was like a star map book, and because she wanted to be able to prove it. So they get back in the car. The dog was like super scared, and they were driving. And I know it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and they realized that a bunch of time had passed, like 4 hours of just like time that didn't notice. So then they get back to their house. It's like really early in the morning, and as I recall, they didn't really talk that much. Um, the next morning, though, well, they did talk about it though. Perhaps it was the next morning, but um, the interesting thing is that Barney had these burns like by his genitals, and they went to okay, so they weren't going to mention it to anybody, which is really the interesting part. It's not like they were like, "Hey, let's get this in a magazine" or something like that. No, they were very uh, shook up by this, and Betty called her sister, and her sister's husband, I want to say, was a physicist, and Betty was like, I don't know what the fuck just happened to us last night or whatever. And the physicist guy was like, look, if um, something did happen to your car or whatever, it would um, it would cause some kind of radiation on the. It could have caused some radiation on the trunk. So they went back to the back of their car with a compass, and the compass like spun like not like a normal compass would, and they recognized something was strange about that. Then they eventually reported it to the local Air Force base. I think the people came from Project Blue Book and just interviewed them, and then they didn't talk about it for like years, for like a couple years or so. It was like 18 months later or something, and somebody at Project Blue Book or at that Air Force base like got them to talk about it, and then it was published in a magazine. I think it was called like um, some magazine that's no longer available. But and then that's what happened. Now Barney died. He was like in his early 40s at the time. I think he died at age 49. But Betty lived to the early 2000s, and I always found that fascinating. And she continued to maintain her story, which I believe. Um, They never made any money on this. Oh, that was the thing. They actually spent about $1,200 or something, like all in all. That's like they didn't make any money on it. And then they had a they had um they eventually I believe had children, and one of the children eventually had a child who's now a professional UFC fighter. Some girl, she's been on Joe Rogan. And that's what I know about the story. All right, please fill me in with anything that I'm missing or that I have inaccurate. Right. Absolutely. Right. Yeah, dude, I was looking at it earlier today. I was looking at it earlier today. It was on Reddit, and it's exactly. I mean, she writes that like Zeta Reticuli had uh bi binary stars, which like wasn't a common thing back then, and it's like um she just. I personally think that she did a really good job of drawing that chart and leading. So I was looking at this on Reddit, and I can't stand these Reddit people because I know that they're actually probably a minority of people. However, the majority of people have had their accounts banned. I can't tell you how many people who I've encountered who are like, yeah, I used to be a Redditor and I got my account banned for whatever reason. and so they had Betty's picture on some. It was called urban legends or urban myths or something. So one of those. It was that one though because it was like a bunch of skeptics and they had Betty's star chart and then they had what actually turned out to be like the actual star configuration and it's like very accurate. And all these people will just say debunked, debunked. This has been debunked so many times I can't even count. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. In my opinion, nothing can be debunked ever, ever, ever because there's always other evidence that can come into play. So if you use the term debunked, it just tells me that you're closed minded. Anyway, Betty had, I think originally uh, arranged these, like the star map into balls and then wrote it, drew it from memory, but it was very accurate. And she said that Zeta Reticuli had a binary system, and that was very uncommon for us to know. It's actually pretty common in space, but in 1961 it was not well known. And then, oh yeah, this is the other thing. These stars would not have been discovered until later. So it's like, how did she know all this? Anyway, I find that to be really. Oh, here's another interesting part of that story. The aliens. This is so weird to me. They were confused by a couple things. Like if these aliens are so smart, which I think they are, they can be kind of stupid with some things. So, Barney was a postal worker, and he had dentures, and they could not figure out why. They asked Betty, "Why does he not have teeth?" And she's like, "They're dentures. Don't you understand what dentures are?" And they did not understand that. And then the other thing is they could not understand Betty's dress. It had buttons or a zipper. It had a zipper, and they could not understand how to undo a zipper. They like tore her dress. And I've always found that to be fascinating. That like these aliens were, yeah, no, I'm positive of those details, and the fact that these aliens just would not be able to figure that out. That's always just been fascinating to me, and I've never seen her draw them. I A lot of people I think assume that they were like I'm sure it's probably um uh, but yeah, and then like front picture, a lot of people say that the alien is based fuck. Can anybody hear me? I'm back. I'm not sure what that was. Can you hear me? Yeah. No, no, no. Yeah. No, just my internet hiccuped. Um, Whitley Strieber wrote that book Communion, and it's got a picture like the face on that book. A lot of the alien abductees have trouble looking at it because they say that's what they look like. They don't look as much like the alien emoji that you see that kind of looks really friendly. These things kind of look like a little bit scarier. Anyway, um, I've never heard what they thought the aliens look like, and that's always just you would think that like they would have done a sketch of this, but they never did. It's interesting to me as well. Go ahead. It's interesting to me that just from what I'm gonna see, I think maybe maybe not. Oh, pardon me. There we go. I fucking love sneezing. Sometimes it's like pleasurable to me. Thank you. Um, the it's amazing to me that we have a certain section of the population that is very knowledgeable about aliens and think that they're real, and I'm one of those people. And I watch these people on Lex Friedman who are like these really high level scientists, and they're going into the Fermi paradox and the Kardashev scale and all these like, well, the Drake equation and all these things like these what ifs. And I'm like, Doug, haven't you ever seen like a UFO documentary or like Ancient Aliens or just been on Reddit or Above Top Secret or any of these other like places on the internet where a lot of people have evidence of this? I just don't understand how the two worlds don't really overlap. They're and then you just have strict skeptics who just think that we're here alone. And I get that. I've been all three of those. So I know I've at times thought that we were the only thing. And then I thought, yes, other stuff could exist, but it's really far away. And now, I mean, I'm like all about ufology. To me, it's just the most fascinating subject that just still gets ridiculed in the mainstream, but I don't know why. The New York Times has published about it. CNN has published about it. I don't understand why it's not like constantly talked about. Yes, yes, right. I don't understand why one of these like tech entrepreneurs or billionaires doesn't have a prize that's just like, I will give you $10 million if you can prove to me any type of alien existence. And I don't know, to publicize that, I think would be a good idea. Like, people used to do this. The reason why Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic was to get some prize. Like, the reason why we have these self-driving cars is for the DARPA prize. They're like people set up they used to, these very wealthy individuals would set up like like awards for people. And I don't know, we had that whole thing in December with the New Jersey and New York drones, and I don't think that helped the discussions very much. because now whenever you see anything in the air, people are like, "Oh, it's just one of those drones." But I I don't know. I don't understand. Um, there's another thing. Go ahead. These these aliens. There's some kind of cloaking technology that they have that I learned about around 2008, where I think there were these famous Mexico um, videos where they were just taking pictures of the sky and there was nothing, and then they put these things on. They changed their cameras to be infrared, and these things were all over the sky. And I just think that yeah, like we have stealth technology, which I think could have been could utilize some of these cloaking technologies as well. Um, but I just think it's fascinating that we, as humans, are just still consider the subject to be so taboo. And I get it. If we, the proverbial, they landed on the White House lawn, which they fucking basically did in the 1950s. I mean, they flew right over the White House, and there's like pictures of this in Time magazine and stuff, or Life magazine. Um, if they if they did do that, it would break down so much of society. Governments could be, um, governments would be in danger because people would say, "Look, you've known about this. All this ended up being true. Off with your head." It would break down the energy uh, field because energy industry because now we would know that like nuclear energy is possible like in a safe way and nuclear energy and transportation through nuclear means. Um, this I just want to take a quick detour um, for a story I had. So I had a um, the director of a department I worked in years ago. He previously was captain of a nuclear submarine, and we would talk about it, and he would, you know, you would think that it's really hard to drive a nuclear submarine, but he says it's just like driving a car. It just, you move to the left, it goes to the left, you move to the right, it goes right. It's really not, it's just bigger. And I remember saying to him, why do you think that they don't put, that like scientists don't put a nuclear reactor in a plane? Like you literally were on this aircraft carrier that never had to refuel over the course of like the years that you were there. And he was like, "Oh, that's just not something that like there's too much radiation and blah 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 blah." But it turned out that we did do this like in the early 1960s. That we put nuclear reactors on planes that had nuclear powered planes, and even that like is something that would bring down the it would change society. It would mean that you wouldn't need to power planes anymore with traditional fuels. And I just always thought that that was it's like something that we don't talk about. That what we have technology where you take a nuclear reactor, put it in a type of transportation, a submarine or a destroyer um, or an aircraft carrier, and it just exactly. And but people don't really understand. They just don't get it that that means that these things don't have to go and refuel, that they just keep going. People don't really understand that. I bet if you ask most people, well, that's something too. Who is it? Oliver Stone, the director, was on Joe Rogan like 2 or 3 years ago. It's episode 1994. And I don't normally remember what Joe Rogan episode was what. There are only a hand there are like two that I know. There's episode 1000 and there's that episode basically that I remember the numbers. And and he really opened my eyes to not that I wasn't a proponent of nuclear power. I was, but um how many people have died because of nuclear energy? I didn't really know how many people died in Chernobyl. I figured it was like tens of thousands. It's not. It's about 40. I didn't know how many people died at 3 Mile Island because of the nuclear incident that happened there. Zero. I didn't know how many people died at Fukushima. It's two. These are verified on Wikipedia. That means in over the course of like 80 years of nuclear energy, we've had like 42 people die. It's nothing. It's like a miraculous type of technology. And I don't understand why it should be everywhere. And whenever, like, there used to be this push for nuclear energy, and then it was met with environmentalists and things. And I get it. I mean, but really, I think that um, environmentalists should find nuclear energy to be the best kind of energy that we can have. I mean, they would be like they might say like wind energy, but those wind turbines need diesel engines to run. So it's like they're not even that efficient at all. Anyway, this gets into just how aliens propose things. And I also get people who they come in here a lot and they like I one of the things I talk about is faster than light travel and faster than light communication. They're like that violates the laws of physics. And I get that, but for some reason I just don't think that the laws of physics are all that rigid. I think that there are ways to perhaps get around some of these things. And I had somebody come in here like last week and they were like, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. And I'm like, well, what about tachyons, which are like these hypothetical particles that travel faster than the speed of light? And they're like, right, I know. But there's the idea of like a wormhole that may potentially, like basically, I get right, I get like, and then I don't know, like, let me look this up in ChatGPT. You know what a non-Newtonian fluid is? These are like these things that you see on like TikTok and Instagram where somebody like punches a a liquid and it becomes harder and harder every time they punch it. But if you put your hand in slowly, it's like a liquid. Do non-Newtonian fluids violate the laws of physics? I mean, I know they don't. I get that they don't. But why do they call them non-Newtonian? That's the question. Why do Okay, so they're called non-Newtonian fluids because they do not follow Newton's law of viscosity. So I think that there's non laws of physics, things that don't follow the laws of physics, like perhaps tachyons, or they're just like exceptions, is what I'm trying to say. And maybe I mean, maybe it follows the laws of physics. Maybe, okay, I can understand that, but then we just don't understand all the laws of physics. That's probably a better uh, summary. Like, wormholes do follow the laws of physics, but they, for one reason or another, allow you to travel faster than the speed of light. Anyway, back to Barney and Barney Hill. Um, I think it was Look magazine where they published that. They ended up not making any money on that. Okay, Joe Dog, in the Benny and Barney Hill story, can you talk about the events that happened like I think that Barney saw the craft in a field at one point. Then there, or like even before then, the craft like made some kind of noise on their trunk, and then there was like a roadblock. Can you give me like a timeline approximately of that? All right, so September 19th and 20th, 10:15. They're driving south on Route 3, returning to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, from a vacation in Niagara Falls and Montreal. Near Lancaster, Betty spots a bright light in the sky that seems to be following them. Initially, they think it's a star satellite. 10:30 to 10:45, the light gets closer and seems to be moving erratically. Barney pulls over a few different points to observe through binoculars. So that's right, he did pull over a few times. At one point near the Franconia Notch, they stop near the Old Man of the Mountain for a better view. 10:15 to 11, close encounter begins. As they drive past the notch, the craft swoops down in front of them. Barney stops the car in the middle of the road in an open area and gets out with binoculars. He sees it later described as large, silent, dish-shaped object with windows and humanoid figures inside. He claims one of the beings looked directly at him and communicated a message telepathically or through an impression. Say, stay where you are and keep looking. Barney panics. He runs to the car yelling to Betty that they're going to capture us. They drive away quickly. Auditory beeping or buzzing sound. Shortly after fleeing, the Hills reported hearing buzzing or beeping sounds on their car's trunk, which they say causes a tingling sensation in their bodies and some sort of altered state of consciousness or drowsiness. This happens twice, one right after the other, and again later. Missing time and roadblock sensation. After the second set of buzzing sounds, they realize they've lost about 2 hours and can't account for about 35 miles of their drive. They also report a roadblock or detour during the missing time, not a literal sense, but more like an impression of being stopped or taken off the road. Under hypnosis later, both describe being taken aboard the craft, examined by humanoid beings, and interacting with a leader figure. Early morning, September 20th. They arrived much later than expected, around 5 a.m., feeling disoriented and exhausted. They both noticed strange physical symptoms. Barney's shoes are scuffed. That's another thing. Barney's shoes were scuffed like they dragged him, like the tops of his shoes were scuffed. Betty's dress is torn and has a pink powdery residue. The car trunk has a shiny concentric circles that cause the compasses to spin when placed near them. Later developments. Betty begins having vivid dreams about the abduction, and a few days later, the couple eventually undergoes hypnosis therapy with Dr. Benjamin Simon in 1964, which brings out the more detailed accounts of their alleged abduction and medical examinations aboard the craft. So that's that's. I mean, I'm happy with how I remembered it. Um, but yeah, that's a fucking wild story, and like there aren't any movies about that. Like to me, that would be a really cool movie. I mean, they would only do. You remember made for TV movies? They would do those, but like this is a okay. Uh, oh, okay. Was he Barney? Okay. Um, but they just don't do that stuff now. They used to do it, but something changed where they don't. I guess it's because they don't make a lot of money. Like a movie like that, unless it went viral, it's not going to make a lot of money. The thing that changed, I think, Hollywood in a lot of ways was Iron Man, because once they realized how much money these Marvel movies make, they just stopped making like smaller movies. Right.
recently kind of our history, all this, and I was looking at the timeline. Wait a minute, how did life just bring us like really quickly? That makes me think that it really wanted to, like, put another way, very easy, like to bring.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's much more inevitable, and I think I try to kind of not provoke, but try and push chemists to think about, because chemists are essential to this problem, right? Understanding the origin of life on Earth, at least because we're made of chemistry. But I wonder if the origin of life on a planet, or the emergence of life on a planet, is as common as the formation of a star. And if you start framing it in that way, it allows you to look at the universe slightly differently. Because, and we can get into this, I think, in quite some detail, but I think I come back to your question. I have little idea of how life got started, but I know it was simple, and I know that the process of selection had to occur before the biology was established. So the selection built the framework from which life kind of grew in complexity and capability, functionality, and autonomy. I think these are all really important words that we can unpack over the next while.
The words again, they said selection, so natural selection, original A/B testing.
So then complexity, and then the degree of autonomy and sophistication. Because I think that people misunderstand what life is. Some people say that life is a cell. Some people that say that life is a virus, or life is an on-off switch. I don't think it's that. Life is the universe developing a memory, and the laws of physics and the way. Well, there are no laws of physics. Physics is memory-free stuff. Ways you can arrange fundamental particles to do things.
Life is the universe developing a memory. So it's like sewing a piece of art, and then you can look back at it. But there's a stickiness to life. Like the universe doing stuff.
Yeah.
In memory, like the stickiness of a bunch of building together.
Yeah.
So in a stable way, like trace back the complexity, coherent story.
Yeah, and I think, yeah.
By the way, very poetic. Life is the universe developing a memory. Okay, and then there's autonomy and complexity we'll talk about, but the really interesting idea that selection preceded biology.
Yeah, I think.
So what? First of all, what is chemistry? Like, does band still count as chemistry?
Sure. I mean, as a chemist, the card-carrying chemist is allowed a card. I don't know why I'm those days.
Card. It's a chemical composition of the card.
Yeah. So, what is chemistry? Well, chemistry is the thing that happens when you bring electrons together and you form bonds. So, bonds. I say to people when they talk about life elsewhere, and I just say, well, there's bonds, there's hope. Because bonds allow you to get heterogeneity. They allow you to record those memories, or at least on Earth. You could imagine, a Stanislav Lem type world where you might have life emerging, or intelligence emerging before life, on like Solaris or something. So, get to selection. You can form atoms can combine or bond. Those bonds, those atoms bond to different elements. Those molecules will have different identities, interact with each other differently, and then you can start have some degree of formation, interaction, and then selection, and then you go up the kind of the path of complexity. So at least on Earth, as we know it, there is a sufficient pool of available chemistry
going to emerge in order.
Mm-hmm.
That's really brilliant. So intelligence can come before life. It's like panpsychism, the consciousness, I guess, comes before life and before intelligence. Consciousness like permeates all matter. It's some kind of fabric of reality. I guess like within this framework, you can kind of arrange everything, but you need to have the bonds that's precede everything else. Oh, the other thing is selection. So like the mechanism of selection that could precede. Couldn't that precede bonds? Whatever the hell selection.
So I would say that there is an elegant order to it. That a bond allows selection, allows the emergence of life, allows the emergence of multicellularity, and then more information processing, building state machines way up. However, you could imagine you had, I don't know, a neutron star or a sun or what, a ferromagnetic loops interacting with one another, and these oscillators building state machines reading something out in the environment. Over time, these state machines will be able to literally record what happened in the past and sense what's going on in the present and imagine the future. However, I don't think it's ever going to be within a human comprehension that type of life. I wouldn't count it out because whenever I know in science, whenever I say something is impossible, I wake up the next day and say, no, that's actually wrong. I mean, there are some limits, of course. I don't see myself traveling faster than light anytime soon.
Eric Weinstein, that's possible.
Sure, but I'm an experimentalist as well. So I have two superpowers, and my stupidity, and I don't mean that as I'm like absolutely completely witless, but I mean my ability to kind of start again and ask the question, and then do it with an experiment. I always wanted to be a theoretician growing up, but I just had the intellectual capability. But I was able to think of experiments in my head. I could think of a lab or as a child outside, and then those experiments in my head and then outside reinforce one another. So I think that's a very good way of kind of grounding the science, right?
Well, that's a nice way to think about theoreticians. They're just people who run experiments in their head. That's exactly what Einstein did, right? And but you were also capable of doing that in the head, inside your head, and the world and the connection between the two is when you first discovered your superpower stupidity. I like it.
Yes.
Okay. Second, your accent.
I don't know. I am genuinely curious. So my curious. So I have, like everybody, ego problems. My curiosity is bigger than my ego. So as long as that happens, I can.
That's awesome. That is so powerful. Dropping lines of curiosity is bigger than ego. That's something I have to think about. You always struggle about the role of ego in life, and uh, that's so nice to think about. Think about the size of the absolute size of it, but think about the relative size of the other forces going at you. The curiosity one is bigger than go mind make you anyway. So those are the two superpowers: connected selection, bonds, and got already life and consciousness.
So going back to selection, first origin of life on Earth. I mean, selection is a force. I'm convinced that selection is a force in the universe. Not a fundamental force, but a directing. But it is a directing force because though existence appears to be the default, the existence of what? Why does we can get to this later, I think, but it's amazing that the discrete things exist. And you see this cup. It's not the sexiest cup in the world, but it's pretty functional. This cup, the complexity of the cup isn't just in the object, it is literally the lineage making cups and recognizing that, seeing that in their head, making an abstraction of a cup and then making a different one. So I wonder how many billions of cups have come before this one. And that's a process of selection of existence. And the only reason the cup is still used is quite useful. I like candles, it's convenient if I don't die, I get hydration. And so I think we are missing something fundamental in the universe about selection. I think what biology is a selection amplifier where autonomy comes in. And actually, I think that how humanity is going to, humans and autonomous robots, or whatever we're going to call it in the future, will supercharge that even further. So selection is happening first, but if you look in the asteroid belt, selection, if objects are being kicked in and out of the asteroid belt, those trajectories are quite complex. You don't really look at that as productive selection. It's not doing anything to improve its function. What is it? The asteroid belt has existed for some time. So there is some selection going on, but the functionality is somewhat limited. On Earth, the formation of Earth, interaction of chemical molecules in the environment gave selection, and then things could happen. Because you can think about chemistry, we can have an infinite number of reactions happen, but they don't all the reactions that are allowed to happen don't happen. Why? Because there are energy barriers. So there must be things called catalysts out there, or there are bits of mineral that when two molecules get together on that mineral, it lowers the energy barrier for the reaction. The reaction is promoted. So suddenly you get one reaction, another a series of possibilities occurring that makes a particular molecule, and this keeps happening in steps. Before you know it, these waves of discrete reactions work together, and you start to build a machinery that is run by existence. So as you go forward in time, the fact that the molecules, the bonds are there are more bonds in a molecule, there's more function, there's more capability for this molecule to interact with other molecules, to redirect them. It's like a series of little, and I don't want to use this term too much, but it's almost thinking about the simplest von Neumann constructor. That's the simplest molecule that could build a more complicated molecule, build a more complicated molecule. And before you know it, when that more complicated molecule can act on the causal chain that produces itself and change it, suddenly you start to get towards some kind of autonomy, and that's where life, I think, emerges in earnest.
A word in the past few paragraphs. Let's break those apart. But who's von Neumann? What's the constructor? The closing of the loop that you're talking about. The molecule that starts becoming, I think, like the smallest Neumann constructor. Yeah. The smallest, the minimal. So, what do all those mean, and what is how are we supposed to imagine think about the smallest von Neumann constructor?
So, John von Neumann is a real hero, actually, not just me, but many people, I think, in geoscience and physics. He was an incredible intellect. He probably solved a lot of the problems that we're working on today and just got to write them down. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's John von Neumann. Johnny is, I think, friends with him, but I think he was Hungarian mathematician, came to the US, and basically he got the Manhattan Project, developing computation, and came up with ideas. I think one of the first people to come up with stellar automaton. But
really, I didn't know this book.
I think so, and I think.
Well, anyway, he didn't come up with it. He probably did come up with it and just write it down.
There was a couple of people who did it at the same time, and then Conway obviously took it on, and then Wolfram loves CAs. There is the fabric of the universe. And what I think he imagined was that he wasn't satisfied, and this may be incorrect recollection, so a lot of what I say is going to be kind of, way out of my...
You're just part of the universe, creating its memory, designing...
Exactly, yeah, rewriting history. Exactly, imperfectly. So, but what I mean is, I think he liked this idea of thinking about how could a Turing machine literally build itself without a Turing machine, right? It's like literally how did state machines emerge? And I think that on Neumann constructors, he wanted to conceive of a minimal thing, autonomous, that could build itself. And what would those rules look like in the world? And that's what a von Neumann kind of constructor looked like. Like it's a minimal hypothetical object that could build itself, self-replicate. And I'm really fascinated by that because I think that although it's probably not exactly what happened, it's a nice model because as chemists, if we could go back to the origin of life and think about what is a minimal machine that can get structured randomly, so like with no prime mover, with no architect, and it assembles through it just exists. So random stuff bumping in together, you make this first molecule. So you have molecule A, and molecule A interacts with another random molecule B, and they get together, and they realize by working together they can make more of themselves. But then they realized they can mutate, so they can make AB prime. So AB prime's different to AB, and AB prime can then act back where A and B were being created and slightly nudge that causal chain and make AB prime more evolvable or learn more. That's the closing the loop.
Got it. It feels like the mutation part is not that difficult. It feels like the difficult part is creating a copy of yourself at step one. It seems like one of the greatest inventions in the history of the universe. The first molecule that figured out, shit, I can create a copy of myself. But how hard is that?
I think it's really, really.
Okay, I did not expect that.
I think it's really, really easy. Well, let's take a step back. I think replicating molecules are rare, but if you say, I think I was saying I probably got into trouble on Twitter the other day, so there's about more than 18 minutes of water in there, so 1 mole of water, 6.02 times 10 to the 23 molecules. That's about the number of stars in the universe, I think, of the order. So there's 3 universe worth. But between
somebody corrected you on Twitter.
Yeah, I've always been corrected. This is great, but there's a lot of molecules in the water.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of. So although it's for you and me really hard to conceive of, his existence is not the default for a long period of time, because what happens is molecules get degraded. So much of the possibilities in the universe is broken back into atoms. So you have this kind of destruction of the molecules by chemical reactions. So you only need 1 or 2 molecules to become good at copying themselves, but then suddenly to then take resources in the pool and start to grow. And so then replication actually over time, when you have bonds, I think much simpler and much easier. And I even found this in my lab years ago. One of the reasons I started doing inorganic chemistry and making a bit of rust based on a thing called molybdenum oxide, is this molybdenum oxide, very simple, but when you add acid to it, some electrons make these molecules you just cannot possibly imagine, which we constructed big gigantic wheels with 154 molybdenum atoms in a wheel, or a icosahedron with 132 molybdenum atoms, all in the same pot. And I realized when I just finished experiments 2 years ago, I've just published a couple of papers on this, that there is a random small molecule with 12 atoms in it that can form randomly, but it happens to template its own production. And then, by chance, it templates the ring. Just an accident, just an absolute accident. And that ring also helps make the small 12-mer. And so you have what's called an autocatalytic step, where A makes B, and B helps make A, and vice versa, and make this loop. So it's a bit like they all work in synergy to make this chain of events that grow. And it doesn't take very sophisticated models to show that if you have these objects that are competing and then collaborating to help one another build, they just grow out of the mess. Although they seem improbable, they are improbable. In fact, impossible in one step. In multiple steps. This is when look at the blind watchmaker argument and you talk about how could a watch spontaneously emerge. Well, it doesn't. It's a lineage of watches and cruder devices that are bootstrapped on.
Right. So it's very improbable, but once you get that little discovery, like with the wheel and fire, it just explodes because it's so successful, it explodes. Basically, selection for this templating mechanism that allows you to have a little blueprint for yourself, how you go through different procedures to copy to yourself. So in chemistry somehow it's possible to imagine that kind of thing is easy to bring out. More complex organisms feels like a different thing, much more complicated. Like we're having multiple abstractions of the word and conversation here, but with complex organisms, it feels like difficult to have reproduction. That's going to get cooked on. Made fun of that. It's difficult to develop this idea of making copies of yourself, or no? Because that seems like a magical idea for life. Wow, that feels like very necessary for what selection is, for what evolution is. All of this, and maybe these are just like echoes the selective mechanism at different scales.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So selection is default in the universe. If you want to, and what happens is that life, the solution that life has got on Earth, life on Earth, biology on Earth, is unique to Earth. We can talk about that, and that was really hard fought for. But that is the solution that works on Earth. Ribosome, the fundamental machine responsible for every life form, so every cell on Earth, or wherever it is in the kingdom of life. That is an incredibly complex object, but it was evolved over time. It wasn't evolved in a vacuum. And I think that once we understand that selection can occur without the ribosome, what the ribosome does is it's a phased transition replication. And I think that and also technology that is probably much easier to get to than we think.
Why would you put the ribosome as a central part of living organisms on Earth?
It basically is a combination of two different polymer systems, so RNA and peptide. So the RNA world, if you like, gets transmitted and builds proteins. Proteins are responsible for all the catalysis. So the majority of the catalysis goes on the cell. No ribosome, no protein, no decoding, no evolution.
Ribosome is looking at the action. You don't put like the RNA itself as a critical thing, like information. You put action.
Yeah, I think the actual molecules that we have in biology right now are highly on the history of life on Earth. There are so many possible. This is where chemistry got itself. The origin of life chemistry gets a bit of a trap.
Yeah, let me interrupt you there. You're gonna get. I'm gonna set your tweet Shakespeare. Okay. It's surprising you don't cancel it again. It's brilliant. I'm just kidding. You like that bit of fun on Twitter. You tweeted that quote, origin of life research scam. So this is Shakespeare. Can we analyze this? Why is the origin of life research a scam? Aren't you kind of doing origin of life research?
Okay, it was tongue in cheek, but yeah, I think, and I meant it as tongue in cheek. I'm not doing the origin of life research. I'm trying to make artificial life. And I also want to bound the likelihood of the origin of life on Earth, but more importantly, to find origin of life elsewhere. But let me directly address the tweet. There are many, many good chemists out there doing origin of life research. Well, I want to nudge them, and I think they're brilliant. But there's no question. The chemistry they are doing, the motivation is great. So what I meant by that tweet is saying that maybe they're making assumptions about saying if only I could make this particular type of molecule, this RNA molecule, or this phosphodiester, or this other molecule, it's going to somehow unlock the origin of life. And I think that origin of life has been looking at this for a very long time. And whilst I think it's brilliant to work out how you can get to those molecules, I think that chemistry and chemistry of life could be nudged into doing something even more profound. And so the argument I'm making is a bit like right now, let's say, I don't know, the first Tesla that makes its way to, I don't know, into a new country in the world. Let's say there's country X that has never had a Tesla before. Get the Tesla.
Russia.
And they take the Tesla, and what they do is they take the Tesla parts, they want to find the origin of cars in the universe. Okay, how does it form? And they just randomly keep making, they make the door, they make the wheel, they make the steering column, and all this stuff. And they know that's the route. That's the way cars emerge on Earth. But actually, we know that there's a causal chain of cars going right back to Henry Ford and horse and carriage. And before that, maybe people were using wheels. And I think that obsession with the identity in biology right now are giving us a false sense of security about what we're looking for. And I think that origin of life chemistry is in danger of not making the progress it deserves, because the chemists are doing this. As the field is exploding right now, there's amazing people out there, young and old, doing this, and there's deservedly so more money going in. You know, I used to complain more money being spent searching for the Higgs boson that we know exists and the origin of life. You know, why is that? The origin. We understand the origin of life. We're going to actually work out what life is. We're going to be able to bound the likelihood of finding life elsewhere in the universe. And most important for us, we are going to know or have a good idea of what the future of humanity looks like. That we need to understand that although we're precious, we're not the only life form in the universe. Well, that's my very strong impression. I have no data for that. It's just right now a belief. And I want to turn that belief into more than a belief by experimentation. But coming back to the scam is if we just make this RNA, we've got this, you know, this fluke. It's not that simple. Let's make this phosphodiester, or let's make ATP or ADP. We've got that part nailed. Let's now make this other molecule, another molecule. And how many molecules would be enough? And then the reason I say this is when you go back to Craig Venter, when he invented his life form in India, this minimal plasmid is a myoplasma. I don't know the name of it, but he made this wonderful cell and said, I've invented life. Not quite. Facsimiled the genome density and made it in the lab, the DNA, but he didn't make the cell. He had to take an existing cell that has a causal chain going all the way back to India, and he showed out the gene and put in his gene, synthesized, the cell could go up. But it's remarkable that he could not make a cell from scratch. And even now, today, technology cannot make a cell from scratch. Because there's some contingent information embodied outside the genome in the cell. And that is just incredible. So there's lots of layers to the scam.
Well, let me then ask the question, how can we create life lab scratch? What have been the most promising attempts at creating life in the lab scratch? Anyone actually been able to do it? I think anyone will be able to do it in the future if they haven't already.
I think that nobody has made life in the lab from scratch. Lots of people would argue that they have made progress. That Craig Venter, I think, the synthetic gene milestone human achieved. Brilliant.
Yeah, can we just walk back and say, what do you say from your perspective, one of the world experts in exactly this area, what is it to create life from scratch where you sit back, whether you do it or somebody else does it, damn, you just created life.
Well, I can tell you what I would expect, I would like to be able to do, is to go from sand to cells in my lab, and
can you explain what sand is?
just inorganic stuff, like basically just so sand, silicon oxide, with some other ions in it, maybe some inorganic carbonates, just basically clearly dead stuff. You could just grind rocks into sand.
Yeah, it would be what, in a vacuum, so they could remove anything else that could possibly be like a shadow of life that can exist in chemical.
You could do that. You could do this. Look, I'm going to take not just inorganic. I want to cheat and have some organic, but I want inorganic organic, and I'll explain the play on words in a moment. So I would like to basically put into a world, completely, a synthetic world, like a closed world, put some inorganic materials, and just literally add some energy, some form, be it lightning, heat, UV light, and run this thing in cycles over time, and let it solve the search problem. But I see the origin of life as a search problem in space. And then I would literally wait, life will crawl out of the test tube. That's the joke I tell my group. Literally wait for a very, don't worry, it's very feeble. The world, ways of effort containing
last words.
Famous, indeed.
not make you look good once it crawls out of that. It'll happen to dog people. Yes.
But there's very good things you can do to prevent that. Yes. For instance, if you put stuff in your world which isn't abundant, let's say we make life based on molybdenum and it escapes, it would die immediately because there's not enough molybdenum in the environment. So we can put in, we can do responsible life. Or as I fantasize with my research group on our away day, that would go and it's I think it's actually morally that if we don't find until humanity finds life in the universe, going on a tangent, it's our moral obligation to make origin of life bombs, identify dead planets, bomb them with our origin of life machine, make them alive. I think it is our moral obligation to do that. Some people might argue with me about that, but I think that we more like that.
Then we kind of forget we did it and then come back.